Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Motorsport Games here in beautiful Valencia. I promised last night that we will be back bright and early. We are back early. It's not quite bright yet. It is a lovely sky, but it is definitely still dark and very fresh here on the circuit. Neil, are you awake?
Yeah, just about. It's always good when you start work and the moon is still in the sky and the sun hasn't risen yet, but it's a great time to start because the Motorsport Game, FIA Motorsport Games is about to kick off. It feels nice in the paddock because we've got a line of touring cars behind us that are about to go into scrutineering. A lot of the rally cars are already out to the stages. F4 is coming up soon. So there was a lot of rain overnight, so the track has been thoroughly washed, and it's chilly. You know, the track temperature is going to be cold. So whoever's out first, and it's the F4 qualifying, is going to have a job to keep it stuck to the track, I think.
It is meant to get really nice today. The sun is meant to come out, and like you say, we have got a lot going on. If I have a look at the schedule, like you say, we kick off with Formula 4. We've got Ferrari single make GT, which I'm really looking forward to. We've got touring car. We've got esports again, so that action will continue. GT, more esports, more Formula 4. There's so much drifting. Ferrari, yeah, I think we'll have a lot to do today.
Yeah, I think today is kind of the business end. You know, we've already had our first medals on the board yesterday evening in rallying, and we'll catch up with that in a moment. But I think today we're really going to see the competition ramp up. It's going to be busy, and just, you know, if you weren't with us yesterday, the whole way that this works is there are 5 different sites. Esports is happening in central Valencia. This is the circuit Ricardo Tormo, where the circuit racing, so that's GTs, touring cars, F4 is happening here. Drifting is happening just over there. Karting is in the Esport circuit, which is about 20 minutes away. And there's Electric Street down there, which is all the karting, auto slalom and karting slalom. So all day there are activities happening, all working towards tomorrow crowning the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games champions, who will walk away with the trophy at the amazing closing ceremony. So it's, you know, today medals will appear on that table and people will be jostling for gold, silver and bronze.
And if you didn't manage to catch all that, don't worry, you can rewind on the stream at any point, and also there are designated streams to those other locations that Neil just mentioned. So if you're particularly interested in one category, you can hop over there, but we will be live for you throughout the whole day.
Oh, you got us, we got you back.
You got us, yeah. And we were live for you yesterday, and yesterday was a fantastic first day to start with, and you mentioned rally there, and I think it's a great time to have a look at some highlights from the rally yesterday.
The Motorsport Games rally event has significantly increased here in Spain. From 2 years ago in France, a single-day tarmac event, to a multi-disciplined gravel and tarmac rally, replicating the old WRC Catalunya days. Historic, FIA Rally 4 for 2-wheel drive cars and FIA Rally 2 for 4-wheel drive cars are permitted in their separate classes. There are many medals to be won in rallying, and of course the overall will be the main focus, and there are different ways to win this. Yes, with a single crew and single entry, or like Portugal, a specialist on tarmac and then a specialist on gravel for the 2 individual days, adding up to potentially to an overall gold medal. Spain have entered all 3 classes with 4 different drivers. Jose Suarez was fastest in qualifying.
For us, it's a really good opportunity having this amazing event on our country, so we have the pressure, but on the tires and the turbo, not in ourselves. For us, is just win the gold medal or win the gold medal. The Spanish Federation sent us a directly indication, so we need to, and we have to do what they advise us.
The main challenge for the overall will come from Turkey, represented by the medal winner from the Games in 2022, Ali Turkan. Turkan leads his national championship in a Rally 3 car, so moving up to the more powerful Rally 2 for the first time this weekend could provide a challenge.
Yeah, first time it's Fiesta Rally 2. It's super fast, super agile. It's very difficult to get used to it with 2 days of testing. Even not 2 days, 1 half day and 1 half day again on gravel and tarmac. So I will try to do my best for my country. But here we have a very fast Spanish guys who know the roads and the car very well. So I will give it a try and we will see what happens.
While the fight for the overall will be the focus of the Motorsport Games, it does permit you to enter each individual day separately. Gravel on the Friday and tarmac on the Saturday. And perhaps you don't have a gravel setup for your car, or you're a specialist on tarmac. There are plenty of single-day entries, including Danish champion Kenneth Madsen.
Because we only drive tarmac in Denmark, so yes, we are very happy to be here, and it's a big experience for us, so yeah, we are very lucky.
And what have you seen out on the stages, the tarmac here in Spain?
Very good, much better than in Denmark.
Moving on to the Rally 4 class for front-wheel drive cars with a 5.1 kilo per horsepower regulation, and perhaps the first step on the rally ladder. Again, it's Turkey who have entered a heavyweight from their national championship. Kerem is second in both the Latvian and Turkish championships in Rally 2, but steps down to Rally 4 for the Motorsport Games. It's likely his main competition in the overall will come from Spain's Sergi Perez, no relation to Sergio of course, or Martin Koci, who is a multiple Slovakian class champion and previous Skoda Works driver. But he, like many in Rally 4, lacks competition outside his home country.
It's an honor to be here representing my country for sure. It's a little bit of extra pressure, maybe. Yeah, like it is a long time since I was competing internationally, so yeah, I have some history.
Fast surface, but we try to do the best.
2 stages, repeated 3 times around the town of Util, are on offer for the first day of Motorsport Games rallying. Gravel Day. Day 1 kicked off with the United Kingdom first into the stage. A clear road ahead, but the loose surface would not offer anywhere near the same grip for Ollie Mellers as it would do for the later runners. His Iris was fast enough to finish the morning loop in 3rd overall, 1 minute 24 behind the leader. This in part was helped by the Stage 1, fastest Rally 2 car, but only by 1/10 of a second. Cajon gave away another 4 seconds to Suarez a stage later, but on the third stage of the loop, a repeat of stage 1, it was the Yaris that was the fastest by 5 seconds ahead. That left Cajon the fastest overall in the morning loop and leader of the overall, while Suarez leads Rally 2 gravel. In Rally 4 there was plenty of drama straight off the bat for favourites Team Turkey. Tipped for success, Kerim Kazaz stopped his 208 4 kilometres from the end of the very first stage with a drive shaft issue. The end of his day, and now his focus purely on tarmac tomorrow. Also to abandon on the stage was the Argentines of Luciano Bononomi, with an entry into today only and a very damaged Peugeot. It was game over. No one really wanted to be third this morning. Portugal's Hugo Lopez had a strong morning through the first stage as expected, showing his gravel experience. The rougher sections, however, on the second stage were less to his liking. This junction particularly on the third stage of the loop. The car and the gearbox really didn't like that impact, and it was a worry if he could get back to service. That offered Luis Eduardo Steele from Brazil the opportunity for third. He was quite solidly ahead of the rest and inherited bronze medal, even after damaging the front right and picking up a puncture on the final stage of the loop. Out front, the fight was between two men. I say fight because Spain's Sergio Perez certainly had the upper hand. Going slow in qualifying gave him a slightly lower starting position, and he hit the ground running, going 12 seconds faster than his compatriot on stage 1. Stage 2, it was 8 seconds faster, but by stage 3, Martin Kocic from Slovakia was able to match him. Kocic is readjusting to front-wheel drive for this event, and a bald left rear tyre certainly would not have helped with his feel in the car on stage 3. But he did claw 2 seconds back on that lead by the end of the stage. In the historics, the form guide was ripped up straight away on stage 1. Zippo in his Quattro, fastest in qualifying and therefore first into stage. He managed to find this large rock, which caused a puncture to his left rear and damaged the suspension, which made the rest of the morning loop very tough. And this is what straight meant to Zippo for the whole morning. To benefit Team United Kingdom, Ernie and Annie Graham in their Escort found themselves third fastest in stage 1 and best gravel competitor. As Zippo got happier with his crabbing Quattro, the father-daughter duo ended the morning second gravel crew. Kjell and Peter Fransson from Sweden in their Alpine 310 also benefited from Zippo's misfortune. You can't imagine this pretty little car being thrashed through the rocks, but on the wide open sweepers, it looks majestic. They were in touch with second overall by the end of the morning. Less fun for Siegfried and Renard Meyer in their German liveried Volvo 240. It made it halfway through stage 1 before its ignition packed up. 10-minute repair, they were able to continue. You might also ask where bronze medal winner from 2022 Antonio Sainz was. Problems in practice, the Porsche didn't really seem to be singing on the gravel. Must be hard work to drive. And best, by a huge margin, the legendary Toyota Celica of Ben Mellors and Alex Lee, who took 25 seconds across the 14 kilometres in the first stage, and then another 20 seconds in the second stage. He learnt about Zippo's damage and therefore, on the repeat of the first stage, backed off, but still won it to go into lunch with a minute advantage. The afternoon, 2 passes of the rougher Sant'Antonio stage and a single pass of Calderon. Ollie Mellors held 3rd position before lunch, but as soon as the first roundabout leaving service felt an issue. A loose prop shaft gave them a horrible vibration all afternoon and eventually caused a drive shaft leak. More importantly though, it stopped Team UK from pushing and they dropped down the order. This should have been to the benefit of Jari Litten from Sweden, but his Skoda ended up parked on the side of the road in stage 4, the end of his rally. Instead, Qatar's Abdulaziz Al-Kawari moved up to 4th in gravel. And Mexico inherited 3rd overall after being 2nd on stage 5. No change at the top, with Cachon dominating the afternoon and Spain once again fastest. His nearest challenger, Turkey's Ali Turkan, played it safe all afternoon. This allowed Rokas Steptonovicius to solidify his podium on gravel and even creep closer as the day progressed to overall. The gold medal in gravel going to Jose Antonio Suarez and Alberto Iglesias, who headed off to celebrate his 34th birthday. Silver to Turkey, bronze to Lithuania. In Rally 4, the big story would be the fight back for Hugo Lopez. First target was India, who spent 10 minutes parked up on the side of the road in stage 4. The only female racer disappointingly dropped down the order, but back up to speed for the rest of the loop. Brazilian Steedle was the next target. He spent the afternoon safely in 3rd in Rally 4, but looked in danger to lose that bronze medal in the very final stage of the day. That was until Hugo Lopez did this on the final stage. A tough way to finish the motorsport games. Slovakian Martin Koci lost 11 seconds in the first of the 2 stages of the afternoon to his leader, but won the final stage of the loop. To be honours even across the loop with Spaniard Sergi Perez. It was the 2nd gold medal of the afternoon for Spain and the first of a possible 3 for Sergi, if he's able to wrap up tarmac tomorrow and therefore the overall on Sunday.
So happy. The feeling with the car was perfect since the first stage. We have some big attack, and it's good to be back in the Rally 4 here in the FIA Motorsport games. The Spanish Federation is doing a great job with Coeta as well, winning the Rally 2 class. So perfect day for us, and tomorrow will be better for sure.
Yeah, because you continue and you have to fight on tarmac. How different, how difficult will that be?
Yeah, a new day, new rally. I think I know the stages a little bit. I did a rally here last year with a Rally 2, and it will be good to have this experience to have a good rally tomorrow. For sure, it's not easy, but I will try it.
Stage 4 was bad for Sweden. Not only did they lose their Rally 2 competitor, they also lost one of their 2 historic cars. Arguably the most attractive of the field, the Volvo 544 Sport of Kim Sevius had been happily in 3rd in gravel, but sadly expired. That handed the silver medalist in France, Wojtek Staff, a bronze in gravel. The Czech driver had a quiet day in his Ascona and will be in the hunt tomorrow once he gets onto more favoured surfaces. Ben Mellors continued to win stage after stage and racked up a complete sweep across the day. His winning margin in stage 6 was nearly a whole minute. The Celica may have filled with dust, but the 2.5-minute advantage over the rest of the field going into Saturday is a comfortable buffer. Zippo was struggling. The car was tired after being rattled around the Valencian rocks, and his comfort hold on the gold in gravel was wearing thin. It was Ernie and Anna Graham that were hunting him down, taking 33 seconds in the final gravel stage and returning to the circuit, stage 7, as rally historic gravel leaders, but by 0.3 of a second. On the infinitely less gravelly circuit Ricardo Tormo, Zippo ended up faster and won gold for Italy by 2.5 seconds.
This is a fantastic car to start with, isn't it?
Yeah, it's it's part of the historic rally category, and it's been put to bed because this did gravel yesterday, so it's sitting here in the service park as part of the historics. But over here should be the Alpine rally car, which will be out on the stages because that's doing tarmac today.
So it's quite cool how open this is. Just for reference, if you haven't seen the stream yesterday yet, anyone can access this area and you can get really nice and close to the cars like we just did. I mean, probably not inside, but you can get a good shot of
if you
some
ask
very
nicely,
old,
you'll be able to see.
People are very friendly, and we're just walking by Team Sweden historic rally cars. And Team Sweden is one of the big teams, a lot of people, but we've got a lot of nations, not just big teams, also teams who brought, like you said yesterday, one single athlete.
Yeah, so Sweden have got a very strong contingent in rallying, but congratulations to Spain, who have their first gold medal, I think ever in the history of the previous 2 FIA Motorsport games. So congratulations to Spain. Obviously our hosts will want to win come tomorrow evening. The paddock, as you can see, the spectators are starting to build up. We're expecting this to get very busy today, and I think you can still get tickets if you wanted to come to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia. So this is where the rally paddock is. Behind that is more rally cars, touring cars. Over there are all the garages where the F4 cars are. You've got GTs down there. It's a really nice mixture of lots of different kinds of categories of motorsport. We have 26 different categories. This just a little recap.
It's a lot to remember.
And 82 nations are coming. We've got new nations like Angola, and the ones who've been here, the OGs like France, Belgium, Spain, Italy. They've been here from the very beginning, but more people are coming from all corners of the world. It's so exciting.
One of your favourite categories yesterday, and which I found very impressive, was drifting. Drifting basically bathed us in a smoke cloud. Yeah. It was very exciting to watch. It was just behind the garages where we're standing now, behind the paddock on the other side. It's the drifting circuit. So I think it's time to have a look at some highlights from drifting from yesterday.
Yes, please. Next up in the live stream at Valencia is the Formula 4. So we'll be going to qualifying for that very, very shortly. So there's a chance for the drivers to make their last preparations, get themselves strapped into the cars and head out. They're literally going to be opening the road today. The circuit is completely green, very cold, chilly, and a chance for a lot of these young drivers have moved up from karting. So they're only just, before they were only old enough to do karting. Now some of them have moved up to be, graduate into Formula 4. And just a recap how significant this is internationally as a sort of stepping stone into Formula 3, Formula 2, and eventually, ideally, Formula 1 is the gold medal winner in Formula 4 at the FIA Motorsport Games 2022 in Marseille. Was a certain Kimi Antonelli.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, who is just signed to be a Formula 1 driver next season for Mercedes. So it just goes to show that not only is that category super important on the ladder of single-seater racing, that the Motorsport Games itself is a way to arrive on the scene. So it'll be interesting to see how some of these young drivers cope with that pressure. Some of them will be super experienced. They'll have come all the way through the ranks. Some of them will be quite green, like the circuit. So this will be a real test for them because these aren't the kind of conditions they'd be used to sort of racing in, and they've got to get this session done. They've got to try and qualify as far up the grid as they can to go for gold and make a good impression internationally.
I think Formula 4 here is also super interesting because obviously you've got like different categories or different like nations competing within Formula 4, right? And this might be the first time they meet each other internationally. And also Formula 4 is obviously a reference for a lot of people who only be into Formula 1 to get them stuck into the Motorsport Games and then also see all the other things that are going on here, right?
Yeah, it's super exciting. So the individual domestic leagues, the individual domestic championships have all come together for this race of nations. So as you say, they'll be benchmarking themselves against people from across the globe that they've never been on the same grid as each other before.
Let's go over to our lead commentator, Addy.
Day 2, the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games here in Valencia is just about ready to go, and it is just about light because on track at 8:30 will be the drivers for the single-seater action for Formula 4 for their qualifying session in anticipation of 2 races, qualifying race and then the main race for which there are medals. Wet tyres being used, stipulated indeed by the race director. There was a lot of rain last night. The track, I would offer you, is pretty much dry, but young drivers, inexperienced, in some cases they've never raced these cars, many have never even raced here, so the race director has said you've got to go out and use wets at the very start, but it could just be an exploratory lap and then straight back in for slicks. We'll see what they do. David Addison and Joe Osborne trackside. Yesterday we enjoyed 2 long free practice sessions, but here on a damp track, Joe, at the crack of sparrows, really, it's a real wake-up call, and anything they learned yesterday, well, pretty much a lot goes out of the window because the track surface is so different.
Yeah, couldn't be more different. And yeah, as you said, I think most people are going to dive to the pits pretty early to get some slicks on. Why do I think that? Because there's not a lot of spray being thrown up. A little bit here on the exit of T12, potentially in 13. But that first part of the lap looked very dry. A little wetter there into the last corner at 14 downhill. But in this short session, you need to be on the right tyre at the end of it. And that's what the drivers should be doing, is working from the backwards of this session, working out 22 minutes remaining, staying out for another lap. So if you think you can be on slicks in 22 minutes, I would be getting those tyres on as early as possible to generate some heat. And it'd be interesting to see if anyone does. But at the moment, it looks like everyone's just trying to find their feet and see maybe they're going to put a banker lap time in on the wets, then think about it. But the spray is quite sporadic. In places, there's not a lot. For example, here, coming out of turn 1 into turn 2, as we have a yellow flag somewhere in turn 1. But then the sort of disparity in nature is going to be difficult, really, to see what's happened. Someone being caught out first lap into turn 1, gets it back round. No harm done there for Team Slovakia there.
Yeah, Matutriva, the driver, So we did hear some tyres squeal, and that was the reason for it. Big lose. So yeah, as Joe rightly says, the road is wetter in parts than others. The other element to all of this is perhaps some will not go out at the very start and just let others clean the circuit for them. But I think actually everybody has ventured out. It might only be for an installation lap. Of course, the other aspect to all of this is that you might as well go out and learn the circuit. And if it's going to be a dry day, which the forecast says it will be, you're not really losing anything by taking laps out of a set of wet tyres. You're getting the mileage, you're learning about the circuit, but you're not actually destroying the tyres you want to use for the races.
Yeah, really true. And speaking to some of the drivers this morning, that's exactly their attitude, that this will be the only session the wets are probably needed for, and then they'll go on to the control slick, of which they've only got one set now to get them through. So actually all of these laps not on their slicks, they'll be quite happy keeping them fresher for the race. Obviously drivers think like that, not realising every other driver's exactly the same. So your tyre is no fresher, so the delta remains the same. Drivers now starting to veer off the traditional dry line, trying to find a bit of grip. All of these curbs and painted white lines as well will be extra slippy compared to the regular surface.
Now, yesterday, the driver to beat in free practice 2 was Team Israel's Ariel Elkin, and he was impressive. He'd been good in FP1, he was quickest in FP2, but he will get a 3-place grid drop for the qualifying race that comes up later in the day. So no matter where he finishes in the times, he's going to drop places because he put 2 wheels over the white line on the approach to turn 1. That contravenes the race director's instructions, and so a 3-place grid drop. The result there for Team United Kingdom is Riza Seaworthen, who went well at the end of the session yesterday, but then lost the lap time for track limits, so ended up further down the order than really he perhaps ought to have been. And you can see how he's having to fight the car. Just got away with that, but that looked really nervy.
Yeah, he looked confident with the entry, and suddenly it snaps around. So it's always hard to see from the outside. Did the driver do that on purpose? Did they trail the brake a little bit longer, a little bit harder, which helps the rotation, gives more grip to the front than the rear? Looking quick at the moment, Rez, and that's backed up with a purple sector 1, obviously. So coming through sector 2 now, tricky brake zone into 8, so lots of drivers locking up. They were the 2 biggest issues these drivers were facing yesterday. The first one you alluded to, track limits. It was so many, wasn't it, at times? I'd say every driver lost at least 3 or 4 laps of their session. And then the second one was really locking up the brakes. We saw some drivers having to finish the session early because they'd had such big lockups. They'd gone down to canvas, so obviously it was no longer safe or fast. Purple sector 2 as well for Reza as we follow him all the way through the lap. Turn 12 uphill, careful not to run too wide. Still be flat through 13. These Formula 4 cars do generate a good amount of downforce. Into 14, easiest place to lock up. We're seeing the exit now, and I think Rez is looking like he's going to go provisional pole position for United Kingdom.
And as he comes across the line, it is Ariel Elkin, in fact, who is slightly faster, but will get his 3-place grid drop. Here is Reza Seaworthen, who does now go quickest. So Team United Kingdom to the top of the times, a 1:49.3, whereas yesterday in the dry it was a 1:35. So a good chunk slower in these semi-wet conditions, but clearly it's affecting things. So Ariel Elkin second +3, so he's going to drop to 5th if things stay as they are. And black and orange mechanical warning flags are now being offered to a number of nations for not having the rear rain light on.
Yeah, the drivers would have been told at the start of the session turn on, but maybe in a rush they didn't, and it's the only way the race director can safely communicate with these drivers. No pit car radios this weekend for the F4 cars, so the only way they can is to get them in. But obviously that's going to lose you 2 laps out there learning and everything, so those guys are going to want to get in as quickly as they can and rectify the issue. I'm still surprised how little it's drying in places, but then for example, out of here at 5 and 6, I think slicks would be quicker. I just don't think there's actually going to be much time to get the slicks on and get them hot enough.
And people are still improving, even at this stage, with thinking slicks, but the wets are still able to work. Now, they're getting, well, hello, a mistake being made there by Team Malta's Nicky Gaucher. He rejoins up at turn 2. The cars are getting a bit lighter on fuel. The wets are getting warmer and a bit more grippy, perhaps, but they're still able to cut through this pretty minimal amount of water on the road. And that was Gaucher losing it coming out of turn 2 for Malta. And Reza Seaworthen is proving the point about being able to go quicker with an absolute best and a personal best for Team UK. He's in the last sector. He's heading up towards the line. It was a 49.3, 7/10 quicker than anybody else last time. And when Riza Seaworthen comes across the line, he will need to beat a 49.1 of Ariel Elkin, and he's in the 47s now. So there, Riza Seaworthen, 1 minute 47.652. That's over half a second quicker than Yevan David, the Sri Lankan driver, up to second now.
Yeah, and they're really close to the crossover point now. 12 seconds off a dry time. Short lap here at Valencia, 4 kilometres. What you tend to do as a driver is how many brake zones have you got? And then there's a delta between the wet and the dry time. So 8 brake zones here at Valencia, looking to lose a second on a wet tyre to a dry before the crossover. So I think they probably need to be somewhere in the sort of 40, 45s before we're in a real crossover point where slicks may be a viable option.
Well, Riza Seaworthen is still pushing on, another absolute best in Sector 1. Ariel Elkin, by the way, now is down to 4th, plus his 3 grid drop places. Up to 3rd for Team Luxembourg has come Chester Kiefer. He's been racing in French Formula 4 this year, but Chester Kiefer now into the top 3. Oscar Wirtz was briefly 2nd, but he is now back down to 5th in the times. But it's all still shuffling, as now Yevan David goes even quicker in Sector 1.
Yeah, Yevan David last weekend, Monza, in another single-seater race, and it was wet there, and he was quickest and won races in the wet as well. So a lot of these drivers obviously competing across the globe in different championships. Some of those in warmer climates may have not raced so much in the wet.
True.
But I think what we're seeing here in the first 2 are drivers that know wet weather driving, and that has given them a good advantage. Obviously, Seaworthen doing British F4, they've had a fair amount of wet races this year, so he will probably be at home the most. But Yevan David looks like he's going to really take the lap times down, maybe into the 46s on this lap.
Well, Seaworthen has done a 46.7 now to be the fastest, and Yevan David will go across the timing line and stay second fastest, in fact. So that lap was a 46.8. It is 54 thousandths now, the margin between the top 2. After his spin, Nicky Gowrie comes into the pit lane and will rejoin, still on the wets, and 14 minutes on the clock. Nobody really looking yet as though they're ready to bolt and take that gamble, because on a wet tyre, you're still improving lap times.
Yeah, and when they're not warmed, as in the slick is just bolted onto the car, no tyre oven, heating devices, it's going to take 5-6 minutes to get any meaningful heat, meaning you've probably only got time for 4 or 5 flyers. So I think the safe bet is to stay on these wets. Yeah. The only thing is, if you're somewhere out of position, you're not happy, somewhere outside the top 10, looking maybe at Brazil, Hong Kong, these guys, maybe it's worth a roll of the dice just to see if that can get you up the order.
But you're going to lose so many laps, as you say, trying to get them up to temperature when a wet can still generate warmth and a good lap time for you. Now, for the home nation, for Team Spain, the man to watch has been Juan Cota, and he is currently 6th in the times. There he is, coming out of turn 2. There, it looks dry, doesn't it? But you go elsewhere around the lap, and it looks decidedly slippery. But even though the drivers are still pushing, there are parts of the circuit where the car gets away from them. But I don't think that's the tyres going off. I think that's just the grip level. Yeah, it's like a greasy stage, isn't it, in Sector 1? So as a driver, you just don't get any bite when there's no water to offer any friction like there is in the part of the lap towards the end. It's almost easier, this greasy stage. The tyre just sits on top of it. See a big slide out of 14 there, rain lights flashing away as Team Portugal are going to cross the line, see if they can improve on their 6th place at the moment. And Chega Note stays there, looking for wetter parts of the track as well now, trying to cool those wets, not to overheat the surface of the tyre. Australia yet to do a lap because Griffin Peebles has lost lap times for track limit abuses. So Team Australia needs to get on with the programme here. There are 21 nations represented in F4, and it is now an Australian time offered for the top 10 by Griffin Peebles. He's gone 10th, so finally he's got one on the board, and hopefully that's going to stay. Juan Cota, in the meantime, 7th and pushing on, and Griffin Peebles drops to 11th because Japan improves now into the top 10. So Tosai Moriyama just knocks him down a place. Juan Cota up to the top 3 now as he goes across the timing line then. So Team Spain, which won gold medals in rallying last night, in Rally 2 and Rally 4 gravel, the 2 standalone competitions for the gravel stages. So Spain had a good start yesterday, and more medals possibly to come on the track today and tomorrow.
Yeah, as we follow Peebles, that you're saying from Australia, has managed to do 1 lap in half a session, so hopefully he does more than 2 laps in this 25-minute session. He's in a bit of traffic at the moment, but looks like he's fast. Someone who is fast, David, you can see on the timing screen there 2 purple sectors. We had a similar vibe from him earlier, didn't we? Then his sector 3 wasn't particularly hot. He needs a good sector 3 as we go, looking at the Team Sri Lanka car out of 14. A little bit of traffic in front, but he'll just be getting a slipstream. He's going to be breaking the beam. Needs to beat that 146.7 as he crosses it now. 146.2, clear by half a second. Great lap.
Very impressive, isn't it? So Yevan David then for Sri Lanka to the top, and for Argentina now, Gino Trapper being black flagged for not having the rain light either on or it's not working. So disappointment there as you look at the number 23, Griffin Peebles' car. So this is Team Australia. He was up and down the order and he slipped down to 15th, but with personal best in sectors, 13th is the reward at the end of the lap. So he has improved, but it could have been even better, but for a big slide coming through turn 12.
Yeah, huge snap of oversteers. He picks the throttle up at the apex. Just had too much steering lock on. That's what I love with single series. You can see their hand positioning. He had over 90 degrees of lock, picked the throttle up, and the rear said no thank you, and it gave him a big snap. That was easily 5 or 6 tenths lost. And when it's this tight, that would be putting him probably up to 9th position. So hopefully he can get a tidier lap in this one coming up. As Yevan David again, purple sector in sector 1, so these wet tyres are hanging on very well right now.
Now the clock has still just about 10 more minutes to go, and Yevan David is the quickest then, half a second to the good. So it's Sri Lanka, the UK, and now up to 3rd, despite his moment at the very start, for Team Slovakia, Matus Riba. So he's somebody else with lots of F4 experience and going nicely, and he's done now 146.9. At the moment, and this is possibly down to the weather, only the top 5 within a second of each other. But I think that's going to close towards the end of the session as the track dries out.
Yeah, the only thing I'm surprised no one's come in, checked tyre pressures yet to potentially do a bleed, because every lap you do generating more and more energy, going faster and faster. You just start to build the pressure, and then the car can start to move around underneath you. Maybe a tyre pressure bleed is a nice halfway health change, not going to the slick tyre, but maybe giving your set of wets a second chance to improve your lap time, as Yevan David improves again, 45.8 now.
And Ariel Elkin is down to 6th. We've got drama at turn 12 with 2 cars stranded. One trying to get going again is Team Japan, and that one is moving to Moriyama. And who was the other one that was involved in all of that? Moriyama for Japan
Malta,
gets going again. Was it right? So,
number 8.
yeah, Nicky Gauchi for Team Malta is the other one. So how did it all kick off? This is part of the answer.
So Japan looking down the inside, Malta trying to get out of the way on entry, and then the gap just diminishes there. It's, for me, a proper racing instant. To me, Japan would have expected Malta to get out of the way because they opened up the corner. Malta then turns in, which they're obviously allowed to do, and Japan's speed was just so high, it understeered them in there. I think both got away with that without damage, and I assume that's going to be investigated after the session. All the FIA race directors will have all the onboard footage and be able to make a decision if any action is needed from that incident.
And both have got going again, so the road is clear, and that's good news for the likes of Yevan David, who was quicker than anybody again in sector 1, but lost a bit of time in sector 2. But the road is now clear. Reza Siwa then in the meantime has improved in the middle, but not quite as good in the first sector. And now drivers going for the wetter part of the road, aren't they, to keep those tyres cool for the remaining 8 minutes. Yevan David goes across the line, quicker still, 1:45.8, no, slightly slower this time, 1:46.1. Time was a little bit later coming up on the timing screen in the booth, and so he's a couple of tenths down. So it started really well, but sectors 2 and 3 just ebbed away a bit.
Yeah, and we actually just see Argentina have to come in after that black flag. They're not going to be allowed back out. So a small mistake not turning the rain light on potentially has really hurt them. 16th at the moment, but as the track improves, that may keep dropping, is my fear for Argentina there.
So 7 minutes and change on the clock, and there's another one with a black flag now, and it is for track limits, except it's car 5, and a car 5 we do not have in the entry, so the plot thickens there. In the meantime, Matus Rieber for Slovakia pressing on, and there for Luxembourg, Chester Kiefer, who was going well earlier on. He's dropped to 9th now, but Matus Rieber looking good, improving in the first sector. Whoops, big slide, further proof of how hard he's trying.
Yeah, just working it through there. Easy flat in the dry, but in the wet, they're just having to have a slight lift out the throttle, more to manage the understeer. But as you lift off the throttle, can snap the rear round as you're taking weight off it. Thus, grip into 12. It's watch his hands. White gloves working away, sliding out nice and wide. Can he improve on this 4th place? It's been a scrappy lap from what we've seen halfway round, so maybe it's not going to be this time by. You can see that in sector 2. A lot of understeer there into the last corner, having to really put a lot of steering lock on, trying to get the front end in, and it's going to cross the line. We're now running out of time quickly, aren't we? Already 6 minutes remaining. This session has evaporated quicker than the water on track, it feels.
So for Team Australia, Griffin Peebles still presses on and making the run now through turn 13 to 14 at the end of the lap. Carl looking a little bit nervous through there, and he's having to work it hard. Curb on the outside is okay with 2 wheels, heading now up towards the timing line. And so for Griffin Peebles, number 23 for Team Australia, he will go up to 2nd fastest now. So that was a really good effort, a 1:46.1, and it puts him half a second down on the pole driver Yevon David, 8 thousandths up on Reza Seawortham. And Ariel Elkin, quickest in FP2 yesterday, 9th now with this grid drop hanging over him as well, 3 places to drop.
It's surprising, isn't it, how the conditions change, which drivers shine and which drop down the order somewhat. You can see Juan Coto Alonso there backing out a little bit in sector 3, nearly by 5 seconds actually, just maybe trying to bring the temperature of those wet tyres back down. As we look at some cars starting to park up now, is that through choice, or are they having to just maybe get some items checked?
That's a black flag for Portugal for track limits. So I'm afraid to say that for Francisco Machido, he has been brought into the pits, a black flag for track limits, and looking as though that's the end of his session. So with just under 5 minutes to go, that's him done. Also to the pit lane has come the Qatar entry of Badr Al-Solati, and he is 20th ahead of the Norwegian Olav Var. He struggled a bit yesterday and didn't do the whole session, which was a bit of a surprise to us for Team Qatar, Al-Solati, but today he has got himself by nearly half a second ahead of Olav Var, who I think may have a problem because he was quicker than that yesterday.
Yeah, he's on a lap right now. He's got a green sector 1 that's not particularly quick, but probably is, if he carries on that trend, good enough to maybe get him up to about 14th or 15th, I think, for Team Norway there. Pebbles purple sector 2 really come alive at the end of the session. Didn't do anything for the first half, but maybe that was the strategy, saving the tyre for when the track was at its best. Is he going to be able to improve on his 2nd place at the moment? No. And the gap stays the same.
It was a Peebles dash, wasn't it, that coming over the line? So Griffin Peebles for 2nd still. So it is Sri Lanka, Australia, UK, Spain, Slovakia, and then Brazil. Now the Brazilian entries only just got up to 6th, but Matheus Comparato was another driver that was struggling yesterday. He got those blistered tyres, missed most of the session. There's going to be an improvement here for Team Spain. Juan Cota comes up towards the line, and the Spanish entry now 2nd. So to the front row goes Juan Cota. Understandably, Team Spain, one of the most energetic ASNs, the national sporting authorities, of course, wanting to do well on home soil, but as an ASN, as a nation, they've really embraced the event. There are more and more black flags for track limits, and the next one is to Malta now. Nicky Gauci, who we've had a spin and track limit dramas, are now black flag. Yeah,
just going back to Team Spain, now less than a thousandth behind pole position, so really, really tight. Also, 3rd place has changed as well now. Peru up there, so the order is changing. A lot of these drivers getting black flags. The only defence I can give them from the driver union perspective and sticking up for them is getting a black flag in qualifying isn't in every championship. Normally you just lose the lap for your track limit warning, but here there is a limit to your track limits, and after that you are black flag. So that's going to start to hurt Reza Seawortham now up to 3rd place. I think the last part of the session could be getting quite interesting, chopping and changing of positions.
Yeah, Seawortham lost out in the last sector of that lap, so it was a better time, but he stayed 3rd up to the timing line now. 5th quickest is 17, which is the Peruvian Andres Cardenas. There he is. So again, all of these different nations, and of course there are some that are doing only 1 or 2 categories. There are other nations that are able to spread across many, many more. Spain being understandably very busy. Peru with representation in racing, rallying, esports as well. What can Cardenas do here? Also, have a look at Chester Kiefer for Team Luxembourg, because he's done an absolute best in the first sector. Peru up to 4th then, so Cardenas for Peru, 4th fastest. So it's Sri Lanka, Spain, UK, Peru, but we want to see what Luxembourg can do, and it's an absolute best in Sector 1 then for Chester Kiefer.
Yeah, really proven their point, aren't they? How competitive they can be on the motorsport global stage. As we go to Kiefer, purple Sector 1, green Sector 2. It's looking real nice at the moment. This is our good bet, for getting it on pole position with less than a minute remaining. So the next lap will be his last. I just saw Yevon David box and go back out. So has he bled his pressures? Has he got time for one more flyer as well?
A little bit nervous, that car coming out of turn 14, but Chester Kiefer controlled it nicely, and he'll break the beam. And where does Luxembourg go? The answer is it's going to stay 5th fastest. The lap time was better, but it's still 5th.
Yeah, he had the unfortunate, all the colours of the sectors, purple, green and then yellow, not an improvement for himself in Sector 3, and that's why it wasn't maybe as good as we thought it could be, as we see Argentina still just having to sit there after getting that black flag for not having the rain light on. They were 16th when they got that, now dropped to 18th.
Luxembourg, though, will get one more lap, so if Chester Kiefer can dig deep, there is a chance for him. It is still Yevon David then for Team Sri Lanka at the top of the times. From Kota for Team Spain. Reza Siwalan for the UK 3rd. Then for Peru, it's Andres Cardenas 4th fastest. 5th quickest is Chester Kiefer for Luxembourg, and 6th for Australia, Griffin Peebles. And Chester Kiefer is down in the first sector of this next lap. The checkered flag is out, and there are 1 or 2 sector improvements, but it's going to be hard, I think, to find a proper lap improvement here, but we'll see. There might be one last hero.
Yeah, as we go to Team United Kingdom, green Sector 1, just under a 10th better than he had done previously there for Seaworthen. He's really just struggling to get any bite from the tyres now. I think they have got to a point where they almost turn to jelly and they get too hot. Sector 2, a 10th down, there's still a chance he might be able to do something in Sector 3. At this point, the driver will be thinking, I just need a bit of a Hail Mary move, sort of sink or swim. I might as well send it into this final break zone of 14 and see if I can make it stick and get away. And I think that's the only way you can get rid of the understeer there at 14, is to go real late and hard on the brakes and try and pivot it. Reza there, the last car in shot coming across the line. Can he beat the 45.6 to put him in pole position? The answer is no. It's close though, isn't it? 45.7.
Yeah, 62 thousandths away from Spain, and the gap between Sri Lanka and Spain for pole position was 7 thousandths. But Griffin Peebles for Australia might be able to gain a spot on the grid as he comes up to the flag, because an absolute best middle sector shows he's got some speed. 6th at the start of the lap, and Australia ends the session 6th. So it wasn't an improvement of grid position, even though the lap time was better, but it was a slightly slower first sector. And sad to say, it wasn't an improvement. So as I say, 7 thousandths between the top 2. You've got other gaps of further back, 8 thousandths between, for example, Peru and Luxembourg. A little bit further down, you've got 10ths, but it is going to be very, very competitive. The whole grid covered by 4.6 seconds, but little pockets really close.
Yeah, you called it really well, David, in the top. What's that? Top 12 covered by a second at the end, so it did tighten up lots, and I'm now really looking forward to the race because we've got so many quick drivers very close together.
And the previous 2 editions of Formula 4 within the FIA Motorsport Games, both won by Italy. It was Antonio Rosso in 2019 at Vallelunga. 2 years ago, Andrea Kimi Antonelli was the gold medalist, and of course set to be a Formula 1 driver now. So it illustrates, doesn't it, the importance of F4. It's a globally recognised category. It runs across the world, and increasingly, although initially I think there was a general idea to have specification that you could interpret, now everybody is going the same way for the same engine, same car, and making it level across the world. And that has been perhaps one of the reasons why F4 has been so successful. It kept the Macau Grand Prix alive for a couple of years as well. Looking down at the circuit, you can see elements of the track and the different lines that people are using into the corner, looking down from the drone. Fascinating to see how deep some people go and how others try and shorten the corner, cut the corner a little bit and get the curb. Right, let's look at the order there provisionally at the end of qualifying for Formula 4 at the FIA Motorsport Games. Sri Lanka from Spain, from the UK, Peru, Luxembourg, Australia, then Greece, Japan, Israel, Slovakia, Hong Kong, China and Serbia, rounding out the top 12, and that is the 12 covered by 1 second. Yevin David is the driver that's fastest from Juan Cota. Reza Seaworthy third, then the Peruvian driver Andres Cardenas fourth, from Chester Kiefer and Griffin Peebles. Seventh in the end was the man that was quickest in FP1 yesterday, the Team Greece representative Philippe Armand Carras, ahead of Japan's Moriyama. Now ninth, but with a 3-place grid drop, Ariel Elkin and Niki Gauchi for Malta, ending up 21st and having to sit out the last few minutes of the session after being given that black flag. So now the cars go back to the teams, and Yevin David for Team Sri Lanka takes the top time. The cars will be checked. There are, of course, inevitably one or two things in the system that race control will want to have a look at. All the cars the same, the Tatius chassis, they're all on the same Pirelli rubber, they are all with a Abarth 1400cc turbo engine, so it really is a level playing field. But different teams operate them. 2 years ago, it was a different car and it was all centrally run. Here, they're all teams from Spanish F4. Some drivers are from the Spanish F4 Championship, but you can't drive for the team that you drive for in the Championship. You've got to drive for a different team this weekend, just to try to make things as fair as possible. But for Yevin David, really good job done there.
Yeah, super happy and being quick all year, so nice to come to a big event like this and stick it on pole. Really like his race suit as well, done really well to get the Sri Lankan flag, to incorporate the sleeve all the way up, as well as we see Kostas Karras, is that, sorry?
Yeah, Philippe Karras, yeah.
Just walking up, not looking particularly happy. He was very quick, wasn't he? He was quickest in FP1 yesterday, so he's obviously not particularly happy with his 7th place in that. But I think anyone inside the top 10 has a chance around here today, because of the slipstream effect. Overtaking will be very possible and easy at times.
So Yevin David for Team Sri Lanka is the man who takes pole position. Antonio Rankin has found our pole sitter.
Yevin, that was absolutely brilliant. Congratulations, our pole sitter.
Thank you so much. I mean, what can I say? My first motorsport games in Formula 4, super, super happy.
Thank you very much. It was difficult conditions. You did brilliantly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thumbs up, big smile for Yevin David, who has a quick word with us, and a job well done. 7 thousandths of a second, the blink of an eye, between Sri Lanka and Spain, Yevin David and Juan Cota. It's going to be a really competitive Formula 4 qualifying race later on today. Qualifying for the Formula 4 category at the FIA Motorsport Games was held on a wet track, and wet tyres stipulated by race control as the drivers ventured out onto the circuit. It was wet and the wet tyres worked all the way through the session, but it wasn't a properly wet track. It was greasy in parts. There was a little bit more spray on the pit straight than maybe had been anticipated, but the drivers coped well with the conditions. 1 or 2 drivers ended up having their own dramas, like Team Slovakia's Matus Riba. Others ended up being black flagged for constant track limit problems. And having been fastest in free practice 2, Ariel Elkin was a man to watch in qualifying, but he never quite got it hooked up, and in the end was only 9th fastest and ended up with a 3-place grid drop, a legacy of FP2 as well. Drama as Malta and Japan got together, but they were both able to rejoin, although there was a spin for Niki Gauchi up at turn 2 for Malta, as well as his dramas down at turn 12. And in the end, he will be given a black flag for track limits and have to sit out the last few minutes. Matus Riba was 10th for Slovakia. Pushing hard towards the end of the session was Griffin Peebles for Team Australia, and he would get himself into the top 6. 5th, though, went the way of Luxembourg's Chester Kiefer. 4th fastest in the end would be for Peru, the driver Andres Cardenas, and that another look at the incident between Malta and Japan. Reza Seaworthen, though, would take third for Team United Kingdom, having been at the top early on, but he couldn't quite match the pace of Juan Cota for Team Spain, who would be second fastest, and Cota, in turn, was 7 thousandths of a second down from the flying Sri Lankan driver, Yevan David, who looked mighty impressive to take provisional pole position for the Formula 4 qualifying race for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games.
Thank you, David and Joe. And yeah, extraordinary variety of lines. Look at turn 11, the inexperienced showing maybe, or just testing the limits of this very, very chilly, cold, damp track. First things out on the for the Formula 4. So the single-seaters are all spec cars, all these young drivers chancing their arm. Great result for Sri Lanka. We're going to move on to some more sort of single make very shortly, but I just wanted to point out some of the GT cars that we've got coming up, which is the GT3 category. So there you've got Mercedes next door to Audi, next door to Porsche. It's going to be very exciting when we see these cars out on track, and I think their lines might be a little bit more disciplined around the circuit, sort of all sort of hitting the same kind of lines, I would imagine.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll see. I think these cars are spectacular, especially for the audience. They're coming in already, and everyone's kind of coming close, taking pictures, and just the liveries look so cool as well. Like the flags being displayed, it's quite fantastic, isn't it? You don't see it every day.
No, I love it. Just to reiterate that this is the very rare chance. If you're a racing driver, you'll race for your team, you'll race for the manufacturer, you'll race for your sponsors. This is the only time that they actually get to race for their country, and so they wear the flag on the livery of the car. This is Chinese Taipei, and we've just seen Sri Lanka qualify on pole in Formula 4. Yeah. So it really is, they all want the gold rush to try and take home the trophy tomorrow.
Let's move around a little bit. We're going to do like a half circle. On the other side, we've got the Ferrari hospitality. So let's just slowly walk over there. Next up, we've got single make. So the Ferrari challenge. Single make, so again, they're all sat in the same Ferrari, brand new Ferrari 296. And this challenge has been around, Ferrari challenge has been around for like 32 years, so it's a well-established category, but it will be a fun watch. Yeah, definitely. Very much like the sort of the grown-up version of the Formula 4 we just saw. Individual countries, individual continents have their own Ferrari challenge series, but this is one of the rare times they all come together. There's also the Finale Mondiale when a lot of the different championships come together, but this is a chance for all of these Ferraris to race against each other, and of course they bring a very swish hospitality area into the paddock. And I know that it's always a big competition of who gets to make do the single make, who's the producer, and it is Ferrari. So let's have a look at the Ferrari single make challenge. Back to our commentator team.
Next up for the Motorsport FIA Games, the single make GT race. Qualifying coming up shortly. Track conditions here drying out, but as we've just seen from the Formula 4, everyone's staying on wets for their session. So jeopardy already in the air before cars even make the circuit. Giles Bourne here, joined by David Addison. We had an excellent session 1 for our first day here on track. How's it going to go, do you think, here for the single make GT qualifying session?
It's a new category, isn't it, for this year's FIA Motorsport Games, and it mirrors, of course, one of the most long-standing, most popular one-make championships, which is the Trofeo Pirelli Ferrari Challenge. And the cars which are new to the series this year are the 296 Challenge models. In the real world, if you like, they have a hybrid unit that's been ditched to get more power. So these are close on 700 horsepower, 2.9 litre V6 twin turbo engines. They are wonderful bits of kit, and it's a really competitive series. Now there are drivers from Europe, the drivers from there's a North American championship, so Lisa Clark, for example, Racer Mom, she goes under the title of, she's on the entry list as well. But is it going to be competitive? You bet it is. You've got James Owen for Team UK, who was the winner in the World Finals, Ferrari Mondiale, last week, and so he definitely is a man to watch, coached by touring car racer Bobby Thompson. And there are lots of other drivers, he was saying to me yesterday, who are forces to be reckoned with that he competes against in the European Championship. So it is going to be competitive, that is for sure. And another new discipline. We've got plenty of GT history within the FIA Motorsport Games. It was a GT race that created all of this, really, the FIA GT Nations Cup that we had at Bahrain circuit in 2018. But this, again, levels the playing field. Everybody with the same equipment. They're different teams operating the cars, but everybody has the same base car to begin with.
Yeah, and like you said, the 296 new this year for the Challenge Series, and it is an absolute weapon of a car. I've been fortunate enough to coach, drive, and work with the car. It is so fast. So we always used to having the Challenge car being slightly slower than the GT3 brother to the 296 in Scrim, but here I think the lap times could be quite similar because of that 700 horsepower these cars producing. The GT3 cars more in the mid 500s, so they are absolutely phenomenal and one of the best selling one make series car ever, and Ferrari really do a great job, and that's why they get all of these amateur drivers coming together racing across the world, as we see some of those world flags on the roofs of these cars, showing the sort of variety we're getting in the countries that have entered. Yesterday in their free practice session we had Georgia actually fastest at the end of it, so quite hard to call. Most cars looking like they're on the wet tyres. Be good to get Antonio just to keep an eye. Is anyone putting the slick Pirelli on? Because it was close at the end of the previous F4 session, I thought. These cars do have ABS traction control, so a little bit easier as we see Team Sweden there giving us the good luck symbol, and yeah, hopefully he can be a bit higher than the P2 he's alluding to.
Christian Kinch for Team Sweden. There is Team Italy, and it is Paolo Scudieri in the AF Corsa run car representing his nation. Started off in the Trofeo Abarth, but has been a Ferrari Challenge regular now for many seasons. But you've got the likes of not just James Owen as the man to beat, but you've got Christoph Herney for Switzerland, who's a former European champion. You've got Alvaro Ramos for Portugal, who's won the Portuguese Speed Championship effectively in a GT4 car. Axel Sartingen, who was the European champion in 2023. David Kayala, or Data Kayala, as he prefers to be known, who's won lots of touring car and legends competitions in Georgia. So it is going to be competitive, that is for sure. And there is somebody who was fined for being late for the administrative checks earlier on in the week, the Lebanese driver Talal Shire. Right, green light goes on at the end of the pit lane, and this qualifying session, 30 minutes it is, and we're in business.
Yeah, just seeing everyone with their rain lights on, apart from Team United Kingdom, the white car at the back there, obviously with the Union Jack on the bonnet. These guys do have radio communication, so the teams will be able to tell them. We saw in that F4 session, didn't we, people getting the mechanical warning flag, then eventually black flag if they didn't turn it on, so hopefully won't come a cropper for that for Team United Kingdom. Weaving left to right, trying to get some heat in these tyres. These will be brand new wets. They haven't been on the wet track this weekend, so the releasing agent will just be on the top of these tyres, and they're very slippy until that is off. So yeah, interesting to see who can get these tyres turned on quickest, get a lap in this 30-minute session, and then potentially look at a different tyre for later on. There's no spray again, is there, in this first part of the lap? The sun is out as well now. That's going to really aid drying the track, which was particularly wet in T12 and 13, I thought, at the end of the last session. So be interesting to see if these cars are still kicking up spray.
And for many drivers, it's the first time they will have raced here. James Owen has done some mileage around here for Team UK, as an example. He drove in the GT Winter Series, so although he's not perhaps raced this car here, he has some knowledge of the track, and others likewise. Over the years, the circuit has played host to the Ferrari Challenge, but the new for this year 296 model looks a long car, but it's a serious racing car, that's for sure. And the qualifying session underway, the road drying, one or two drivers being a little bit more committed than others there, as Team Italy, I think it was, trying to get through the traffic. Paolo Scudieri found himself boxed in and now able to get through past that slower car.
Yeah, this outlap, just trying to find a bit of space, less critical. So we see the sun really shining through the windscreen onto the Georgian driver's eyes there. That's going to be quite an annoyance Most drivers normally run a tinted visor in a GT car that you can obviously have up if you don't need it and then down if you do. But I think there it just looked like there was no visor at all on the Stilo helmet of the Georgian driver, so that could be a bit of a problem. Spotting your braking point is hard enough, then when you've got the sun blazing through your retinas, it definitely doesn't help.
Yeah, it is like somebody's literally turned on a big light in the last 10 minutes compared to what we had for the F4 qualifying session. Out onto the circuit will venture Christian Kinch in the Team Sweden entry, run by Go Motorsport and Herta Racing. Other teams, we've touched on AF Corsa. The Team UK entry, run by a team familiar from this year's GT World Challenge, or from the DTM as well, which is Licky Moly Team Enschler. So there are some good brains operating these cars and some good people behind the wheel.
Yeah, best teams in the world coming together in this championship and all the other support series as well here this weekend at Valencia. So, yeah, the drivers don't have any excuses there using an inexperienced team. They're all able to pick the team they wanted to run with, which obviously should be giving them the fastest car out there. You see one of the cars in the background, just trying to work out who that is exactly at the moment, but no wheels on the car, so maybe they are waiting for it to get a bit dry and just go straight to the slick tyres, which should be 10 seconds a lap quicker. That is the delta that you can get if you get the right tyre at the right point.
So you're looking at Spain, and it is Ivan Velasco Sanchez behind the wheel, former Clio Cup Spain racer. He's raced Minis and moved to Ferraris for this season with good success. So Ivan Velasco Sanchez will certainly be one to watch. Whether there's any circuit knowledge to be gained, we will see over the course of this session. Right now, though, Georgia looking really quick because Data Kayala is faster than anybody in the first sector than the middle sector. Although, yes, and the lap time that he offers up is a 1:45.6. So yesterday we got them into the 34s in bone dry conditions. It is a start-up lap anyway, but there is more time to come, that's for sure. But Velasco Sanchez will be the next one to look for.
Yeah, I think most of these drivers are going to do the banker strategy here, probably put 3 or 4 laps in on these wet tyres and then start to think about the slicks. The car in the pit lane that we saw was the 127 of Lisa Clark, United States of America, so maybe just waiting to see what the conditions are like before they commit to heading out there. She will be able to watch all of these pictures, and our driver coach will then be able to talk. But look at the spray here, through 13, definitely hanging on a little bit longer than the rest of the lap. So the cars have adjustable traction control and ABS, so if it is a bit slippy, you can crank those settings up to offer more support. But at the moment, that will be particularly slippy through there. 700 horsepower all through the rear wheels as well, obviously, will be relatively leery. P1 then for Team Spain, 1:43.0. Pretty quick in these conditions, I think.
2.5 seconds quicker than Data Kayala, but there is more to come from the Georgian driver, who has done an absolute best first sector. There he is. So Kayala coming up towards us now, and Kayala with third currently, being the Team Venezuela car of Angelo Carlo Fontana Oliviero, and then you've got Axel Sartingen for Team Germany, fourth. Right, as far as Kayala is concerned, absolute best and a personal best, but behind him, Fontana Oliveiro has done it the other way round, so he's going to be on for an improved lap time as well. They should all be improving, of course, really, given that the tyres are getting lots more warmth into them. Does Kayala go top? He doesn't. He stays second. So the lap time is better, but he still misses out as racer mom, Lisa Clark, gets ready to go.
Yeah, they decided to put some wet tyres on. Going to bolt those on, make sure that the right pressure, there is a minimum pressure they can be, so you can't go too low. Performance normally on this Pirelli tyre, particularly the lower you go, the faster you go, but the chance of a tyre issue because of the deflection in a low pressure is too risky. So there is a minimum as we look on into the garages, everyone with their hands over the mouth, surprised at the lap times maybe already how fast everyone is going.
And maybe a bit of concern that we wanted a bone dry circuit and we're still having to dry it out, and are we going to be in the right place at the right time? And of course, in terms of what you can do to the car for a wet road, well, they've got to think on their feet here, having been in the dry yesterday.
Yeah, and there'll be so many settings that can be changed, and the driver will be speaking with their engineer, can we go a bit softer just to let the car roll its weight around a little bit better, so it is then possible to use the weight transfer. As we've seen Team Portugal, Alvaro Ramos in the 150 car, nice livery on that, the fluoro yellow, easy to spot. Lisa Clark now making her way out, missed the first 7 minutes, so yeah, I think the strategy there probably is just to let the track get a little bit better before she commits to the track and starts her qualifying run.
So we'll see how she fares once the Team USA car hits the circuit. Right, for Portugal then, Alvaro Ramos improving in the first sector, but he's only 9th of the 10 that we've had so far, and therefore there is a bit more time to find. He didn't really sparkle, though, in the second free practice session yesterday. So Alvaro Ramos perhaps wanting a little bit more mileage, but having raced in these cars all season, knows what the 296 Challenge car is all about, and he comes then now up towards turn 12. So for Portugal, Ramos should be an improver, but now at the very top of the times it is Venezuela, because Angelo Oliveira has done a 142.7. He's 0.3 quicker than Spain's Ivan Velasco Sanchez.
Yeah, the lap times are going to keep improving, I think, for the next 2 or 3 laps. But then I do think the wet tyre is going to start to go off, because it's just going to get so hot. The surface of the tyre starts to kind of grain up, so there's less contact, and that just gets worse and worse. Generates more heat, which creates more graining, which generates more heat. Team Germany here coming onto the back straight out 6. Very easy to do a track limit on the exit there. Everyone being very respectful. A little bit easier to be respectful of track limits in the wet, because the curb's obviously that bit slippier. So as it dries out, maybe we'll start to see some more track limit warnings. We were seeing black flags given for F4 drivers doing too many misdemeanors on the track limit, so the drivers will have that in the back of their mind, that they don't want to use it too much. Venezuela really pushing on there. You can see the visor down, not letting the sun affect him. Purple sector 1, about to break the beam here for sector 2. You can just see the shadow there. It's not his best, but it's not by far, is it, 200ths behind, so there's still a chance this could improve his lap time and give a bigger gap to second place.
Bit of spray being kicked into his face, though. So a little bit down in the middle sector, and he's going to encounter that other car in exactly the wrong part of the circuit, isn't he? Because he couldn't really dive up the inside, and just that little bit of hesitation is going to go against him. And then, to add insult to injury, the car, I think it's Team Germany's Axel Sartingen, goes for the pit lane. Again, a lot of spray being generated, relatively speaking, on the pit straight, and Oliveira doesn't improve. He will go again. What about James Owen, who goes across the line for Team UK? He does improve up to 3rd there, just going down towards turn 1. The car being a little bit nervous, maybe, as he stands on the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, with the conditions at the moment, it's surprisingly patchy. There isn't a logic you can apply. Parts are lap drier than others, that's normal. But even there, when we're watching at 14 from the drone, it looked bone dry all the way through the corner. Then on the exit, there was a huge amount of spray. So it must just be where we had the thunderstorm last night, rain so heavy. They must have created some rivers running across the track that are just drying at a completely different rate. So a real tricky call for the drivers here on what to do on the tyres. James Owen coming through. Car looks nice and compliant there. Look at those Pirelli slicks. That's so much more contact area than those wet tyres. So Germany making the call with just under 20 minutes going. They are stone cold, so that's going to take him, I think, 6-7 minutes to get enough heat in there to really generate some heat. And look at those damp patches as we watch the car through turn 8, through turns 9, hopping over the curb, trying to use it, trying to straighten it up as much as you can. Less steering, more speed is the easy equation when you're a racing driver. But I'm really excited to see Team Germany leave. I think their outlap might be quite exotic in steering angle that way round.
It's going to be a voyage of discovery, isn't it? As Axel Sartingen for Team Germany will be the pioneer, first one under the wets. James Owen, though, from Wales, he's used to the rain, comes up towards turn 14, and is this going to be an improvement for him? Well, he's down to 4th again, because Team Switzerland's Christoph Hörni has gone 2nd, and Owen down in sectors 1 and 2, but he's staying out there. He's not yet deciding to bail. On that part of the circuit, you'd think, no, stay on the wets, but Axel Sartingen's first 3, 4, maybe even 5 laps are all going to be quite interesting. Into the top 10 has gone Lisa Clark, so it hasn't taken her long to get ahead now of Tel Al-Shaya from Team Lebanon. And there is James Owen up towards turn 2. So it is 0.2 of a second between the top 2, between Venezuela and Switzerland. And there is Lisa Clark, who raced in the Ferrari Challenge race that supported the Le Mans 24 Hours last year. So she has done quite a bit of travelling and racing to Europe, but normally competes in the North American Championship.
Yeah, it'd be a great honour for her to obviously represent the United States. They have a very strong domestic Ferrari Challenge series as well. So She'll be used to the competitive racing, new to Valencia, obviously, can pick up the track relatively quickly. It is a short lap, but 14 corners and very technical, long flowing into tightening corners at times. So one of those tracks that's quite infuriating as a driver. You make one mistake and suddenly it then knocks on to the next 3 corners due to the sequence of how they run turn 12 here. Very easy to run wide like we've seen a few times. But yeah, I think we're going to have 4 or 5 cars on slicks in the next few minutes, so we'll start to get a good tell. The interesting bit of the spray coming out of here at 14, it is when the car is fully straight. So yes, it is wet, but you'll see the spray come in any second now. The car shouldn't be affected by that point because the steering wheel's straight. You're going probably about 130, 140 kilometers an hour, so the downforce, I think, will stop the slick from spinning up at that point. So yeah, you just got to judge where it's wet and how much it will affect as we see Team Georgia heading back out on a new set of slicks.
And also in has come Team Switzerland, Christoph Herney, second in the time. So I think now, can we call this a session of 2 halves? You've got part 1, which is for the wets, and part 2 that's for the slicks. And we are almost at that halfway point of the session now with 17 more minutes on the clock. Big flash of the lights there, coming down towards turn 1 to say to the slower car, don't cut across and get in front of me. Now, Team Germany then was the first onto the slicks. This is Axel Sartingham, who is not going quickly enough, it doesn't look, to get the warmth into them. So it's still a bit tippy-toey.
Yeah, it's real tricky, but they are stone cold, so this will be the most extreme it's going to look at the moment. So we've gone on board with him. This will be a great shot. How much can he commit into turn 14? Not much at all. It is painfully slow at the moment, but when the tyres are this cold, grip levels are like ice. So I'm not expecting him to be fast, but you're right, we need to get a bit more speed to generate heat. Very chicken and egg, this situation. Until you go fast, you don't get the heat. But if you can't go fast, you're not going to get the heat. So the best thing to be doing is adding some brake zones. So on the long pit straight, just brake hard a few times. The brakes generate so much heat themselves that radiates through and the surface temperature picks up. A great illustration of a wet shod car coming past us, just how much more grip. And that's Team Lebanon. And they were currently, where are they? Sorry, ninth. So not even the fastest wet car. Shows you the delta at the moment. But what I think Team Germany have done well is committed first. So it gives them the most time to get the most heat in. And I think in 15 minutes time, it will be the right tyre to be on.
It's just being patient, isn't it? Letting the track come to your tyres rather than making a mistake, because it is easy to try to push hard. As you say, you want the warmth in the rubber, so you start to push, but then you go off and then it's all wasted. So starting and tiptoes round, and other teams will be watching all of this, but they're still committing.
Yeah, I think it's because the wets have gone off as well. It's almost like they can't improve on the wet because they've taken the best out of them. They haven't got another set of wets to put on mid-session. So their only option is the slick, which at least when it's your only option, you know it's the right option because you can't have any other drone. Looking at Team Germany, still very tentative. You can see that dry line now, though, at least. So that will start to give the drivers, but it's still patchy in places. So in the corners, they'll just be feeling the grip. The car talking to these drivers through the steering wheel, through the base of the seat. The driver just feeling how much grip have they got underneath them. The teams also may start to be talking to them saying, this car has just done X in sector 1, so we can push on a little bit more. Traction control, we said about turn it up, give you confidence that you can floor it, and let the car have the problem as we go back on board. Just trying to look at the traction control settings on the dash. Can't quite see it because of the sunlight. We're in quite a high gear as well, so trying to keep out the torque of this turbo engine, twin turbos that spool up very quickly, and suddenly you go from feeling like you've got 400 horsepower to 700 when those turbos kick in down to third. So at the moment I feel like we're just a gear higher everywhere, trying to mitigate the wheel spin that might come from the torque, as we see more slick tyres this time being fitted to James Owen in Team United Kingdom.
So in one sector alone, Axel Sartingham in sector 1, 13 seconds slower than the absolute best in sector 1. Not the lap, one sector. So we are still a long way from the slicks kicking in, but we will get there as the Engschler run car of James Owen is set to make its way back out on track. We've had a lap time taken off Spain. Ivan Velasco has lost a lap time, but with the slicks on, James Owen will be ready to go. Paolo Scudieri for Team Italy, good to go as well, and still on wets.
Yeah, so the only one we've seen come in and then leave again on wets. Be interesting to see what they did. Was it a setup change? Did they just bleed the pressures? Is that the team saying to him, listen, this car's 13 seconds off in one sector alone. We don't think it's going to happen, and the team have made the call and potentially overruled the driver on what they're saying. It does look like it's getting slightly quicker each lap though, but it's a huge delta to find in what we're going to have, probably only going to get another 6 or 7 flying laps. It's really going to be hard now to get the heat up, and I think anyone leaving on slicks now, I think James Owen has got a big ask ahead of him to get to this stage 3 laps later than Team Germany.
So Axel Sartingen, when he went through last time, did a 2:17 on the slicks, and we'll see what he can do on the next lap in order to monitor whether or not the times are improving. So the laps that he's doing are, if you like, proper ones. They're flying laps as best he can without just stepping over that line and putting the car in the gravel. So Axel Sartingen on this lap is still round about 12 seconds down in sector 1. So he's picking up the pace a little bit. The other one on slicks that made the change early is Datakayala from Georgia. And this will be his first lap on the slick, first flying lap, and it's 2:13, so that's better. So let's keep an eye on these two nations and see how they're doing on the slicks. 2:13 now is the better slick lap, but it's a 1:42 from a wet.
Yeah, so 4 seconds quicker than Team Germany's first lap, and the energy looked higher, didn't it? You could see the car darting around a little more, so I think they're just a little bit more confident. Team Germany now 2:10, so 7 seconds quicker on their last lap. So it is getting there, but there's still a long way to go as we see Venezuela also on slicks. Can they get the power down? Can they get that 700 horsepower all the way through the rear tyres? Still looking tentative. The clock is going to evaporate for these drivers. Yeah. When you need it to go slow as a driver, it goes fast, and when you need it to go fast, it goes slow. It's amazing how being a racing driver, you can bend physics and change how time reacts. Switzerland, are they taking the slicks off and putting the wets back on? It looks like it. I think that's the first team we've seen do that, actually reverse their decision. Yeah. Still got time to get out there, so if the driver's saying I can't do it, then listen to the driver and put the wets back on.
Yeah, because 11 minutes, it's just not drying out quickly enough, and there's proof. Lisa Clark has had a spin through turn 12, so now to try to turn around the car, the danger is she gets onto the wet grass, and then there's temperature loss that way as you put more water on the tyre. She's on the escape road and trying to rejoin without getting in anybody's way, so she's off the circuit. Just out of our window I can see her rejoining, and there you can see that Lisa Clark now needs to find a safe moment to rejoin them. She doesn't want to get in anybody's way, but it just snapped away.
Yeah, really went quickly again. That's just what happens when you're on slick tyres, cold slick tyres on a damp track, and that much power. Not really an obvious mistake. It was just came round super fast, as you can see, rejoining, trying to give the racing line at least to the drivers coming past. James Owen still in the pits on the slick tyres. We saw that car, so he's obviously done an out-in lap. He's come straight back in and said, no. Give me those wets. So we're seeing now a few cars doing that, track improving. At the moment, I can't say what the right decision is. It looked like Venezuela are generating enough temperature to maybe get somewhere near Georgia the same, but can Germany do the same? A 2:06 now for Georgia, so I think that's the fastest slick time we've seen thus far, but still 26 seconds off.
2:05 we've just had also from Spain. So Velasco's done a 2:05, and Sartingen for Germany's done a 2:07. So they're all starting to get there, as in the times are coming down. But are they going to come down quickly enough? 10 minutes remain. It's going to be touch and go. I mean, they're going in the right direction, but they've got to be better than a wet time, not just equaling it.
Yeah, it's still quite chilly here. It's only 13 degrees track temperature, 14.5 ambient. So it's obviously not much wind either, 4 meters a second of wind. So as we see those conditions coming up, and the humidity pretty high as well. So I think the track is just not dried as quickly as we thought, and it's caught a few drivers and teams out potentially. But I generally think it's a flip of the coin of what is the right strategy at the moment. And we've got everyone covered, haven't we? We've had some cars stay out on wets, some come in for slicks, back to wets. Yeah. And some staying on slick, so someone's going to get it right at least.
It's deceptive in as much as we were saying that it's become much brighter and sunnier, and it has, and maybe that tricked the teams into thinking it was going to be warmer than it was, and because it's a very clear blue sky, maybe they thought, right, this is going to dry out so quickly, and it just has not done. The temperature hasn't really risen hugely, so it is still a greasy road. 8 minutes remain, and Esport last time through Spain got to a 2-minute 1, but that's still giving you around about 20 seconds to find in 8 minutes, and I'm not convinced it's going to dry out enough.
It depends, doesn't it? One lap, they went 7 seconds quicker than the lap before. So if they keep doing that at that rate, it just about does turn the tide. But yeah, it'll be a diminishing return after a while. It won't stay at 7 seconds a lap. That is the problem. As we look at Team Sweden here, Kinch really pushing on. Great overtaking move, which isn't something you normally say in qualifying out of turn 8, splitting 2 cars there. Again, the sun really in the driver's eyes. Saw a little bit of bodywork flapping underneath the car of that Swedish car. I just wonder, maybe one of the exit curbs has just caught the flooring and it's just hanging down, but it doesn't look like it will be too significant and it won't hurt them too much. 5th place for Team Sweden now.
Okay, so that's an improvement for Christian Kinch, and Switzerland went back onto wets, didn't it? So Christoph Herney here now finds himself on wet tyres on a road that is drying a bit, but he thinks the wets have just got the edge over the slicks and might be able to help him find 0.234 of a second, which would give him provisional pole position. There's a second qualifying session for the Ferrari Challenge style cars for the one-make GT discipline later on in the day. Christoph Herney goes through, stays second. That lap was a 1:43.5. His best was a 42.9, so not quite as good as he went earlier on. This is the car that's fastest then into the pit lane, and wets. Back onto wets.
Yeah, very late call there. An interesting thing is, I can't remember the last time I saw a purple sector. They were done very early on in the session. So people are improving their lap time, but we're not seeing ultimate fastest sectors. And I think that's because the wets have gone off at the point the track was at its best. So if you were to redo this session as a driver and you had the confidence, I actually think you would wait for the first 10-15 minutes to go and then go out on wets, and you'd get the best of the tyre on the best of the track. But no one did that, understandably, because that is a big decision to make, to effectively lose half his session. As you can see, that bit of bodywork just flapping away just before the rear right tyre. I think on the Ferrari there, it's just where the sill meets the main floor, and something's just popped off as a big slide, and I think that is why it's hanging down. The exit curb has just ripped it off effectively.
Now, James Owen for Team UK, personal best, absolute best. Kinch stays 5th for Sweden, but the Welsh wizard is working his magic out there for Team UK. James Owen, there he is, with only really 1 corner to go, and this looks very good indeed. Back onto the wets. You were saying you'd not seen a purple sector for a while. Well, let James Owen deliver it for you. 3rd on the run to the flag, the run to the line. Is he going to get himself to the top? He is. James Owen goes fastest then for Team United Kingdom. Excellent effort that, and he's over 0.3 of a second ahead of Team Venezuela. Great job by Team UK's James Owen.
Yeah, and they made the right decision. They're coming back in for wets, busy part of the track. Again, we're going to get a good illustration of wets versus slicks. Team Germany in front on the slick tyres. Easily past. The slicks still struggling as we go to a replay of Sweden. That big snap of oversteer out of 14. We saw it from the rear. Looks even more dramatic from the front. Did really well to hang onto that, onto the slippery curb while you're oversteering. Already is never a particularly fun experience in hindsight.
So with a touch of the curb on the way into the corner, Christian Kinch has a wild old ride, but is 5th in the times, and he has just lost that last lap anyway for going wide at turn 14 because it was a track limit offence. Just to prove how competitive all of this is, you've got 7th and 8th, Lebanon and Germany, split by 1,000th of a second. Axel Sartingen for Germany and Talal Shaya for Lebanon. And Sartingen has got his times down a little bit on the slicks, but struggling. And with 4 minutes to go, James Owen has just proved, really, by going back onto the wet tyre, that slicks wasn't the answer.
Yeah, and it almost looks like James Owen had 1 lap on that wet tyre before it dropped off, because his next lap is quite a long way off at the moment. So maybe he's just going to do a cooler, and that's going to be the theme for the remainder of this session, is 1 push lap, put a load of energy into it, but then the car and the tyre overheats. So you have to just back it off for a lap, let it cool down, then go again. So I think that's going to be the only strategy that you can play at the moment, as we see Team Italy coming out of there, 6 tenths down in Sector 1, still flat through the kink at 7, hard on the brakes as we cut out the last corner. Busy part of the track yet again. Some of these drivers we're starting to get a bit frustrated getting their laps held up with other cars and traffic in this last part of qualifying is very frustrating. Team Germany there leaving the pits, I assuming they've gone back to wets for one final shot of it.
And for Italy, Paolo Scudieri has just gone up to 7th. Christian Kinch for Team Sweden has gone up to 5th. There is the Italian car. So on his last lap, Scudieri improved. This is a slower lap, unfortunately, but he has got himself slightly further up the order in this first of the 2 qualifying sessions for the GT single make category. And to the line will come Scudieri, but no improvement in the offing this time around.
Yeah, and only time for 2 more flying laps, so it's really, you've got 2 more shots at each corner to see if you can improve it as we go back to Kinch, who's probably been our wildest driver, hasn't he, so far this session, really hurtling that car around. Going to get the front end. Is it a little less wild than the last time we saw the car leaving the last corner? Much better, very compliant on track limits. There's a good chance here he's going to improve on his 5th place at the moment. Breaks the beam. What can he do? 4th place, 1 higher. Good job.
Yeah, he's chipped away, hasn't he, Christian Kinch, for Team Sweden. He's made the right call on the tyres and he stayed out and been able to improve late in the session. This is the car second, Venezuelan's entry, and it's now at turn 14 with the middle sector good and the first sector not quite so good in the end for Angelo Oliviero, and he comes up towards the timing line, breaks the beam and does not improve, so still 3/10 away from James Owen.
Yeah, team looking on not particularly happy. A shake of the head there. Everyone now starting a lap. This will be their last lap. We've got less than a lap time remaining. So what have people got? I said we hadn't seen a purple sector in ages. James Owen proved me wrong quite nicely. I'm happy with that. I'm always wrong. But we haven't seen another one since. So I'm saying that to try and invigorate people to do it on this last lap. That's my motive there.
Right, you're thinking. Yeah, rather more nervous teams. That's looking into the pit wall area for Team Venezuela. For Team Sweden, in the meantime, Christian Kinch up to 4th on the last lap, and an absolute best has just come from Venezuela. So your urges have been responded to here. Oliveiro has now gone absolute best first sector. And as you look down at Christian Kinch for Sweden going a little bit wide coming out of 12, it is the Venezuelan car now with less than a lap time left in the session that could well be the star.
Yeah, we saw the team unhappy. Maybe the energy funneled into the car, and Team Venezuela then have really picked up. Kinch coming out the last corner. Doesn't look like this is going to be enough to Kinch in pole position at the moment. He's going to just get this one more lap, isn't he? 30 seconds. What can he do? Stays 4th, 143.3. It's going to be hard, I think. That he's been pushing for so hard. I think he's had the best of the wets. Here is Team Venezuela. Lost a little bit of time in Sector 2. Not too much. Going to get a little affected as well by James Owen in front in Team United Kingdom, but can he do it? This is going to be just squeezing one more lap out of it. These are the last cars that are going to get the last lap. Team United Kingdom, Team Venezuela stays second, 5/10 off pole position still.
Yeah, so that lap for Venezuela started well and then ebbed away, and one more lap. But if Oliviero is stuck behind James Owen, he's not going to be able to improve. James isn't going to make life easy. He's not going to be obstructive, but he's just not going to be rolling over and letting him go by. Christian Kinch, in the meantime, has improved in Sector 1 for Team Sweden. James Owen goes a little bit deep there, down towards turn 4. And he is pushing, but now for Georgia, David Kayala has done a absolute best first sector. James Owen is about half a second down on that. And for Venezuela, I think Angelo Oliveiro is unable to get through and he's being slightly compromised. James Owen goes offline, but I just wonder what Georgia can do before the end of the session. And I didn't expect it to come alive quite like this with people on the wets. Now, we knew that Kayala went onto slicks. Did he go back onto wets, or is this finally the slick tyre turning on?
Hard to call. I'm just trying to look at the tyre wall. It's more yellow, the slick tyre. To me, that looks like a wet as my first guess. I would say it's almost definitely a wet, actually.
Yeah.
So they must have gone back. This is going to be really close to pole position here as he's going to break the beam. 6th at the moment. Purple sector 1. What can he do? He does go pole position by 400 of a second. Mega lap from Georgia there and takes the checker flag.
43 thousandths then is the margin, and Q1 topped by Georgia from the UK and then Venezuela. But a great effort done by Data Kayala to go to the very top. And for Sweden, Christian Kinch getting 5th in the end. James Owen will take the flag, but will be perhaps a little bit miffed that it's not the fastest time that he claims. He will be 2nd at the very end, goes through. That lap was a 45 anyway, so he rounds out the session, but didn't go any faster. So Team UK 2nd, and Team Germany, Axel starting and the first one to go to the slicks, and then ultimately going back to the wets. In the end, only 9th fastest.
Great shot of Team Georgia. You could see him coming out of turn 1, punching the air with delight. The team had obviously already told him your pole position within, what, 10 seconds of doing it. So, yeah, he will be purely overjoyed. Really good for Georgia to get a pole position as well in a super competitive championship race like this single make GT race will be. And
Team Italy's Paolo Scudieri 7th at the end of the session. So he's there or thereabouts. But it's going to be competitive, that is for sure. And that was kind of what James Owen was suggesting pre-event, that there are some very good people within this entry. And for Georgia, then, David Kayala, who has been a former Speed Series competitor in their slalom championship, went circuit racing way back in 2007. He's been a Legends champion, Euro Nations Cup in the Georgian Legends and the European Legends Series, went touring car racing for a time as well, and has been racing in TCR Europe this season also. At the end of Q1 then, for the GT single make discipline, Georgia tops the times from the United Kingdom. The margin, 43 thousandths of a second. Venezuela 3rd ahead of Switzerland. Sweden 5th ahead of Spain, with Italy 7th, Lebanon 8th. Team Germany 9th from Team Portugal, and the United States of America in 11th. Data Kayaya then is the fastest from James Owen, with Angelo Oliviero taking the 3rd quickest time, then Christoph Herney from Christian Kinch, and Ivan Velasco Sanchez for the home nation for Team Spain, completing the top 6. There is a 2nd qualifying session for them to come a little bit later on, and we'll see whether or not Georgia are going to be able to maintain that top slot. Well, it'll, all being well, be a bone dry circuit, so it takes some of the jeopardy away in that 2nd session. But from a driver's point of view, from an engineer's point of view, Joe, that session was, yes, a challenge, but also a nightmare, because you could never really guarantee what the track surface was going to be like long term.
And it feels like with a 30-minute session, it would have been easy because there's so much time to make the right decision. Almost felt the opposite way. We had too much time to make a wrong call there. I think nearly every car went to slicks as well at some point there. I think Germany went first and stayed on it the longest. With 3 minutes remaining, they went back to wets. So I think they were on the slicks for 12 minutes of that session, which ultimately proved to be the wrong tyre. But I can see why the teams did it. I don't think anyone's made a bad decision there. They were trying to use logic as we see the cars park up. So many races here. The garage is full of GT3 cars and F4, so the single make GT Ferrari Challenge cars actually going in awnings in the paddock. You can see how tight it is there. I think we're expecting huge crowds today. We had a lot of spectators yesterday for a Friday, so I think over the weekend Valencia is always a great track to come to, so close to the city, a great city as well. So we normally see lots of fans, but also fans that love their motorsport, more importantly.
Yeah, one of the other disciplines, of course, at the FIA Motorsport Games, drifting, that has its own track actually within the paddock. So if you think to the first edition at Vallelunga, we had the drifting on the circuit at the end of each day. Well, here it's a separate track built, and the fans have been able to go and watch that, then go trackside. And we've also got Electric Street, which is for karting slalom and auto slalom. That got underway on Thursday. In the middle of the Valencia city itself, in the museum, there is the esports competitions, plural, because this year we have a Formula 4 and a GT discipline. GT we had in the past, but F4 has joined this year. So very popular esports competitors. And The track drying, but curbs and track edges still wet is the official verdict from race control. So Georgia taking the fastest time in the first qualifying session for GT single make, and Data Kayaya will be a very happy man. Whether he can hang on to being the fastest, we will wait and see, because when the cars are back on track this afternoon, it should be an all-dry circuit, and that's going to give perhaps a lifeline to one or two people that struggled with those conditions. So after great success in Legends, there might be a gold medal coming this weekend for the Georgian driver, for Data Kayala, then, who is the fastest at the end of Q1 in GT single make. So the sun shining here at Valencia, the road drying, if a little slower than expected. Qualifying one for single make GT began on a wet but drying road. Everybody went out on wet tyres first of all to get in some banker laps, to have a look at the track surface. One or two ventured out a little bit later, such as Lisa Clark representing Team USA. But it wasn't long before good lap times were being offered up, and with the amount of water on the road being patchy, one or two nations thought it was time early to go for slick tyres, and Germany would be the first to make that call, but the road was still very treacherous indeed, and Lisa Clark discovered just how treacherous when she was on slicks, and the car snapped away at turn 12. Quick early on, though, had been the Spanish entry for Ivan Velasco Sanchez, and the Spanish driver hung on to the top time as others, like Christian Kinch, got tremendously brave through the traffic. But offline, it was still wet and it was still slippery, and going on to slick tyres was not the answer. There was plenty of opposite lot being applied by Christian Kinch, as James Owen was able to put himself up towards the top of the times. Christoph Herney was going nicely early on. He put himself up to second, but the Team Switzerland entry would start to fall away. And for Venezuela, Angelo Carlo Fontana Olivero was the fastest for much of the session, but he also got dumped down the order late on. And he was dumped by this man, James Owen, who was the fastest going into the last couple of minutes of the session, but he couldn't quite hang on to the time, because for Georgia, it was ultimately David Kayaya who was able to come through and score the top time. Only 43 thousandths of a second between them, but it's been ultra competitive in Q1 for single make GT.
So those Ferraris you just saw on the track, they're right next to us right now. You might hear the engine in the background. They are within touching distance.
Yeah, we're right in the thick of the action. And we might actually go and grab a word with the pole man.
Go ahead.
That's all right.
Much more interesting than me.
Let's come and say hello over here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you talk us through what it was like out there on the circuit? It's early, it was sort of damp, drying out.
Yeah, the surface was damp. It was crazy qualifying because at first we go with wet tires. I made average lap time to fix the time. Then we switched to slicks, but it was really difficult to hit the slick tires, and I had no grip. Then in the last moment, it was 2 or 3 minutes when I came to box. We switched again the wet tires, and I had only one fast lap, and I did it. I'm happy because you have stress, everything you should do without mistake the one lap, and at the end we are P1, and I'm more than happy.
That's amazing to make it all happen when it really needs to happen.
Looking at Esport,
and of course, when you go out again, the conditions will be completely different.
Yeah, it's difficult, but it's racing, and usually we should withstand all the situation, and I think everything will be okay for the quali too.
And if you want to say a quick word in your own language for the fans watching at home.
Yeah, will be great. დიდი მადლობა გულშემატკივრობისთვის ყველას. ძალიან მაგარი კვალიფიკაცია იყო, პირველი ადგილი დავიკავეს და ისევ და ისევ დიდი მადლობა თქვენ და ჩემ ქვეყანას საქართველოს.
Thank you, well done. So there we go, representing Georgia, and Team UK car came in while we were there as well. So we're right in the thick of the action here, but like he explained it really well, that because the conditions are changing so much, he had to get everything right in a very, very limited window, and he did it, and you can see he's very, very happy.
Another category where you have to get everything right is esports. Yeah. It was very close yesterday. They were racing in Valencia in the Arts and Science Museums yesterday already with a really, really close result at the end of the day, and they're back at it today, so that was fantastic. We'll look at the esports in a minute, but we've got touring cars coming up first. Now, touring cars, another great category, might look a bit similar to what we've seen already, but it's quite different. Have you got some intel on touring cars?
Yeah, so we're moving straight along. Obviously, these GTs were all Ferraris. The GTs that they're racing in on Assetto Corsa in esports are a variety of cars. Now, touring cars are, of course, up to 2-litre production vehicles using the TCR spec of cars, and so I think we've got Honda Civics, an Audi, and Hyundais. There's a mixture of cars, but there's some great drivers to look out for. It's nice, as we've spoken about before, the youngest competitors at the FIA Motorsport Games this year are like 8 years old. The oldest is 70, but there's also transgenerational, and one of the drivers representing Spain is Eric Genet, who is the son of Jordi Genet, who is a Spanish touring car legend.
We're just in the way of the Venezuelan
Ferrari there. Sorry, guys. Permiso. So yes, we've got a Brit, a Swedish driver in touring cars to look out for. So there's plenty on offer, but exactly the same as the single make GTs and the Formula 4 before them. The conditions are changing. We might change from cold early morning spec quite soon to take off our jackets into shirts. They're having to deal with what tyres to use and how much grip there is on that circuit, which is drying rapidly. So it's a fascinating process, and it's just going to keep getting better all day.
Another driver to watch out for, Canadian female driver. We'll go straight in their touring cars with elite commentators now.
We are ready for qualifying for touring cars at the FIA Motorsport Games, and the circuit, which was pretty wet this morning, is drying, but it's drying slowly, and we're looking forward to seeing how the touring cars are going to cope with that front-wheel drive 2-litre turbocharged cars running to TCR regulations that has been around for a decade or plus now, and has been adopted by many different nations. So it is a rule set that is around the globe, and that's echoing what we've had, for example, in GT3 and also in Formula 4 as other circuit racing categories. Cars making their way down the pit lane. David Addison and Joe Osborne are trackside, and although the sun shines and there's not a cloud to be seen, it's not exactly the warmest of days, and this circuit is taking an age to dry out.
Yeah, the first two sessions we've had, F4 and single make GT, the Ferrari Challenge cars, I thought they would all be on slicks by the end of their respective sessions. Neither have been. So we've been thrown a bit of a wild card in that regard. TCR cars quite different. Obviously front-wheel drive now generate a lot of temperature very easily in the front, but not in the rears. We do see that strategy where they will sometimes come into the pits and put those fronts onto the rear and vice versa to help distribute the hot tyres around the car easier. But we're seeing wet tyres on the back of the Bangladesh car here, so they will be heading out, getting some laps in, and then they'll be able to see exactly what they've got underneath them. 30-minute session, so plenty of time to come in, change tyres if they want it, even change some of the setup. You can see they're brand new wets as well. You see the writing on them, but they do have a releasing agent on them, remember, so a slippy substance that helps the tyre come out of the mould in the production facilities, but is like ice for the first few corners. So interesting to see where people go on their tyre strategy at the start of this qualifying.
Indeed so, and whether they're going to be using all of those 30 minutes or biding their time and taking as few laps as they can out of a set of the tyres for this session. Pirelli rubber as you look down to the Hyundai of the Czech Republic's Adam Kaut, and he will be another man to watch, Adam Kaut, having gone well yesterday in the free practice period. Right, the cars now being released from the pit lane, green lights go on, and as they head down the pit roads, there are lots of eager beavers and a few stragglers, aren't there, who are just biding their time before they go out onto the circuit. The circuit is going to be slightly different in terms of how many liberties they can take compared to yesterday. At turn 8, which is the long left-hander, there is going to be a tyre stack placed. There it is, or two of them in fact, and that is because yesterday people were cutting the corner. So the race director warned them and cancelled lap times, and still they did it again in FP2. So now those tyre stacks are there to make people, Joe, fundamentally stay on the tarmac, whereas big slide from Brazil proves just how treacherous it can be and it's not as dry as you think. But those tyre stacks, if you hit them, they're going to do some damage.
Yeah, Brazil there on slicks as well, the take I get from that. So you can see that they are taking a little longer to warm up the rear, but front wheel drive, nailed the throttle and straightens up. Yeah, the first one of those two at turn 8, as a driver, my complaint would be it's actually on the curve. That bit of the track I should be able to use, but they're in an aggressive position there. So might catch a few drivers out. This is the first time they're there, so they would have been warned, but they'll just be getting their eye in. There they are behind the cars, but that is going to change the racing line somewhat. So the drivers are going to be thinking on their feet, on the fly, how can I now adapt and still find an advantage over my competitors now the parameters have been changed.
Now, the regulations for TCR mean, a bit like GT3 racing, that there is freedom of manufacturer, so you don't have everybody in the same type of car here. So we have Cupras, we have Hondas, we have Audis, we have Hyundai as well, so there is variety across the brands. As in Super Slow-Mo, you have a look at Team Brazil's Rafael Reis, who in the Cupra gets it all crossed up.
Get him entered in the drift competition behind us. Here, look at that. Amazing. Front wheels going as fast as they can. Rear wheels almost stationary. And then a little bit of smoke, straightens it up, and off he goes. Oh, we've got an onboard as well. This is brilliant. So into the next right-hander, we're going to turn in, and the rear is not going to be able to keep up the front, and it's going to be a lot of left-hand down now. Full throttle. Bum, 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 bum. Straighten her up. Off we go. Amazing, really, wasn't there? Very little time loss, I think, and I'm sure there's a Rice smile behind that helmet as well.
Absolutely. So Rafael Reis drawing attention to Team Brazil as the drivers head up towards turn 2. Nobody, dare one say, looking overly committed, overly rapid at the moment, as though they're just exploring. And I don't suppose they want to be in pockets of traffic either, do they?
No, exactly. Yesterday in free practice 2, the fastest time, 140.3 from Team Italy, from France, from UK. So the top 3 very, very close, within a tenth and a half of each other. But yeah, you're quite right. Everyone's kind of sticking together, exploring the limits together, as someone has explored too far. Team Indonesia there, far into the gravel. Looks like turn 10 potentially. Would have lost the car through the right and is now on the far left, almost the entry of TL11.
Red flag.
I can't see that car getting out, hence the red flag is shown. And yes, that is a tough start to the morning for Indonesia, who are going to take a little while to be recovered from there as well. So this now plays into the hands of people on slick tyres, I think, because they will be able to sit in the pits and the tyres will still generate some temperature just sat there. Let's see how Indonesia got there. So into turn 9, into this right-hander. Oh, it actually goes at 9. It goes really early and loops all the way round. Very easily done. Gravel Trap doing a mega job of stopping the car before it got to the barrier. But yeah, it shows you the energy and the momentum that car had.
So he's a long way off. It was a clip of the curb at 9, wasn't it? And around it went. So off the road, Umar Abdullah, who has been in the TCR Asia Championship this year, and a win, lies 4th within it. There is Eric Hane making for Team Spain his way back to the pit lane, the son of Jorge Hane. Therefore the nephew of Marc Hane, and there is the Brazilian driver Rafael Reis for the pit lane as well. But Eric Hane will be one to watch, the 17-year-old. Now, because this is a qualifying session, the clock stops, but 27 minutes are on it. When they go back out, you've got to take, of course, the out lap out of this, and then a lap to get things up to temperature again. I would fear that whatever temperature was generated in those slicks will have gone by the time we go green again.
Yeah, so 25% would be my guess. There'll still be some residue heat, so it won't be as bad as an out lap at the start of the session, but for sure not in the window as much. I think what I'd be doing here as a driver and a team, if I was on wet tyres, I'd be looking at the cars that are on slicks. Are any of them taking the slicks off? If they're not, then I would be copying them and putting my slicks on. Likewise, if their slicks are putting wets on, then you know they're not happy, and I would continue on my way. So you've got to just be looking down the pit lane and trying to gauge there. You can see a tyre change, getting ready for Czech Republic there. Germany coming in to park up as well. Brazil pushing back. So there are some tyres coming off. Is that just the front to rear on Spain? They were on slicks. As we see the Czech Republic taking off their front tyres, they are taking off slicks and putting the rear, a brand new front on actually. So maybe they were just using a used slick to see the track. Yeah. Now they're ready to put the new tyre on and extract the most performance.
But what presumably they will do is one relative push lap and then do a tyre cross. So you've got the warmer tyres not just on one side of the car. So they'll do a lap, cross, go back out. So it's going to be 2 or 3 laps, therefore, before they start doing times.
Yeah, and it shows you why it's a team sport, because the mechanics are going to be really important here, doing that cross as quickly as they can. Obviously, giving the driver the most amount of time. Brazil either left on new tyres and they're just doing that cross now, or they're staying on their used tyre and saving the new tyre for later on in the session when the track will be its fastest. Team Indonesia now pulled out behind the barrier, so it could be going green very soon. Argentina staying on the wet tyre at the moment, so we've got a bit of a split strategy going on. Is that a slick on the front and a wet on the rear, though? I think definitely a wet on the rear, and it looked like a slick on the front for me, so maybe a slight different strategy again from Argentina there.
Now, maybe they're still in the middle of the full change, because in certain championships you can't do that. You've got to go one or the other, but you can't do a mix and match. So we might need to have another look at the regulations to see whether you can run both. The session will resume on a short call, says the race director. So when he's happy, it'll be a call, and the Indonesian car is making its way back now to the paddock. But I rather fear that it's now he's on what was the rally stage of last night. Whether he's going to be allowed to rejoin the session is a moot point, but the car is being brought back with the marshal ahead on the scooter back to the paddock.
Yeah, I mean, we've had the drift competition in this session. Now we've got the rally stage. It's a multi-discipline TCR category so far. I'm glad he's got the marshal in front. As a driver, you always do your track walk and you look at the access roads, gaps in the barrier, so if something does go wrong, you've got an idea. But that's a long way round the infield. I think they're going to end up taking the tunnel out of the last corner at 14, then coming back into the paddock. So this is a long way back. The marshal doing a great job on that scooter in front there, just guiding them all the way around. Going to do a right-hander now as we go back to green, and off we go again. Clock ticking, under 27 minutes remaining. What are we going to see lap time wise? Like I said, 1 minute 40 was the fastest in free practice 2. I reckon the first fly is going to be above 1 minute 50. Such are the conditions. So it's going to take a long time, I think, to see anything representative lap time as we go on board again with Team Brazil. Is it going to be less dramatic? We're coming into the same corner. T4 turns it in, gets the car hooked up real nice, less drifty, less spectacular, but faster, to state the obvious there. Now coming up the hill, coming over to the right-hand side, we can see the car's still pretty tight, all jostling for position on this outlap.
The regulations don't say that you can run slicks and wets at the same time, but they don't say you can't. So the teams will interpret that as they best see fit, and they may well have asked the technical delegates in the pit lane anyway to have some clarification. So we're back running, and we are now looking at 26 minutes as for the Team UK entry. That is number 246 of Jensen Brickley. 246 was the number he ran in Brisker Mini Stocks a few years ago before he came into junior saloon car racing. And Jensen, Fiesta Junior champion, BRSCC Fiesta champion, and currently the championship leader of TCR Spain. What else but for a British driver? He's not raced here in TCR Spain, but he's gone really well in that championship. So Jensen Brickley, quick driver. His father was a Brisker Formula 1 stock car racer many moons ago. For Team Turkey, another driver to watch, Zekai Özcan, who is third currently in the TCR European Endurance Championship, having raced in the Italian series a year ago. Right, so Jensen Brickley then for Team UK. Rafael Reyes behind him up towards the line. A lot of weaving going on now to try to urge that warmth into the tyre.
Yeah, it's going to be still tricky, isn't it, for another couple of laps. Surprised they're not trying to find a bigger gap at the moment, as we see France leaving the pit lane, doing a good job, staying to the right side of that white blend line. Team Brazil going to cut across the front of us any second now. There we go. So it is an awkward pit exit. I don't think France could have done anything better there. It is just an unfortunate nature. You can see how slow we're having to go on this outlap. You can hear the gearbox and differential chattering away. Race cars are designed to be driven fast, and they feel very agricultural at this sort of speed. So don't be alarmed at some of the noises coming out of the Team France car at this moment.
With Aurélien Comte behind the wheel, who is second at the moment in TCR Europe with a race win. Number 19, Eric Genet then, who's moved from karts to Spanish F4 and then to touring cars, 5th in TCR Spain. Currently, there's another event of that, another championship weekend still to go. But Spain really embracing the FIA Motorsport Games. Everything we've talked about thus far has had not just a Spanish entry, but a competitive Spanish entry.
Yeah, especially here with Janae. You could say it's in his genes, couldn't you, or his Janae, because it's got such a motorsport family. It goes all the way through the veins. So I think they're going to be very competitive in all categories. TCR, no different.
Now, we'll see what a flying lap time might be out of Eric Jenner come the end of all of this. Others are still sitting in the pits, getting themselves ready to go. That for Team Denmark is René Poulsen, who is a race winner in the Danish Championship, with that tyre cross going on of sometimes it's the lefts to right, sometimes it's the fronts to the backs, but the team will work out exactly what they feel they need to be doing as Marco Butti goes towards the timing line with an absolute best now in the first sector. Now, for Team Italy, Marco Butti is one to watch. He's got one of the longest CVs out of this entry and has also been very successful, whether it's been in TCR Italy or Germany or Europe. He's done some GT racing this year as well as TCR racing, but I would think that for Italy, Marco Butti has got to start as one of the favourites.
Yeah, definitely so. He's won so many races across the world, so you can see at the moment the purple sector is looking very dramatic in their lap times, but we are still 9 seconds off the ultimate pace shown in FP2, so this looks like he's probably going to get into a 146 region, so it'll be clear by maybe 3.5 seconds as he crosses the line, but we're still a long way off, aren't we? 146.8, 2.8 quicker than anybody, and we're still seeing cars doing the cross. Poulsen coming out, doing a really good job once again, staying out the way as Butti has a big slide. Those rear tyres not up to temperature then, and track limits, and stays out the way very nicely for the other Honda TCR car coming through.
So that lap wasted by Marco Butti with that error at turn 1, because he'll get a track limit warning for it. The lap will be cancelled, so he might as well just crawl round now, try and use this as a start-up lap. You've got Adam Kaut then for the Czech Republic going nicely in sector 1. How is Jensen Brickley for UK doing? 7th at the moment. There is the Cupra with the Union flag on the front of it. The Czech Republic colours integrated into the Hyundai livery, and a bit of a twitch out of Adam Kaut's Hyundai as he comes out of 12.
Yeah, hustling on hard. Last couple of corners I've seen him running wide on the exit. Is he going to get away with the track limit ones? It's hard here. Some corners are policed heavier than others, so as a driver your job is to find out where you can run up to before you do get a penalty. At the moment, P3 in the 68 Hyundai. Where does he go? 2nd, very tight as well, isn't it? Less than just about half a tenth, sorry, to pole position. Is going to get, I think, held up by Team UK as we go to Canada. Another busy part of the track. People maybe just trying to find the space now. 21 minutes remaining. Doesn't look like many people are coming in for a cross. At the moment, we've got 2 cars in the pit lane, and that is it. But yeah, the lap time's really starting to fall dramatically. And
for Team Argentina now, Ignacio Montenegro, who is, as you can see, with absolute best in sectors 1 and 2, coming up towards the timing line. He's been a race winner here in TCR Spain anyway in the past, so he knows the track. And Montenegro, who's been a regular in the FIA Motorsport Games, goes quickest then. It's 1 qualifying session for the touring cars, so it all counts on this session. René Kircher for Germany, for Team Deutschland, ready to go back out as well. So René Kircher 6th in the Eastern European Championship, and comes then now ready to go. Car to be dropped down in a moment. Thumbs up. He's not the only one in the pit lane, because Aurélien Comte is back in as well.
Yeah, so just seeing a different strategy from a few guys here, saving the new tyres. New tyres, TCR car Valencia, 1.5 to 2 seconds of lap time over an old slick. So there's no point putting that new slick on when the track's more than 2 seconds off. You're better to get your banker in on an old tyre, then come in for the new tyre. But that means you're going to be doing 2 sets of crosses, so there's not going to be actually many flying laps as we see Janae box.
And we see Jensen Brickley going for a decent lap here, because he's already up to 5th and with an absolute best in the middle. What can Jensen Brickley do against Montenegro? He can go quicker. So Jensen Brickley up to the top of the times for Team UK. Excellent job done. 1:45.7, 3 tenths to the good. But Ignacio Montenegro is still pushing, and he is still out there wide, coming out of the right-hander, but as he comes towards 12, Montenegro, another absolute best in Sector 2.
Yeah, pushing on really well, car. Balance looking good. Booty behind, not looking as stable, is it? That car we've seen a lot more rotation. Is he running a bit more rake, both in Honda cars, but maybe the rear's a bit higher, which is offering more front grip, but less rear grip. Great shot. How much they can cut the curb at T14. Hooks the front in. Montenegro about to break the beam. Can he reclaim first place? Yes, he can by 7/10. What's Booty got behind? Stays third, second off that Honda in front.
Yeah, Marco Butti has got cars ahead and behind, so Butti sandwiched as he comes down towards turn 1 with traffic all around him. And Marco Butti on that lap, 4th, so not really being able as yet to take the cudgels up, and way out wide behind. Who was that getting it all wrong?
I think that was Canada, potentially, or Belgium. Yeah, really wide. The track limit definitely done. It's awful as well when you do it on turn 1, sorry, because then the whole lap you just know isn't going to count because you've already lost that to track limits. France out, looks like on another set of tyres, really aggressively weaving. That is the best way to get tyre temp in the rear of a front-wheel drive car, and he's going to have a nice gap as we see Brickley coming through. 2 personal bests. Can he do anything in Sector 3? Needs to be a purple if he's going to get pole position provisionally. But remember, we are still 5 seconds off our fully dry times in the practice, so there's going to be a lot of movement, shaking still to go. Still not even halfway through this session. He does take P1 with a purple Sector 3. Great job from Team United Kingdom. Setup change going here. Love seeing the mechanics, what they're doing there. Look like a tweak. What would that be? Potentially roll bar. They were just finishing up, putting the link back on the rear roll bar there. Slicks going back on Team Brazil. I don't think we're going to see anything but slick tyres put on. 5 wheel nuts. Electric gun will do them up. You can hear the torque, making sure they're right. They may also just check it manually with a torque wrench just to make sure the wheel gun is getting the correct torque. If they're in a rush, it is safe enough to trust the electric gun. Stands coming out. All these cars are able to be lifted up with an air lance system, so the air goes in, pressurizes the stands, which shoot out the bottom of the car and lift up the car instantly. Go on board with Comte, still warming these tyres up, so it's taking at least 2 laps to get the heat in, staying off the the higher curbs there. Can do some damage to the tyre when the pressure's a little lower. Brickley there, purple again in Sector 1. The session is going to just stay alive, I think, for the next 16 and a bit minutes. Just listening there, flat through 9, then having to brake a little earlier than they were for T11, ultimately getting the car in, still not using the serrated curbs, just getting ready. Had a quick glance in the mirror there just to make sure he isn't anyone behind. He's just trying to maximise the gap to this car, which is in front of him on track. Brickley, not fastest in Sector 2, but not by much. Going to get a bit of a slipstream, I think, there off Bangladesh as well as he comes to the line. I think he's got a chance of improving his overall lap time. What can he do? He does. Half attempt quicker, 44.790.
Nicely done with good sectors, and now the traffic slightly gets in the way as Ignacio Montenegro then is ready to go back out, see what he can do. Montenegro's second, and he now needs to find 0.161 of a second to go top. Brickley sorts out the Bangladesh entry of Avik Anwar, car dealer, and a driver that's raced in the Volkswagen Cup in India as well as Clio's in the Middle East, so another experienced driver of saloon cars. And again, good to have different nations on the grid. You don't always think Bangladesh when you think motor racing, but it's good to have the car of Avik Anwar here this weekend. Also improving has been the Danish driver René Polversen, and he's heading up towards the end of a lap. As to the middle part of it is Eric Genet. Polversen goes, or stays rather, but third, but the lap time that he has just done is a better one, a 1:45.5.
Back on board now, so we've seen it 3 laps. It looks like we're pushing hard now, so what can we do? Comte at the moment, he's probably not in the position he would want to be in. The rear of the car's still very nervous. Like I said, the tyre stacks on the inside have really changed the corner for these drivers, not able to hook up the inside like they've been doing all weekend. Genet, great Sector 2 as well. I think that's going to get us probably into 1 minute 43 lap times, so it's going to really start to move the yardstick on coming up the last corner, keep it legal, very legal as well. Actually probably gave up a tenth or two, because a kilometre an hour lower on the exit there, all the way down the pit straight, haunts you on the delta time. 1:44.1, not quite into the 43s like I thought. Comte still not pushing, the rear of the car still very loose, so going for another build lap, and they'll push again now to see if the car's ready to go up the order.
And with good sectors on the lap, Comte goes second then. So Aurélien Comte up to second in the Cupra. So it is Spain now ahead of France, ahead of UK, ahead of Argentina. And at the moment, it's the leading four, all covered by just over 0.8 of a second. So it's very competitive at the top, as past Bangladesh goes France. Aurélien Comte then makes a mistake going into turn 2, really has to fight the car.
It's super tough for these drivers. I can't believe how much they're having to work, and that lap that we watched, that was good enough for second. You can see how much lap time there still is. You can't just trust the rear of the car, so you're just having to roll the speed in slightly lower than you would want. See the mud being brought onto the track there at T5 as well. So many things to contend with as a driver. Still can't trust the rear, can't commit the lock-in, can't trail the brake. Having to be quite tentative, looking down. Is that going to be a brake bias change? Potentially the only thing the driver can do on the fly to help himself with a balance change. As we see Janen, another 4/10 up in sector 1, house sector 2. Not purple, but not bad. And someone has just stolen the purple. Montenegro in 4th for Argentina is now purple in sector 1.
And he's only recently left the pits, hasn't he? So first flying lap since a pit stop for Montenegro, maybe onto another set of tyres. There's an investigation between Marco Butti and Megan Tomlinson from turn 1. That's being looked at the end of the session. As to the timing line, they pour, and Eric Genet is the fastest still, and he's gone quicker, 1:43.7. In the background was Jensen Brickley, who is third, and he's trying to improve. But Ignacio Montenegro doing absolute best, and with the road to himself, should at the end of this put himself back on the pole position.
Yeah, I think a 1:42 as well on the cards, so we're finally getting into the realms of what these cars were doing in a fully dry practice session. Little wide. I think he might lose that lap to track limits coming out of 14. That would be infuriating. The officials have been really hard but fair on it. It is a 42.9, but let's see if that lap stays on the leaderboard.
Okay, so to the top goes Argentina, Ignacio Montenegro by 0.8, yes, 0.8 of a second. Although for Germany now, René Kircher has done the absolute best in sector 1. And there he is. So the German driver in the Honda, the FK7 style Honda Civic, making the run now towards the midpoint of the lap, and I'm not seeing as yet anything coming up with Montenegro's number against it by way of a lap cancellation. So for the moment, at least, he's got away with that.
Yeah, and maybe it's just taking a little while to process, or he was right on the borderline of legality there for his sake. I hope he was. Whoa. Germany, big slide through 12, hanging on to it all the way through 13. Seeing a lot of cars jacking a wheel up the rear left as the car turns in downhill here as well. Very hard as a driver not to roll in a little bit too fast. Nice and legal as well on the exit. Montenegro as well, fastest again in sector 1. It's going to be a battle of who times it right to the end, looking after these slick tyres.
So Ignacio Montenegro at the top of the times then, as we look at René Kircher up to second, 0.6 shy. But Montenegro on this lap, he's going to find Avik Anwar from Bangladesh in his way. And dives through, curb and all. In fairness to Anwar, he got out of the way as quickly as he possibly could. And we have then the cars up towards the final 11 minutes of the session. So here comes Montenegro. He lost, what, 12 thousandths in that middle sector. Can he make it up? Well, his best is a 42.9. That is a 42.7. So an even better lap for Ignacio Montenegro.
Yeah, as we got Germany as well, purple in sector 1. We saw an investigation being launched between Canada and Italy, and there we see it. From that shot, to me, it looks like Italy have made an overtake into turn 1, carried the speed, which has then forced them, and then the Canadian car out wide as well. I think that's all fair in love and war, personally. So we'll see where that goes as we see Brickley in. Another set of tyres going on. Don't look like new tyres. No, sorry, they are, aren't they? Just saw the mould marks on them. So got 9 minutes remaining. That's going to have to be a pretty aggressive session to get these tyres in and ready to go. Germany, again, loose on entry. Really seeing the Hondas at the moment seeming like they've got a lot more front grip than rear grip as an overall balance.
Yeah, Jensen Brickley from junior stock car racing, Brisker Mini Stocks is where he came from, so don't worry about him being aggressive. You have to do that to survive in that environment. Ronnie Kircher for Germany then, heading up towards the timing line. 7/10 at the minute down on Montenegro, and as he completes the lap, he will stay second, and the gap down to 6:10. So he's gained a little bit of time, but Montenegro now, who I think was always going to be one of the favourites, looking very strong indeed. I'm surprised, though, that for Italy, Marco Butti is only 9th.
Yeah, we seem to be quite involved with things going on. Car looking loose at times, so maybe they're just waiting for it to come. Pressures maybe not quite where they need them to be. Still got time. He is improving at the moment. He's in green sector 1, but you're right, that was definitely a car we expected to be at the front end and has been competitive for so many years as well.
Right, so Eric Genet in the pits. Jensen Brickley for Great Britain rejoins. And just under 9 minutes of the session to go. There is the aforementioned Marco Butti using the curb coming out of turn 12. So, yes, he's still pushing on. He's not giving up, but it's just not quite coming for him.
Yeah, but he has got a clear bit of track, hasn't he? So they'll be very happy in that regard. Can he stay legal on the run out the last corner? Perfect, keeping a wheel on the white line all the way to the line. What can he do? Surprised we haven't had anyone improve yet. Oh, all the way to first. 42.6, but still surprised we haven't seen people improve into the 41s was going to be my point.
So Marco Butti then drags a lap out of nowhere in a sense. It wasn't just a small improvement, it was a mega improvement, and he goes ahead of Montenegro, who's back in the pits anyway, possibly thinking he'd done enough, but by just over a 10th now, Marco Butti at the top of the times, Aurélien Comte ready to go back out in the Cupra, run by the Sylvain Poussier squad. The French driver makes his way down the pit lane now.
Yeah, just if they're different tyres or they've just changed, because we saw 3 laps for that French car earlier before it could set a lap time, and with 7 minutes remaining that would only give him 2 flying laps potentially to improve his time. Everyone going for it. It's last minute, isn't it? But I think that's just because of the conditions of the track. The teams have had to react to a slightly slower drying track than they thought, as we see Team Turkey currently in 10th. This could be enough to maybe get them as high as 8th, as sector 3 is okay. Little wide off the curb though at turn 14, and that just means the car runs wide earlier than you want it to as a driver, so you can't be as greedy on the throttle. Breaks the beam, stays 10th at the moment.
Yeah, 10th for Team Turkey's Zekai Özcan in the Audi RS3. Actually, Turkey is another nation that really embraces the FIA Motorsport games with good representation in rallying, in GT and in drifting, as well as the touring car category. So Özcan up through turn 2 and running out of time now within the session to improve. Just under 7 minutes remain. The last improvement that we had of note was Marco Butti, and on this lap he was down in sector 1 but a little bit quicker than he had been in sector 2, so he's having another push and then he goes for the pit lane. So Marco Butti is in.
Yeah, makes it more than half the field in the pits at the moment. Are some people calling that a day because they cannot improve, or are they doing one final roll there just to see what they can do? It doesn't have to be tyres, it can be setup changes as well, even sometimes some driver coaching. A bit of wheel spin there for Czech Republic. That to me would say that's a cold front tyre on it, so they've got 6 minutes now to activate the grip from these Pirelli tyres to try and lift themselves up from their current position of 7th.
6 minutes on the clock then as we get to the last knockings of qualifying. Özcan a little bit wide there, but he has improved in the first sector but then down in the second. So Zekai Özcan losing a little bit of speed, losing a little bit of time, and presses on now up towards turn 13 as the clock carries on ticking. So it is Italy, Argentina, Germany, Brazil, Spain, France, the order. Jensen Brickley for the UK has fallen all the way back down to 9th, which is perhaps indicative that he was good early on and then others have worked their way towards the times. He's been the casualty of that. Over the line has just gone Özcan for Turkey and he stays 10th.
Yeah, I think with Team United Kingdom, they've just been off the track when it's been at its fastest, so they've got work to do. I think Brickley would want to be finding himself definitely in the side top 5, if not side top 3, really, by the end of qualifying. Still time to make amends. Currently just on a green sector 3, so it looks like the car is ready to push now as we look at Denmark coming through that sort of re-profile turn 8 with the tyre stacks. No one's hit it thus far, interestingly, though.
Denmark, personal best sector 1. France, absolute best sector 1. So we might be late in the session, but improvements are being found still. So the session very much alive. That's the France time you can see for Aurélien Comte. And on the road, he's chasing after Denmark. There is the French Cupra. So you've got Denmark's René Povlsen doing a personal and then an absolute best. Aurélien Comte, absolute and personal in the other order. So they're both going to improve. Denmark is 8th currently, France is 6th currently. Denmark to the line then. Is this going to be pole position for Denmark? The answer is yes, a 1:42.4. Same question, is it going to be pole position, but this time for France? Up towards the timing line comes Aurélien Comte, and he will break the beam and go quickest, 1:42.158. So that's 2 different pole position drivers in quick succession.
Yeah, I think Comte must have just done a switch because we saw him leave the pits less than a couple of laps ago. So I think they probably just put the fronts to the rear. And we saw the car struggling with oversteer. How does it look now? Much better. That's because they've got hot rear tyres and he can commit the speed. Brickley about to cross the beam. Can he get himself somewhere in the top 4? I think this will be second. Yes, great lap within 2/10 of pole as well. This is getting exciting like we thought it would right at the end of this session.
Absolutely right. 3 minutes and change on the clock. So Marco Butti, that we got excited about for being on pole, he's down to 4th. Ignacio Montenegro is down to 5th. And everybody is back out on track, those that can, with the exception of Indonesia that caused that red flag earlier on. So you can't sit there and hope anymore. You've got to be out on track. You've got to push and you've got to be able to respond.
As you see, Czech Republic in 9th, but on a very good sector, only a 10th off ultimate best. Janae now claims purple sector 1 down there on the timing screen. This is where you need these graphics in a screen like this. You can't look in enough places quick enough, essentially. I think this could be a pretty competitive lap from Cooch, somewhere around 5th or 6th, depending on this last corner as it just locks up. Is that going to stop and get to the apex? Looks like he got to it pretty well. Nice on the exit as well, nice and legal. Coming to the beam, we're suddenly getting into these low 42s. Where can he put himself? 4th place, great final sector there as well.
And Eric Genet is also on a good lap because he's done 2 personal bests. Genet was quickest earlier on. He is currently 9th and heading up towards the timing line. So Eric Genet, another man to watch out of all of this. Aurélien Comte back to the top, 1:41.8. Marco Butti has done an absolute best. Genet now goes quickest of all. And that's by 200ths or 20,000ths of a second. And the next change is Rafael Reis for Brazil up to 3rd.
Yeah, but Butti, look at this lap, nearly half a second up on everybody at the moment. Janae just pushing Comte off by the smallest of margins. That really cheeses you off as a driver when it's that tight. You think, what could I have done? Now we're seeing more energy. We're seeing that rear wheel cock up, and the lockup looks more dramatic because it's a rear. It's not affecting the drivers in. Montenegro back to 1st, but I think Butti's going to take it back off him and get Team Italy to 1st place. Yes, he does. Nearly 0.6 of a second. Great lap from Butti.
Yeah, despite that mistake in the last corner. So we've had another 3 different drivers go top, but it's going to be then Marco Butti. No, it's not. Lap time cancelled. So Marco Butti has lost the lap for going wide at turn 2. So it was good enough for pole, but it didn't count. So Montenegro hangs on to pole position.
Yeah, but we're seeing Brazil at the moment with a purple sector 1. Can Butti rekindle that speed and stay legal? Czech Republic now back down to 7th. This is how quickly it is changing. At the moment, it's literally everyone is improving. So wherever you are, you then lose that many positions with the cars coming past after you. What's Team Brazil going to be able to do? Looking good so far through 12. Nice and legal on the exit. Great shot of the car here under braking. You'll see that rear left wheel just start to pick up. Does it lock up like we've seen the Hondas? No, it keeps rotating. Exactly what the driver wants. Stay legal on the exit. Well done. Unwind the lock. Push to the line. This is probably going to be 2nd or 3rd place, I think, on this lap. But it is so tight. A 10th or 2 here. Yeah, 2nd place, 10th off pole. Good job.
But that 10th might grow in a sense because Montenegro is hoping to move the goalposts further away here because he had done 2 absolute bests. Now he's lost one of those absolute bests to Germany's René Kircher. We've got Jensen Brickley heading for the line, looking quick as well. So 6th he is. Ignacio Montenegro then, he's going to take the checkered flag. Brickley will just escape. Montenegro behind, I think, might escape as well. He does. He's still the quickest now on a 1:41.236. What about Marco Butti? Up to 2nd then. So Marco Butti to go 2nd, 31 thousandths down on Montenegro, but that's a get-out-of-jail-free card in a sense after he was called out by the officials for the track limits earlier. A Butti call, possibly. So Marco Butti then 2nd, not for long. He's lost that lap as well. So Marco Butti has had another lap time taken off him, and he slides all the way back down to 9th. Now, René Kircher, absolute best Sector 1 for Germany. Slow middle sector, so can he respond? But Marco Butti has been his own worst enemy, really, in this for the constant track limit dramas.
Yeah, Andy was the first to take the checkered, although I think Montenegro may have just taken it. It looked like he missed it on the live pictures, but the timing screen saying he's taken the checkered, so Brickley will be the last car for Team United Kingdom, and that's what you want to be on a drying track. You want to be the last car going around, getting the best of the conditions. Junet still on a good lap, 3rd at the moment, has been leading for so much of this session. Can he retake pole position? It is that tight. One little mistake, one sort of heroic move of carrying a bit of speed is enough to make the difference. Looking good so far.
Up to the line. I'll come back to a Marco Butti point in a moment, but Eric Genet will go through 3rd at the start of the lap. By the end of it, he stays 3rd. Marco Butti escaped the checkered flag, but he's had this lap that he's on cancelled as well for another track limit offence at turn 2.
Just a bit confused, sorry, because he was behind Montenegro, who took the checkered flag, so I don't know if that's a timing issue and he's not being told. It doesn't look like he's massively pushing, so he either did take the checkered or he's backed out, but he is not improving of his position of 9th when he was pole position twice with 2 illegal laps and a 2nd place lap as well lost, so that's been an eventful lap for Team Italy.
Yeah, Montenegro did take the checkered flag. It fell on him. He was the first driver to take it, and I think Marco Butti has been told, you've lost this lap as well, so he's thoroughly fed up. He was not shown as having taken the checker. Anyway, it doesn't matter because, as you say, he's not going to improve from 9th, and Ignacio Montenegro then for Argentina is the man that takes pole position. Good job done, and a really exciting session that, fascinating all the way through.
Yeah, 30 minutes flew past. Great job by Argentina. Seeing Colapinto, aren't we, doing an amazing job in Formula 1 under the Argentinian flag, so good to see an ASN coming in and doing such a strong job.
So, Honda, the manufacturer represented, Ignacio Montenegro, the driver, Argentina, the nation that takes pole position ahead of Brazil, a very South American front, then Spain ahead of France, Germany 5th, and United Kingdom 6th. Ignacio Montenegro ahead then of Rafael Reis with Eric Genet, 3rd from Aurelien Comp, René Kircher and Jensen Brickley. Marco Butti only 9th, but a man to watch for the races, that's for sure. He'll have some work to do. Disappointing 11th for Turkey as well, Zakir Özcan a long way back. And Umar Abdullah not even getting a lap time in before he put the car in the gravel. So it is provisional pole position for Argentina and for Ignacio Montenegro in touring cars. Qualifying for touring cars began on a road that was just about dry, but not everybody would agree, because on an outlet, Rafael Reis for Brazil got very, very sideways indeed. Nailed the throttle, dragged the car back into a straight line. Others less fortunate, as Umar Abdullah for Indonesia went off the road into the gravel and triggered a red flag. When we went back motoring, Marco Butti and Megan Tomlinson got themselves together down at turn 1. That's Italy and Canada. That's being looked at post-session. But the fastest time was traded all the way through. It was a fascinating 30 minutes with Denmark in the end going nicely for 8th, René Povlesen for 7th. There was the Czech Republic's Adam Kout, and both of those were higher up at given points. One driver that was quickest for a time was the UK's Jensen Brickley, but he would be 6th in the end. René Kircher improved towards the end and was 5th for Germany, with France's Aurelien Comp having been a driver that was up and down the order, pole for one stage, but in the end 4th would be the reward for the French driver. On home soil though, for 3rd in the times, Eric Genet going nicely, the son of experienced racer Rory Genet, but he couldn't quite do anything about the Brazilian Rafael Reis, because it was Rafael Reis in his Cupra who would be second fastest despite his early session slide. But for Argentina, Ignacio Montenegro had looked mighty all the way through the session, and with Marco Butti being repeatedly penalised for track limit offences, it was Ignacio Montenegro who would come through to take pole position by half a second as we get set for the qualifying race for touring cars at the end of a great session here in Valencia.
Now I've managed to secure another guest. We're in the hustle and bustle of the paddock. Stuart Murray, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. Maybe we can start by you explaining what exactly your role is here at the FIA and with the Motorsport Games.
Yes, well, my role at the FIA is I'm the Deputy Director of the Circuit Sport Department, and in my responsibility I'm responsible for touring cars, GTs, truck racing, historic motorsport and various other categories. And particularly on the event today and this weekend, I'm really looking after the GTs, the touring cars and the GT single make, which is the Ferrari Challenge cars.
That must be really special for you to have your different responsibilities coming together, because that doesn't happen often, to have these different categories join, right?
No, it's great to have all the teams here together because we have different disciplines. We have 4 different races between GT single make, GT sprint and the touring cars. So it's nice for us to be able to bring the whole community together because they all have the same ethos, which is of customer racing. So it's a real nice mix of some professional drivers, some amateur drivers, but it's drivers that are coming from all over the world to race the cars which they would race every weekend in their national or regional championships, and it's great to be able to bring them all together once every 2 years for the Motorsport Games to race for their countries.
And I think that also reflects in the audience, right? The people that come, they might be fans of GT and then they get introduced to touring cars, or they see some historic cars here with the historic rallying, and that must be quite special as well, because I say there's not one group of spectator, there's so many different groups, right?
I think that's one of the best things about the Motorsport Games, and this was one of the big revelations that we found when we first started doing this competition in 2019. The amount of traditional motorsport fans who only watch circuit racing had never seen something like a drifting event before, and it was the perfect opportunity for us to highlight these more niche sports. And it was surprising the amount of people that came away and says, I'm now a drifting fan, I'm now a rally fan, having never watched any of this before. It's great to be able to showcase these stuff.
And you must be busy. You've got the GT World Cup coming up as well. So is that straight into the next project, straight from here to there?
It's even worse than that. I've just come straight from our last touring car event in China, straight to the Motorsport Games. In 2 weeks we go off for the FIA GT World Cup in Macau, where we also have the final round of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour and the FIA Formula Regional World Cup at the same time. So that's another really busy weekend for us, and that's one of our biggest ones of the year. But it's a nice mix-up compared to this event, which is aimed more towards mass participation. That event in Macau, the World Cup, is designed really for the top level. So we've got the professional drivers, professional teams, and they're all competing to kind of get that world title.
Good luck with that. Sounds very busy. Yeah. Thank you very much, Stuart. We'll stay with GT for now, but we'll go into the esports category and have a look at that.
Finals day, everyone. Let's give it a cheer. Come on, are we ready for finals day? Or what? Let's get amongst it, shall we, Paul? There we go then. Semi-final one is underway here from Valencia, and it's a great start by Igor Rodriguez. Straight over to the right-hand side. Sotomuto says, OK, then let's swap that. Let's go to the inside. Japan on the left, Germany and Venezuela behind them. There's a wide pan shot of turn one. You can see them all squeezing their way around. Too wide further down the order. It didn't look like there was much contact, Paul, but I tell you what, Igor Rodriguez is carrying on just where he left off. There's Venezuela around the outside of, I believe, is that the Spanish entry on the side? Yes, it is. The grey Spanish machine in the thick of it there, and really close together. Looks like the car in front of them is just Singapore there, as Serbia trying to squeeze around the outside of Spain. Oh, there's a wiggle on the exit and a little bit of a tap. Sharp intake of breath from the crowd, but nice and tidy really in the opening corners, Paul. Now it's going to kick off.
Yeah, a little bit of rubber is racing, of course, on these opening laps. You've got to get your elbows out at the start of a race. It's really important to make ground when the opportunity presents itself, and no opportunity will be greater than the opening laps of any motor race. race, real or virtual, none the more so for a race such as this one. We're looking at the Venezuela car for the first time today. They're doing a good job up in 5th position, so they've got plenty of cars behind that are covering them from the bubble of not making it through. But at the front, Igor Rodriguez picking up where he left off yesterday. That's a mighty lead on these opening few corners. We've not even completed the first lap, and it's plus half a second at the front of the pack. A little bit further down, Switzerland are under massive pressure. Slovakia trying to go around the outside. They'll cut back to the inside, start to use the slipstream, and hopefully for them might put themselves in a launch position down into T1.
Yeah, you've got to remember as well that they are the last 2 cars in qualifying positions at the moment as well, so they're fighting over the real cusp of whether they're going to make it through or not. And for those of you watching along as well, if you look on the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll all see a little yellow stripe next to the car number with the number 1 in there. That tells you how many pit stops they still have to make. So when a driver and a team's made their stop, that will go green, and it means that they are they have been in the pit lane and they don't need to come back down. So keep an eye on anybody that sort of suddenly rises up the order and still has that number 1 next to them, because they will have to make a pit stop in the later stages, and obviously that will cost them time in the long run. We look here at Switzerland now, looking a little bit more comfortable actually. Slovakia and Estonia just behind them, but they've got a bit of air in front of them to Turkey in the number 15 car there, just behind this little scrap. Germany in the middle now, with Japan ahead of them in 2nd place and Singapore in 4th. And to be fair, Paul, it looks like in this early stage they're just scoping out the competition a little bit and taking it easy, aren't they, to not push too hard and overdo it.
Absolutely. Really good start, by the way, from Singapore to be all the way up in 4th position. Started 6th on the grid for this one, so they've cleared a couple of cars already. That's been a very, very solid start to their adventure. Again, worth reiterating, you only need the top 10 to make it through to finals. But the higher up you can be in that top 10, the more confidence you can take forward into the race later on today, and more to the point, the more that you can phase your rivals around you. So a really strong start for Singapore there, posturing for a move at the back of this little queue, just having a little look down into T1. It's not really a traditional passing place into turn 1. It's quite a small deceleration zone. It's a very high velocity corner, difficult to run too wide, and we've seen this times many of them over the course of this weekend. You have a look at T1, you make yourself vulnerable to a repass, or even worse, falling further down the order from the chasing car behind.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a circuit of compromise, isn't it, Valencia?
Yes.
You can try and make a manoeuvre, but you will cost yourself time. We've seen it a few times where there's 3 cars in there, 1 makes a move and the 2 behind just break away. You know, they just fall back completely. You cost yourself multiple seconds at any place here. You wouldn't expect it, looking at it on a track map, you know, when you know your circuits, you wouldn't expect to see it and think this is a circuit of compromise. It looks like one where it's not what we call a one-line circuit, you know, where there's only one way around the place. There's a few corners here where you can change it a little bit. This corner they're going through now, actually, as we look at the United Kingdom, you can open up the entrance to that corner to try and get a slingshot and then cut back on your opponents. It's not very easy to do, but you can at least give it a try anyway at some point. It's worth keeping an eye on some of the drivers that are making their way up the order from the last chance qualifiers as well. United Kingdom obviously making it through yesterday after chasing down France. France started this race 16th on the grid. They're already up into 12th position and knocking on the door for a qualifying spot. And that's the thing, isn't it, Paul? There's good storylines behind all of this, where teams have not made it through at the beginning when we expected them to, then had to go through the last chance qualifiers and then get into a qualifying spot. If anybody manages that, it's going to be a great love story.
Oh, it really is, and it's a lot of hard work for these drivers. There's a lot to think about. There's a lot of hurdles to overcome, and as you say there, Chaz, France, really good start to their race. 16th on the grid, up to 12th, and already bothering the back of the Swedish entry in front, so they've got a really good chance of breaking into that top 10. And again, really worth remembering, we've said it a few times, it's a pit stop race, so there is strategy, there is opportunity. There's a bit of a dive bomb that we just saw at the top of our screen, but that's going to...
slowly, sorry Paul, Switzerland slowed down quite a lot there after the hairpin. There was some sort of drama for them, and they lost a bunch of positions, and now they're right on the cusp of it as France now look down the inside of Sweden.
Oh, this is really, really frantic stuff. In the middle, towards the rear of the pack. France then to the inside. Sweden have the outside line. We've seen cars be able to stick it around the outside over this part of the racetrack during the course of this weekend. Will the Swedish car try and do the same? No, they've not quite got the momentum. France take that position away. They move up another place into 11th. Now, the Swiss car that we saw in front, that's the one that we saw going a little bit slowly earlier on, is their next victim further down the road. But further up the road, Germany. Same position they qualified in third, holding station. Sotomoto in the Japanese entry just in front. And Singapore getting more and more interested in buying into this fight. Not close enough to make a move just yet, but they're shadowing the German entry, just giving Nicholas Huben a little bit of something to think about. Show the nose to the inside. Huben's not going to be scared off the racing line, though. He's been here before. He's seen that kind of manoeuvre before. They stay as they were. And look at that, Chaz. Look at the amount of distance that has cost the Singapore entry. Just by that little fake, just by that little look to the inside. Momentum. Not necessarily key in these kind of cars, but at this level, you give a little bit of time away, it's very hard to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all so well matched in terms of their pace. It's amazing. That's why we love the slipstream effect as well, because it's a long old start-finish straight here at Valencia, and it does help keep them that little bit closer together, just in case there's a tiny variation in pace here and there. And obviously, they all try and rely on mistakes around this circuit to get one over on their competitors, because you have to just fill the mirrors. They're not going to fall for it if you try and fake it down the inside or if you try and send it. Here's the move from France potentially happening now on Switzerland. That's going to put them into a qualifying position if they get that done. Lovely stuff. Oh, the Swiss entry just clips the right rear of its fellow Mercedes there. But France now, from starting further down the order, Paul, in 16th, have made a fantastic effort here. Matisse is doing a great job and got himself into a qualifying position for now. He just needs to make sure he doesn't lose it again and get ahead of himself here.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be very careful now. The Swiss trying to counter-attack almost immediately, and that's really the best tactic in racing. Once you've been, a little bit too aggressive though over the curbs, and that almost pushed the Swiss car off the road, but they did well to keep it on the straight and narrow. That stunted their attack though, so France now have a little bit of breathing space and they can concentrate on the task in hand, which is close down the Estonian car. A little bit further back, the United Kingdom is having a good old ding-dong battle as well. Everybody trying to fight for the same bit of real estate. T1, as we said, not necessarily the place that you want to make the move. And Kieran Prendergast for the UK does it quite successfully, manages to stay on the racetrack. In the background as well, we've got, I think, was that Serbia or Iceland facing the wrong direction, so that's a real shame for that entry. The timing tower will update itself in a moment. All is not lost. It is a longer race, but that is not the kind of manoeuvre that they want to be making at this early stage, with 8 minutes and 30 seconds already elapsed of a 60-minute race.
It's interesting, isn't it, actually, the body language of these cars and the way the drivers are approaching it. It seems like it's still a half-hour race to them. They really haven't changed their approach at all since yesterday, despite the race length doubling from what we were watching last time. Let's have a look then. Yeah, Iceland has dropped to the back of the pack, unfortunately. That's a big old shame. Whether there was contact involved or not, we are unsure. But the United Kingdom got the run on Greece because they were close up behind Sweden on the inside in that final corner. Sweden closed the door, which hindered Greece's run onto the start-finish straight. Then the UK wanted to go through, and there is the battle again. Looks like Kieran got the move done, and now the Greek driver wants to come back across. That is sending a message, that is, isn't it? Just to cut right about across the front like that. That's to say, nope, you are not coming through. Kieran's got to count his chickens now and make sure that he can get back in the fight and just get back on the horse, so to speak.
Yeah, that was very, very close to disaster, actually, cutting across the nose of the UK car, but Pendergrass did a good job to avoid turning that one into anything more than it needed to be. As we're watching now on board, this is a rundown for that T1 that we were talking about. Just look how shallow the corner is. It's really difficult to run wide. Cars use all of the racetrack. Got a good launch. Does the UK? Thinks about the inside. Is there a gap? Almost a gap. Almost a bit of contact as well. Greece certainly not backwards and going forwards when it comes to defending. Really, really marking their territory in that particular fight.
Yeah, fantastic battle indeed here, and that's what we love to see. You know, they're not scared to get their elbows out a little bit, and these guys are properly fighting one another. They're not just leaving it down to making a mistake or trying to sort of do something clever in the pit stops. One of the interesting elements here, Paul, is that some of the drivers told us yesterday it feels like the tyres start to go off after about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. As here we look again at the United Kingdom down the inside of Greece. They're going to get it stopped on the apex, and is Greece going to be able to go for the cutback? I don't think he's got enough pace to do that there, no. Good slingshot out there for the UK. Up into 13th position. But coming back to the tyre discussion, they apparently start to go off after about 20 minutes, half an hour. That's roughly when you'd expect the pit stops to start coming in that sort of middle stage of the race. There will be a pit window, but at the same time, people might not take tyres. We've often seen it, we spoke about it yesterday actually, that in endurance racing, you know, on these tyres that they're going to be using, you can triple stint them and make them work for the long run. So I think a lot of drivers won't take tyres here because it'll cost you a lot of time if you do change that rubber.
Yeah, that's the thing, it's a real big time cost. It's not a minimum pit time here in this competition, so you literally need to go in, stop the car for a few moments, put a litre in, and away you go. That's the minimum requirement. So it's a big time cost to take tyres. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody does gamble on that one. We're having a look now at the Japan entry, Sotomuto behind the wheel of that car. They're in second position. As you mentioned earlier, Chaz, it was fortuitous to a certain...
If you like what you saw there and you haven't had enough yet, then there's a whole stream dedicated to the Esport. So yeah, if you don't want to see our faces but you want to keep watching the Esport, then head over to that stream and get the full race action on there. But we've just witnessed a great touring race out there, and I think it's time to talk about that a little bit, no?
First of all, kudos to Chaz and Paul doing the commentary for Esports, and join that stream. Feel free. It's great racing, and it's happening in central Valencia. That touring car qualifying session was great. We're right by the scrutineering area, and we can actually have a word with the pole man, who is Ignacio Montenegro. Ignacio, congratulations. Talk us through that session. How was it for you?
Well, it was really tricky at the beginning. Today, when I woke up in the hotel, I saw the condition. It was like really wet there. So we really know how it's gonna be in the track. Then in the qualifying, really tricky conditions. But yeah, lap by lap, we were improving a lot, like second by second. And the guy who crossed the line, the last one, will be the fastest one because the track conditions. So I'm really happy because the team really did a good job there. So I'm really happy with them. And yeah, I'm just when I say thank you to them, it's my first time with this team, and we are working very good. Also, I have to say thank you to ALM, my actual team in TCR Europe and TCR Spain, because they give me the opportunity to do this race. So yeah, really thank you to both teams because we are working in really good conditions.
And what's really nice is I just had a word with Jensen as well, is that because of the way the format works for the FIA Motorsport Games, you have to hit that window at exactly that point. And he did some purple sectors early, but it wasn't quite at the right moment with the track drying, etc., etc. How do you adapt to all of that going on around you?
Well, I mean, I am lucky because I love the circuit, so I know the tricks about the circuit. So it's not my first time here. I was doing also TCR Spain and TCR Europe the last weeks. And it's crazy because you have to change your brake point lap by lap. You have to take some risks sometimes, and sometimes the risks pay to you like a good time, or sometimes you make a really big mistake. Like my teammate, he was faster than me, but he did the track limit. But it was really easy to do the track limit because of the condition in the track. So, well, we have to take the risk. We did, and we did the pole. So it was the risks that was like really necessary.
And what does it mean to you as an Argentine to represent Argentina? And do you have a message in Spanish to all your fans back in Argentina, but also here in Spain, who watch you racing in Europe?
Well, at the moment there is like 5 a.m. So let's hope they are checking the live streaming. I want to say muchas gracias a todos, contento por darme la oportunidad, la CDA, el ACA, que me hayan elegido a mí para representar el turismo y bueno, hacer lo mejor para las próximas carreras.
Suerte.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Good luck in the race. Thank you.
Did you get that last bit? Yeah, sure.
It's pretty good. Un poquito.
Un poquito, sí, claro. This wouldn't be the Motorsport Games if we didn't hop from category to category. So it's time for the next category, which is GT qualifying race. On for you now.
Drama from GT racing then is set to get underway here at Valencia. It's the first race of the weekend, and James Cottingham representing Team UK with Chris Froggatt. It is going to be Chris Froggatt that will go first. He's the start driver, and this is the first time that James Cottingham has raced a Ferrari, which in a sense is strange because DK Engineering there on the side of the car, the family business, prepares, restores classic and historic Ferraris. But we've seen James in GT Mercedes AMGs and then McLaren, but finally a Ferrari, and I think he was pretty happy in that car yesterday. They start second on the grid, Team UK. That's the car on pole, and it's going to be Finn Wiebelhaus, the young German driver, the teenager, who switched from Formula 4 to GT racing for this season. He will go first. Hubert Haupt, for whose team they drive, is going to take over for the second stint. Fourth on the grid is the Ukraine entry, and Ivan Peklin is going to go first there. And the other car on the second row on the inside is the Team China car, and Kang Ling is going to be the first driver in that. So the interest, in part, is going to be when people do these pit stops. There is that window, but in theory, there's not that much to choose between a silver and a bronze, so timing it right is going to be important.
Yeah, this can be a busy pit lane as well, so people can get blocked in as we look into the cockpit of that Audi R8 GT3 of Kang Ling, China. They're looking confident, cool helmet design. See the cap on the top, looking quite relaxed, pulling up his gloves, making sure he's comfortable for the stint ahead of him. Nothing worse than putting on the gloves slightly wrong, and one of the seams, the sewing bits just starts to dig into your finger, and it's all you can think about for the entirety of your stint.
So the drivers are good to go, but before we get into the bones of the race, let's hear from one or two of the drivers. We found the Ukraine team there, but Antonia Rankin down on the grid has caught up with Team UK's James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt.
Chris, James, it's a beautiful day in Valencia, and what a great one to celebrate, hopefully winning a race for your country.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, the track is still a little bit mixed conditions. Off the line seems a bit greasy still, so I think overtaking and passing here is quite tricky anyway, and now with a bit of a greasy track, it's going to be challenging, but doable. We'll try our best.
James, what's your strategy going to be when you get into that car?
Well, obviously it all depends on how much of a good start to the race Chris has. But yeah, no, look, you've got to stay out of trouble. We really want to have a great result in this race, ready for the final later on today. That's the most important thing. So, you know, if we can have a front row start for the last race, then that's really where we want to be.
Well, we'll all be cheering you on. Good luck, guys.
It's an interesting point James Cottingham makes. Staying out of trouble in this is part of it, because it's a small grid by the very nature of a nations type tournament. So you don't have to be on the front row to still get a good result out of the main race for the medals later on. And yeah, the racing drivers, of course, they want to win, but it's not worth binning it so early in the weekend.
Yeah, let's see how that, we can remind them maybe of that into turn 2. I think it's going to be the big flashpoint. Turn 1, relatively fast left-hand, as the brake zone isn't so big, but turn 2 it's a left-hand hairpin, 180 degrees. See a lot of concertinaing up there. So, yeah, and it's the best chance to overtake, isn't it, the first lap when everyone's tight together? We always say it, but that's what the drivers know. So the risk versus reward calculator will be out in force, working out exactly how much that overtake is worth. If it goes wrong, you suddenly look like the zero and the hero is no longer possible.
A quick word about Chris Froggatt. We heard from him a moment ago, but he is the captain of Team UK. He was 2 years ago, but actually couldn't take part because he was taken ill within about 2 days of the GT competition. So he was meant to be driving that year with Ian Logie. Sam Neary was flown out to replace him. So Chris Froggatt finally gets a chance at representing the UK. He did drive for Team UK in the GT Nations Cup back in 2018 and the first Motorsport Games in 19, but had to miss out 2022. So it's good to have him back, and a successful driver, of course. If you follow GT racing internationally, you'll know the name of Chris Froggatt. He's won his class in recent years in GT World Challenge Europe Sprint and also in endurance. He was the runner-up in the Nations Cup competition back in 2018, the same year that he won the European Ferrari Challenge as well. And he's chopped and changed a bit in recent years in GT cars. This year they've gone back as a team to a Ferrari, and I think he's in a happy place. Yeah, it seems to settle well. Cottingham as well, driving it for the first time, that Ferrari 296, and absolutely loving it. So good to see a new car come into GT3 and do so well in that 296. A car that has been around for a long time, this Mercedes AMG, now on an Evo 2, but still very, very competitive too. That's the Swiss entry. But let's go back to the grid. Antonia has caught up with Ukraine and the co-driver, ready for his second stint, Konstantin Gutsul.
Konstantin, a second row start for Ukraine. How exciting.
Well, it's extremely exciting, and we are extremely proud to be representing Ukraine here. It's a fantastic chance for us, so hopefully all goes well. Huh?
What does it mean to you to be able to have the Ukraine flag on your car and represent them?
Well, you know, this is our motherland, so we're extremely proud, and yeah, it means the world to us.
Best of luck, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So the Ukraine car starting 4th on the grid, and it will be Ivan Peklin that will start in that. 5th is definitely a car to watch from France, because it was the French team that took the gold medal at Paul Ricard 2 years ago. Japan represented by, for stint 1, Shigekatsu Wakasaki, and then Kei Nakanishi for the second stint. So there are going to be some interesting cars to watch and some good battles all the way up and down the field here.
Yeah, Wakasaki, the only bronze driver in the start of this race, so the combined qualifying has probably promoted that car a little higher than it will be, so he's going to have a very interesting stint, I think. So he'll have his elbows out and he'll be hanging on there, so when he does hand over, they're in a chance still of maybe getting a podium position, which obviously is so important, determining their start position for the race later, which is all for the medals. Great shot from the drone here. You can see the different sort of nature of the surface there on the far left, looking a little bit drier than it is on the main part of the track. And I think that's what Chris Froggatt was alluding to. There are parts of the track which aren't as grippy as others, and I think that's going to add an element of spice, definitely to the first 15-20 minutes and potentially over the whole stint.
Now, there are people that are in this race that are in a car they know really well. They're for a team they know really well. There are others, like Malaysia's Selim Rafiq, who's not raced a GT3 car before. He's been in Lamborghinis, yeah, but Super Trofeo. And the Spanish team have put together this entry for the weekend. Fernando Navarrete, first time he's been in the Audi R8. He's not tested it, he's not raced it, but that car will be another one to keep an eye on. He shares with Jorge Cabezas. So I suppose behind all of this is the point that if you know the car, if you know your co-driver, if you know your team, you are going to have an advantage over some that have understandably put a deal together for the glory of representing their nation.
But interestingly, that delta will probably shrink, won't it? Every lap that these drivers are doing for the first time in their car, they're getting better. So they may not have qualified where they wanted to. Potentially Qatar in that boat, in the Porsche, brilliant car, very fast across the globe, but still getting used to it. So throughout the race, their pace may improve at a faster rate than the guys that are already at their ultimate sort of level. So we may see some chopping and changing all the way down the field on that demographic too.
The FIA Motorsport Games flag flutters in the gentle breeze and the sunshine here at Valencia as we get set to go racing. The officials down on the grid overseeing the countdown. It's going to be a rolling start. We've not been told that there's going to be an extra formation lap, so I'm assuming therefore that we are on a dry circuit. They ran yesterday in the dry, no wet running, but I don't think they need to worry about that now. Peter Yang, you're looking at there for Chinese Taipei. He will go first in their Mercedes. Former Carter, Carrera Cup racer, and drove in the Macau GT World Cup race last year. Got 5th in that, in fact, so one of the home drivers that did really well. So there's the Malaysian team I was talking about. We're on Town is going to start. Former Lotus champion in Asia, but a very experienced driver. He's raced in the Motorsport Games before. He's driven in the World Endurance Championship, in German Formula 3, single-seaters in the States even. So we're on Town, very, very experienced, and will be a useful pair of hands. The grid, by the way, just quickly to finish off the point about the two drivers, the time wasn't set by one or the other, it was the combined average. So if there's a disparity between the pace of the two drivers, inevitably it affects the grid position.
Yep, and we saw that a little bit, didn't we, with Hubert Houghton, the Team Germany car was so clear on his session in Q1, but Q2 was so much closer. That's why the grid got shuffled and the gaps are that bit smaller. So it'll be interesting in the second half of the race when Haupt gets in that Mercedes. You can see it on pole position. If that car's anything but first, he had so much pace. I think he's going to be coming through the field quickly. The breeze does seem to have picked up. Bit of a tailwind into turn 1, and what interests me about that is that's, I think, the hardest corner to stay legal on the exit. And if you've got a tailwind forcing you even wider, the track limits issue may come even more of an issue for some of these drivers.
Wasn't me, Gov, it was the wind.
Yeah, it's a legitimate excuse.
Okay, so there's the pole position driver. Finn Wiebelhaus then, former Carter, turned Formula 4 racer, and came into GT racing in the Iberian Winter Series at the start of this year. He has raced in the ADAC GT Masters, and in Italian GT and in the Porsche Endurance Trophy this year. So he's done a lot of miles in GT-style cars, and he's also going to represent Germany in Sunday's GT Sprint. They have qualifying, a Super Pole and one race for one driver on Sunday here, and he will represent his country again for that. The flags of the nations now start to leave the grid, row by row by row. Then on the 1 minute board, engines will fire. It'll be a rolling start, so they will set off behind the pace car effectively as it is. And thumbs up from Chris Froggatt. He's on the outside of the front row, but has got to start as one of the favourites in a race that counts for a grid, but equally, it's going to count for glory, it's going to count for pride, and it is another useful kind of test session, as you were making the point, for those drivers that are new to, take your pick, car, team, GT3 racing, circuit. You know, there are so many unknowns.
Yeah, as a driver, I can't ever think a qualifying race is a qualifying. You drop that word out of the title, it's a race.
Right.
So you can't use that as a mindset and be conservative at any point in this, I don't think. And the other reason is not just an ego thing of being conservative. If you're on the back foot and being cautious, you've got more chance of getting hit from the rear.
Yeah.
So I always just say, if you're the guy on the front foot, you're aggressive, you mitigate the risk of getting hit from the rear. That's 50% of the angle you can get hit from. Half the chance you're going to get hit would be my logic.
Stood you well in your career, that, hasn't it? So the countdown continues, engines are fired, and very shortly we are going to have the cars released. The Valencia circuit then, which is a very busy central point to the FIA Motorsport Games, because there's lots of different track disciplines. There's also drifting. At the end of today, there's a rally stage around here. The cars are off on the tarmac roads in the hills not far away. There's Electric Street, where auto slalom and kart slalom take place. But for the moment, it's all eyes on the track. As the 15-second board is shown, engines are all running, and the cars in different liveries from how you normally see them, bedecked in the national colours, are ready to go. That familiar Sky Tempesta Racing livery for the Ferrari there on the outside of the front row. The pole position car, very proud Hubert Haupt when he was talking to us yesterday. And Finn Wiebelhaus now released from pole. And one last opportunity to get a bit of warmth into the Pirelli rubber. At 25 to 35 minutes, the pit window will be opened, and it's 56 seconds line to line. So it's a pretty quick pit stop, actually, that, given the length of the pit straight here.
Yeah, so any time lost there is time gone forever, so the drivers would have practiced their driver change to make sure they're not losing any time at all in the pit lane. But it is easily done. Obviously, seat belts, there's 5 points to plug in, radio, window nets. There's a lot to go wrong and can go wrong.
Let's look at the grid. The start driver indicated then. It's Germany on pole position, Finn Wiebelhaus the driver, and for the United Kingdom it is Chris Froggatt lining up alongside. Starting third on the grid is going to be China, and it is Kang Ling lining up alongside Ukraine. Ivan Peklin is the start driver there. So it's an all Audi second row. The third row, France, Paul Everard starts, and Lithuania represented in the opening stint by Jonas Karklis. On the fourth row, it's Switzerland, Yannick Mettler the driver, and for Japan, it is Shigekatsu Wagisaka who will go first. Then Spain line up on row 5. Jorge Cabezas is the start driver. And for Qatar, Ghanim Salah Al Mahmoud is alongside. Peter Yang represents Chinese Taipei on row 6. And Weiron Tam for Malaysia on his outside. Those are the nations that are trying to take gold, not in this race, but in the main race later on. There's an onboard camera aboard the number 93 Team United Kingdom Ferrari at Sky Tempesta Racing. Chris Froggatt is going to be your chauffeur around the lap.
Just looking at his dash, tyre pressure's down at 1.4 bar. That is the minimum. They can't be below 1.40 bar, so 1.42. So the tyre pressures are low. No tyre ovens for this race, which is quite rare in modern GT3 racing. So I expect this to be hard work for the drivers. That's going to take a couple of laps if everyone's similar to Froggatt as we go on board with Team Spain. Can't quite see their TPMS from there. I think I can see 1.6, 1.5. They should be at 1.8, 1.9 to generate the most temperature. So, yeah, 2 laps of some pretty loose rear-end GT3 cars incoming is my prediction.
Right, let's find out then how loose and who the drivers that are going to struggle the most are. You kind of feel a bit sorry when he gets into the car later for the Team Malaysia, Selim Rafiq, new to the GT3 feel with the aero, the downforce and the extra speed that will generate. As we are set to go racing then, it's our first on-track race of the weekend at the FIA Motorsport Games then. It is the GT discipline, it's the qualifying race. The pace car bails for the pit lane. The lights on the gantry will change on instruction from the race director any second. now, and it is blast off, and a good start by the United Kingdom. Chris Froggatt then for the UK. He's going to grab the lead. Germany on the inside. Good start by France. Look, 4 wide in the pack, but eventually France backs out of that for fear of contact, and there's almost a brush between them. Germany wide, and there's a spin. Chinese Taipei. Around has gone Peter Yang. Others survive it all. This is the view from Spain, getting roughed up a little bit, coming up to turn 2. 4 wide was never going to work, and it didn't.
No, I thought France were very good at backing out. They had the inside and potentially could have kept his foot in. Look at how much that has hurt them. I thought they could have been going for second. Looks like they're all the way back, maybe in 8th or 9th as cars were spinning. Germany ran wide on these low pressures. The wind is an excuse for track limits at turn 1. I don't think anyone will get penalised for running wide at 1 on lap 1, but now the track limits will come into force strong. Mettler there, Team Switzerland under attack from Lithuania in the Audi there. Everyone fighting position. France weaving side to side as we look from above. How nervous are these cars? Big slides already happening.
So on the opening lap of the race, then they thread their way through, but from pole position, Finn Wiebelhaus, one of the sort of losers of that first lap, wasn't he? Because he's lost a whole heap of places, and by being on the inside line, you'd anticipate he had the advantage, but it was a slow-ish start. So United Kingdom leads China, leads Germany. Ukraine 4th at the moment, and a really good start by Malaysia, wasn't it? Because Weiron Tan has got the Lamborghini up into the top 6 from last on the grid.
Yeah, amazing. He's done half the field in 1 lap as we see Wiebelhaus down the inside into 14. Team China did an amazing job at the start to take 2nd place. Team Germany now want to get back all the way up to 1st place. That's one of the positions they need to do it. But look at the gap Team United Kingdom have done. France on the defence as well. Further back on Spain, those 2 Audi R8s very close. Spain looking to the outside. It's a hard move to go around. Are France going to be fair? Squeeze them over. On board with Team Spain, having to go all the way around the outside. Not got the grip, has to tuck in, and has lost a lot of time. And now I think potentially going to be under attack from Qatar from behind in the Porsche.
Indeed so. At the end of the opening lap, UK was leading by 2.4 seconds, but Finn Wiebelhaus, now that he's up into 2nd and kind of getting into his stride, he's going to get those tyres turned on, and he's going to go after the UK. So Chris Froggatt leads the pack at the moment, doing what he needs to do, trying to build a gap to hand over to James Cottingham. Now, I'm fast-forwarding quite a lot here, but bear in mind that when you get to the 2nd stint, you've got James Cottingham for the UK, who's never raced that car, versus Hubert Haupt, who has raced the Mercedes-AMG week after week after week for season after season after season. So there's greater knowledge in the Germany car for the 2nd stint. In other words, Chris Froggatt needs, for the UK, a big gap just in case James Cottingham's lap times aren't as good as Haupt's.
Yeah, experience pulls apart in the cars. Obviously, Haupt, former factory driver for Mercedes, team owner as well, so couldn't be at the higher end of the spectrum. James Cottingham, very, very fast bronze, but not in a Ferrari thus far, so he will be watching this, and every 10th of a second that Froggatt can open up is a better chance that they can finish the race in first and start the main race for the medals later in the best position.
Now France, after that courageous start, then backing out of it, kind of lost out, didn't it, for the rest of the lap? So France down in 9th place, and Paul Everard, who is the man behind the wheel, is no slouch. So I think we need to keep an eye on France and just see if they can rebuild this stint. This is where the, in theory, quicker driver is to be found. So Paul Everard here, before he hands over to Eric Debar, gold medalist in 2022 in this discipline, Paul Everard needs to be getting on with the programme. And at the moment, France dropping away just a little bit from Lithuania.
Yeah, both in Audi R8, run by different teams, so setups can be quite different. France car looking good though. Every time we look at it, it's not doing anything too bizarre. Rear of the car looks nice and stable as we see a fight. Ukraine versus Japan. Audi versus Ferrari. Japan looking for a cutback here. Can they get the inside? Flat out run. Ukraine put a defence on them, leaving just about the space. Japan are there. Now have got the inside. I think they claim the position as they brake hard for turn 8. Get it stopped. Don't go in too deep. Switzerland, Mettler there, looking to the inside in the Mercedes. 3 different brands generating their lap time very differently. Fair, but very close. Can Ukraine get to the inside? I think Switzerland will throw it down the inside, maybe on both of them, filling the gap very well. Team Switzerland now has the inside into 12. Ukraine on the attack actually turns into another position loss. This is an amazing battle, and it looks like it's going to continue for a few more laps.
Fair play to Wagisaka, as you said, he was the bronze against the silvers, but he's rising to the challenge, isn't he, with the experienced Yannick Mettler for Switzerland right there behind in that really creatively liveried car with the sort of paint thrown at the side of it style. Ukraine watch on. flag proudly draped around them. And also watching on there, you might have just caught a glimpse of the man behind the team, Land Motorsport, Wolfgang Land, the German who's a massively experienced and successful Porsche champion, as well as team owner, very successful team owner. It's his son Christian that runs the squad really these days, but Land Motorsport and the Land family, very successful in German motorsport. Right, Yannick Mettler, who has been around the block a lot, now trying to find a way for Switzerland past Japan. This is the fight for 4th and 5th places.
Yeah, even looks like the cars behind Malaysia, Lithuania are gaining a little bit because these cars are battling so hard. Fastest lap of the race done. Last lap, Wiebelhaus, Team Germany. Gap now, it was down to 1.2, has grown back up to 1.4 after the first sector on this lap. So Froggatt responding now. The team will be talking to the drivers on the radio, giving all the information of the cars around them, what lap times are doing. Looks like Ukraine just dropping off the back of Switzerland at the moment, but Switzerland still very tight to the back of the Japanese Ferrari car. Spain there going back on board out of turn 8. France in front. We saw an attack a few laps back, didn't we? But that gap hasn't come back down just yet. You can see the delta in lap times there. It was swinging back in the favour of Spain there, as we see the garage of Spain on board. Really uphill 12 here. It's quite blind as you turn in. As we see it, spinner in front. Is that Malaysia off into the gravel? It is. Are they going to keep the momentum? Don't get it stopped in the gravel. I think your best bet is actually do a U-turn to your left, which is exactly what they're doing. Interesting to see where he looped that round. Looked very early, so I'd assume as soon as he's turned in, maybe a bit of moisture on the entry curb, has just lost the rear of the car. But Tan, after a mega start, is back to where he started. As we go a replay, let's see it in the background. Yeah, really early. Normally you see the cars hit the apex curb and lose it, but as soon as he turned in, it's gone around. I would assume he's opened the corner up on entry, used the curb, which has held a bit of moisture from the overnight storm, and has looped him round, but did well to not get stuck in the gravel.
Indeed so. He was able to keep the momentum going. He also, as Joe was saying, did a U-turn to his left, but that was downhill as well, so he was able to roll through the gravel. Now look at this in terms of coming down as well. The gap for the race lead, it was 1 second at the start of the lap. Chris Froggatt trying to stretch it back out again, but as we were suggesting he would, Finn Wiebelhaus, once he got second place for Team Germany, going after the United Kingdom. So it's the UK versus Germany for the race lead. And there is an incident that has been looked at, and there's no further action to be taken between Switzerland and Chinese Taipei. That was the spin from Chinese Taipei at turn 1. Right, so Germany hunting down the UK, and all of this taking you, of course, to the pit window.
Yeah, look at the gaps, 2 tenths, then nearly a second found 2 laps ago. Last lap back to 2.5 tenths time gain, but I think that's the flow at the moment. Is this going to be a race on the track, or are we going to see a split strategy, maybe pitting on different laps, and the pit stops can actually create the easiest overtake as a driver? The cars look even. I can't see any massive gaining, so 2 tenths over a 4K. So let's look down the straight. You can see the first 2 have checked out. China, now are they starting to get caught by Japan? Japan are bringing with them Switzerland and Ukraine as well. So I think there's a few battle packs forming as the cars and the tyres, just come into, it's got a second phase of their life.
Although France still struggling. Paul Everard is still mired down in 8th place and not making the progress. And Where on Town for Malaysia is at the back of the pack. So he has got a lot of work to do. There is France. Paul Everard under attack from Spain, where Jorge Cabezas is the man at the wheel. Let's have a look at the replay of the start. Compare and contrast Germany to the UK, but also France, another nation on its toes, so to speak, up the inside. But then Paul Everard thought, this is just going to get too crowded.
Yeah, he backed out of it. You see Chinese Taipei actually almost brake too late.
Yeah.
And the only gap was on the inside of Switzerland, which then took them onto the grass and caused their spin. So, yeah, just look at the white Mercedes on the inside now, just diving. There's contact, but racing incident, definitely not Switzerland's fault. Everyone running wide all the way up to the gravel. This is where I think France, everyone should have kept his foot in. You've got the inside, and physics dictates if you've got the inside and there is contact, you run wide. And just look at the lack of grip he then has and loses all of these places. We go on board with Spain, 4 wide in front. You see Chinese Taipei come into shot potentially. No, we go too far wide. Then everyone gets forced out wide. There's Team France, and we're about 8 wide as we see Switzerland on the inside of Japan. That looks like move done, and good job by Yannick Mettler onto the home straight now and claims that position.
So that's 4th place for Switzerland. Down to 5th is Japan. Yannick Mettler, very experienced GT racer, and another spot gain then as he comes across the line. Behind is Japan, and then 6th is Ukraine as they drop down to turn 1. The lead gap still hovering around 11/10 of a second between UK and Germany, and there in 3rd is China. Now the gap between China and Switzerland is 1.3 seconds. And the way that Yannick Mettler there for Switzerland is going, he's going to be up with him before long, I would propose.
Yeah, very quick last lap getting the move done. He's now got clean air as well, which is so important to these modern GT3 cars. Generates so much of the lap time through downforce. You can see the aggressive rear wing, but even the splitters, the dive planes on the front end. When you're stuck behind a car within a second, you're getting all the turbulent air and you get less downforce, and you start to use the tyre a bit more and the lap time drops away. Last lap for Frogger, actually 2/10 quicker than Germany, so United Kingdom extending their lead back up once more. The ebb and flow of this race settling into a rhythm. I think it will be a race between their teammates as we go to a replay of this overtake. Switzerland get the inside through 13, then keep it on the white line. Japan doing a hard but fair job. Mettler does well not to go in too fast with the Mercedes and let the position go. He has really pulled a good gap though, hasn't he, to Japan behind already.
And I think Japan now coming under attack from Ukraine because Ivan Petlin is closing on Wakisaka as the teams look on. So the SPS Automotive Performance Squad that runs the Swiss entry, another experienced squad operating a car, watching on from the pit bunker. Leaders go by and the gap is down. Germany catching the UK, 9/10 of a second now. It was over a second last time. China 3rd, and the gap China to Switzerland is down to a second as well. So it's concertinaing nicely for the lead and for 3rd place. But, and I know I sound like a stuck record, I'm getting really worried about France because Paul Everard in 8th place is just not making the progress.
Yeah, really strange with how good the start could have been. I wonder if it's just playing on the back of his mind or that is the pace the car is affording him. You're right though, China lost 3/10 to Switzerland on that last lap, so Mettler within a couple of laps will be within striking distance potentially of overtaking and getting up to a podium position. Germany looking good again, gap back up to 1.3. It feels like Team United Kingdom have a very strong car in Sector 1, Sector 2's even, then Sector 3 goes back to Germany, and I think that's why we're seeing the ebb and flow of that gap open and close ever so much. But both the teammates, Cottingham and Howe, respectively, be looking at these cars, trying to glean information of when they jump in, potentially in 13 minutes time, what is underneath them. The pit window 10 minutes long. I expect the pit window to go as late as possible, keep these faster, higher graded drivers in for as long as possible though.
Lithuania and Malaysia being given 5-second time penalties for track limits. Now, bearing in mind, we've only had 13 minutes, we've got 47 and a half to go, and they're already being penalised. Now, you could argue that turn 1, lap 1 is a rather unfair way of earning a penalty, but if you continue to transgress, you know, they've got to be so careful, because even if it's reset at the end of a stint, you've still got to be careful up to the window.
Yeah, and as a driver, your job is to manage your track limits. And what I would say in a negative connotation against Lithuania and Taipei there is that they're not in a battle, so don't use your track limits up for just general lap time. Wait until you're in a position like Mettler is for Switzerland, and you maybe just need to let the car run a little wider to carry a bit more speed to get the overtake done. But don't just use them up on free will. You need to hold them back. As we look into the Chinese garage there, they'll be looking a little nervous. That gap after a great start for Ling has really fallen away, hasn't it? And actually Japan have stayed with Switzerland more than I thought. Ukraine a little bit off, but still I think the gap between China and Ukraine is diminishing.
But the Swiss Mercedes is going really well. Yannick Mettler has kind of woken up. I suspect it's that the tyres have switched on now, but Yannick Mettler looking really rapid, and as you say, he's hunted down China, so Kang Ling on the defensive now as the cars come through almost nose to tail. This is the fight for 3rd place then. China versus Switzerland, Japan dropping back a little bit, and the leader now has a 5-second penalty for track limit abuses as well. So Chris Froggatt, the race leader, he'd stretched the gap to 1.3 seconds, but Chris Froggatt gets a time penalty, and that, I'm assuming, is going to be served at the end of the race, not in the pit stop, because it's not being identified as a pit stop penalty as such.
Yeah, just be added to total race time, so it's not as extreme as a stop and go of 5 seconds. But to the viewer at home, don't think that once you've got your first penalty, you can then do what you want because you've been penalised. It continues. The next one will be another 5 seconds, another 5 seconds. So at this rate, Team United Kingdom are going to have 20 seconds of penalties if we keep getting 5 seconds every 15 minutes. I think most cars will be affected at least once. I think it's going to be who can keep a clean slate will be a big deciding factor.
That lead gap is stretching, though. It's up to 2 seconds between the UK and Germany. But the fight for third is getting ever more intense, isn't it? China coming under renewed attack now from Switzerland, and Japan catching back up as well. So Kang Ling for Team China. To call him the cork in the bottle is a little bit unfair because he's got good pace to be third, but he has got them stacked up behind. We're also having a driving standards flag for Ukraine for track limit offences. So they haven't got a penalty, but they're getting a warning flag.
Yeah, next time they do one, that would be the penalty. So the warning is your final warning once you are shown that. But just like illustrate, 5 seconds actually puts Frogger all the way back down to third place at the moment. I think it'll be fourth. So the marginal gain of letting the car run wide, an honest mistake, is just not worth the risk. You have to be driving at 98% at the start of the race. To burn up those track limit warnings so early is a little naive. But you see how many cars are doing it. It's easily done here at Valencia.
Yes, it's about a quarter of the field at the minute as the drivers then accelerate out of turn 14. Quick reminder, pit window is after 25 minutes of the race done and before 35 minutes done. So you've got a 10-minute pit window in which the car must come in and do the driver change. You don't have to refuel, you don't have to change tyres, but you do need to do the driver change, and that really is all you want to do for fear of losing any more time. There's a regulation time pit in line to pit out of 56 seconds, and Yannick Mettler for Switzerland right now is crawling all over the back of that Audi run by the CSA team that we've seen in GT World Challenge Europe. And a little bit sideways is Kang Ling. He has to go defensive up towards turn 4. Just about survives that out of 5, heading towards 6 now. Japan catching back up as well. So 3rd, 4th and 5th absolutely together. Lead gap, by the way, is stretching now. 3 seconds between the UK and Germany.
Yeah, Switzerland on the flashes or the headlights, trying to catch the eye of Team China, trying to distract them. Mettler was so close. I don't think you could have got a Swiss precision watch part between the two cars at turn 5. Team China, interestingly, being the fastest in the speed traps. I think that's because they got a very trimmed out aero car, and that's why we saw such a big slide at turn 4. But then China have the advantage, and I think that's why we saw Mettler catch so quickly but can't execute the overtake, because China are so quick at the end of these straights where you need to be at your closest to get the overtake done.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we know that there isn't a big presence anymore from Audi as a manufacturer, but that R8 is still a really good turnkey GT car, and myriad teams operating them and still getting great results out of them. Over the line then comes China, then it is Switzerland, 3rd and 4th. The margin between those two is just 0.2 of a second. The lead gap, though, is extending markedly lap after lap. Bearing in mind that Finn Wiebelhaus was catching Chris Froggatt a few laps ago, it's now up to 4.2 seconds. So Froggatt's nearly overcome the UK's penalty. Yeah, and we saw the tyre pressures, didn't we, on the green flag lap. Froggatt was as low as could be. So I think that is the car going off for Germany, and Team United Kingdom going for maybe a slightly slower burner strategy-wise. Switzerland now catching back up to Team China. China going there. There's obviously setup changes that could have been done. It was a little bit damp. Have potentially Germany gone with a softer setup, so when the car is cold, the tyre pressures are low, it was happier, and now it's fully dry. A stiffer car would be quicker. There's an infinite amount of reasons, and as a racing driver, excuses off the back of that. Switzerland really hustling on, maybe starting to get a bit frustrated. We've seen the headlight flasher, and the problem is when you get frustrated, you start to get desperate, and desperate moves are never good moves. At the moment, all fair and all clean. Great drone shot showing the different of angle. Team China starting to open up the corners nicely, getting good exits. I think Mettler's best chance is on the exit of 12 here, trying to get a run and then throw it down the inside into 14. Not quite close enough at the moment. Can look to the inside. There's potentially a gap there. Not close enough this lap though. Needs to find another idea to get past that Team China car. And is that other idea just to sit as close as he can and try and buy the place on the pit stops? Because if he can't do it on the track, it might have to be down to the crew and cycling through as rapidly as. He's going to have a look at turn 1 then. Switzerland looks to the inside, feinted to the inside against China. They just dropped Japan ever so slightly, but Kang Ling is going to go a little bit wider, maybe coming out of the corner. Again, lights are flashing. Switzerland to the inside as Yannick Mettler attacks up at turn 2. And the margin between them as they came across the line, just over a 1/10 of a second.
We saw Team China open up turn 1. I went to look at their last lap time. It actually says pit out. They were so wide opening turn 1. They actually caught the exit loop of the pit lane. So that would very much attract the attention of race control for track limits if you're physically doing that. So it hides their pace, 1:34.7. So the pace has really dropped off for everybody but Team United Kingdom, the only car in the 133s, and a 133.3 on the last lap. Their pace is brilliant. Gap now 6.2 seconds to Team Germany in second.
The lead gap then, 5.6 seconds. United Kingdom overcoming the penalty for the moment. There's another penalty being applied in the same vein for track limits, and it's going the way of Japan. It's another 5 seconds then. So Joe was predicting that more and more people were going to cop these, and the penalty for Japan is being shown twice, in fact. So whether they've incurred it twice or it's just been listed twice, I can't tell you. But it's certainly on the message line twice. Once might be a duplication of the first message rather than a second penalty. Meanwhile, China and Switzerland still run together, and we're now 4.5 minutes or so away from the pit window opening. So Mettler for Switzerland needs to get the job done before he brings the car to the pit lane.
Yeah, you see his teammate there, Dexter Muller, looking on for Switzerland. You've got a great illustration as well of the V10 Audi against the V8 Mercedes, just edging away. And obviously you'd expect the other way, the Mercedes in the slipstream should be drawing in, but the power of that Audi at the end of the straight, really, really good. The rear wing does look pretty flat, pretty trimmed out, so running in less downforce potentially. Mettler looking calm inside that Mercedes. Japan almost just there, ready to sweep up if there's an issue between it. I feel like Switzerland just haven't got an answer to get this overtake done. I still think 14 is their best chance, but it is a dive. That's very wide. That's one of your track limit warnings done there, Team Switzerland. Need to be careful. Pit window opening in 3 minutes 30 seconds. I think you're right, David. I think the best opportunity for the overtake is actually off the racing track.
Indeed so, as you look at this battle between China and Switzerland, and Yannick Mettler's frustration is increasing. Drivers getting ready for the pit stops then. As for Ukraine, getting himself ready there is Konstantin Gutsul. The China car is going to be given to Yaki Zhang, the Swiss entry to Dexter Muller, and for Japan behind it, it'll be Kai Nakanishi who will take over. Lead gap 6.7 seconds now. I'm intrigued to know why Finn Wiebelhaus has dropped away, because he's just not been able to keep that pace, has he? And at the moment, although Wiebelhaus has done the fastest lap, that was set very early on.
Yeah, Japan very wide turned, didn't they? You could see all the dust the car was kicking up. Ukraine now much closer to the back of Japan than they have been for the whole race, it feels like, since the move was done by Switzerland on that Japanese Ferrari there. Mettler using the headlight flasher rather a lot now. Sort of streaks of desperation when you're a driver. I get it once or twice, but if that's all you've got as an attack, I can just not look in my mirror and ignore the only attack you're trying to mount on me.
So there is Ivan Peklin, who has caught back up again. The Ukraine Audi, operated by the Land Motorsport squad, still with the light going, is Switzerland, and Mettler could barely be closer to China. It's going to be interesting as well in this to see who blinks first, if you like, and who comes in. Is it going to be Switzerland to get out of the traffic, or would China come in, and in that instance does Switzerland stay out longer and try to maximise the clear track space ahead? Taking to the curb on the inside and kicking up the dirt now is an increasingly desperate Switzerland. Yannick Mettler is fed up staring at the back of that Audi of Team China. He wants to get past. He's running out of options.
I think he's now just drawing a blank. The team will always be trying to help them, say, you're stronger in this section. He's really opened up 12 well here, though, and this is where he needs to carry a bit more speed. Ideally, China has a bit of a Porex, and that gives the overspeed to him. He's looking to the inside. Can he slingshot down? China blocks nicely as they hit the brakes. There wasn't a space. Ukraine also looking to get the run out of this corner. We know the Audi's strong, where Japan doing a track limit there. Now China's on the defense. This is the first time we've seen it this close on the pit straight, running all the way to the white line. Mettler has to come back to the racing line. Doesn't look like the move can be done. Can he go around the outside? I think not.
But What about a good run up the inside to turn 2 now? Again, the door is closed by China. Switzerland to the outside line as they get to the braking zone. The danger for Switzerland is that behind you've got Japan and you've got also now Ukraine catching up as well. So that's a distraction if they get right onto the tail and start attacking Switzerland. Another reason why Mettler has got to get the job done. And the window will be open in 44 seconds time. So we're not far off people heading for the pit lane. Look, Japan closing up to the tail of Switzerland.
I just don't think anyone's going to pit early because these are the faster drivers out of the two. So yes, frustrated, but I still think at this point Mettler's pace is stronger than it would be if he handed over to his bronze-rated amateur driver Dexter Muller. So painful, yes, but faster also yes. So you've got to stay out. The gap I'm also interested, P7 Lithuania 6.5 seconds behind. I think that gap will start to shrink. China now defending so heavily. I think they're going to be losing 5-6 tenths of a second as we are seeing this team Spain is that ready for their driver change potentially earlier than the rest.
Yeah, Fernando Navarrete's going to replace Jorge Cabezas by the look of it as Mettler dances the Team Switzerland Mercedes over the curb. The pit window is now open. So we're going to see if anybody bails at the end of this lap. Chris Froggatt will come over the timing line in the lead for Team UK. Finn Wiebelhaus in second spot for Team Germany. China stays out, Switzerland stays out, and again, nose to tail over the timing line to the inside, tries to think Mettler, but he's just not quite close enough at the end of the straight. That Audi is a very well-driven car. Kangling, to be fair to him, when he came to Europe to race in Formula 3 many years ago, did not really shine, but he's developed into a really good GT racer, and the evidence is here for all to see. To the pit lane comes Team Spain, and now, on track, the battle for third place takes up attention once more.
Yeah, 50 kilometres an hour being limited there automatically for the driver. You're right, we haven't seen China make a single mistake yet, and that is all that Mettler would need to get that Mercedes past. I am worried for Mettler. He's starting to do more track limits in that Mercedes, the Swiss car there. Driver change about to start. You can see the driver pretty G'd up, the adrenaline going through his legs, bouncing up and down. Looks like he got something caught there. I couldn't quite see what that was, to be honest. I don't know if it was a driver cooling hose potentially. China's still making all their apexes. If you're on the apex, it's very hard to get overtaken. I feel that's Team China's strategy here, is get it stopped. Mettler looking so close, but still just not a gap opening up whatsoever.
And the same thing's happening behind Ukraine, all over the back of Japan. So Japan has dropped off the back of Switzerland for the moment, and Ukraine, Ivan Pelkin at the wheel, looking for a way through. Peklin now up to turn 12. Mettler for Switzerland is wide as well. And as the leaders accelerate now up towards turn 13, Chinese Taipei into the pits. So that is Peter Yang to give way to Kuo Chin Kuo. Leader through, so UK, Germany still 1 and 2, the next pair for third, the next pair for fifth, and again China with a bit of an advantage coming past the pits of about a length over Switzerland, and Kangling takes more liberties than anybody in terms of opening up turn 1.
I really like it. I don't think he's getting penalised for it, so you might as well, as we see, as Chris Froggatt run wide, yes, out of 12. That is a big moment. That would have been a couple of seconds time loss. Is there any damage to that car? The splitter's so low, skipping across the gravel like that. Very easy just to bend one of the stays, and it points down. Going on board here with another pit stop. One of the Audis coming in looking for their team. Pull to the right, stop the car straight. Lithuania, they were gaining on that pack. So it looks like, are they doing their penalties here? The car's not being worked on. I think the 5 seconds are being added in the pit stop. So by the time we get to the end of the race, everything will be clean, as long as they haven't attracted even more penalties.
Indeed, yes, they're not being specified as pit stops. We've had the change between Ukraine and Japan, though. Peklin's got past Wakisaka, and this is how it all happened. So coming out of turn 1, we'd seen the battle between China and Switzerland, and just a really good exit. Look at the huge speed differential. The Audi charging up on the inside, and Peklin goes through without really too much of a struggle, almost as though Japan had a problem.
Yeah, I exactly would say it. It's like it's missed a downshift and it's in too high a gear as Wakisaka's gone for the throttle. The torque isn't there, maybe he's in 5th, not 4th, and Ukraine had a great run, yes, but it was more the Japanese Ferrari who was slow, I think. So after not putting a foot wrong so far, the only bronze-graded driver in this stint has just lost a place to Ukraine, but still doing strong in 6th overall.
Right, we still have the United Kingdom, Germany 1-2, but the margin is 11 seconds between them. Now 5 of those are going to be negated on the pit stop with the penalty for the UK car, but it's been, other than the track limit penalty and other than his gravity excursion, a good stint by Chris Froggatt in terms of trying to build up that lead. Now though, Chris Froggatt has caught up with the cars released from their pit stop, so having had a clear road ahead of him, now he's got stuck in traffic.
Yeah, big traffic as well. These guys are on their out laps. Got the Spanish car there, and then we've also got the 71 Audi, a Lithuania, big slide from them. These cars close. What's our Team UK going to do? They could squeeze another 3 laps out of Froggatt. He should be clear of the traffic by the end of this lap, but that definitely would have lost him a couple of seconds. So that gap coming down, it's all going to go over to the teammates, isn't it? And we've seen how fast Team Germany are with their qualifying driver in that first session, Hubert Howe.
Yannick Mettler is going to go to bed tonight having visions of that Audi's back end sort of implanted on his eyes, because he stared at it for the bulk of this opening stint, closing right up again there, look, as they come down through turn 11, but to no avail. Thinks about the inside line, can't do it there either. They come up to turn 12 now, and although the Audi possibly goes a little bit wider there, the danger arguably behind now is Ukraine, because Peklin, having cleared Japan, setting off in pursuit. And I think Japan's got a problem, because that Ferrari has lost a lot of time.
Okay, interesting. They definitely didn't accelerate out of 1. It wasn't even in shot. Cotting there. Team UK ready to go, potentially in the next couple of laps. Mettler, again, the worst thing about this for Switzerland is the exhaust of the Audi are the same height as the driver intake cooling for the Mercedes. So yes, he'll be dreaming of it, but I think he'll be smelling it as well. That big V10 engine pumping out a load of fumes right into Mettler's face.
And look how quickly now Ukraine is catching up. Peklin is getting closer and closer all the time. The margin between them is coming down, but Peklin's last lap was a fair chunk quicker than those ahead, so he's catching up, whereas Japan's last lap was 2 seconds slower. I think that AF Corsa run Ferrari's got a problem. Look, no longer is it in shot. It's really dropped off the back.
Yeah, it can't be a huge problem because it's not boxed. I agree with you if it's maybe just tire pressure. Big slide of Peklin there, and the Ukraine car coming out using all the exit curb. Germany in a lap or 2 earlier than I think United Kingdom. Interesting there. I wonder if we could hear from the start driver, Weeblehouse, just to see what happened to the pace, how leaving looks like all calm and relaxed in their garage.
Whereas now, finally, Switzerland up the inside of China. There's a little bit of a rub, but that was the opportunity that Mettler has been waiting for half an hour, and finally was able to take it. Switzerland is through and clears China, and look, straight away the gap starts to stretch, illustrating that Mercedes was always the quicker car, but the well-driven, defensively driven Audi of China was able to fend it off. Ukraine is right up there as well, but that was quite a move by Yannick Mettler for Switzerland. He was just able to find a gap on the inside, and finally Kangling made a tiny error.
And he's got 2 laps now until he has to box and clear air. So be interesting. We saw the end of it. It just looked like finally China had left a car width that Switzerland very much prized open. Let's have a look at a replay. So they're coming out of turn 8 through 9 and 10. It's 11. The next right-hander, they get it done. Mettler looking pretty calm, then suddenly dives to the inside because China just runs a little deep, missed the braking point potentially there, went in too hot, and Mettler was there to pounce, wasn't he? Great job. Bit of rubbing, but fair in my opinion.
So Switzerland up now into 2nd place, because remember, you take for the moment Germany out of the equation with that pit stop. So Hubert Haupt has taken over the Team Germany entry, but will gain places back when others make their mandatory pit stops. But you can see the pace that the Switzerland Mercedes has got now that Yannick Mettler is getting away demonstrably from Kangling for China, and Ukraine, Ivan Peklin catching up as well, ready for their pit stops. So they're running out of time before the window closes. You've got to be in the pits, even if you've not actually done the stop itself by the time the window closes. That's the leader. So Chris Froggatt leads the way. Another lap completed. So he's going to go round for 1 more lap. He knows this car inside out. Ferrari champion, GT champion. James Cottingham new to racing it, but a very experienced peddler himself. He will get in very shortly. There is Yannick Mettler then in 2nd place. Now the last lap from the leader was a 1:33. I'm just intrigued to see what Yannick Mettler can do as China pits, Ukraine pits. So the 2 Audis nose to tail on the track, nose to tail as they come down the pit lane. And the last lap from Yannick Mettler was a 33, but he's still 0.8 of a second a lap slower than the leader. So Yannick Mettler not really catching back up in real terms.
No, unfortunately for him, now he's got clear air. The tyres would have just dropped off, so he can't improve his overall pace. Surprised Ukraine didn't go for one more lap. I think they had 10 seconds to spare that they could have done an extra lap and still got in. So it's an Audi race in the pit stop. Car coming to a stop. You can see the next driver ready. Lollipop illustrating to the driver where we need to be stopping. Driver change. They're very well practiced, can be anything as low as 18 seconds. China doing the same, Ukraine, Japan as well in the background. They're serving their penalties. They're not starting their driver change just yet. Tyre pressure adjustment, going on. Their driver doing the belts up, making sure, good job by Pecklin. Car looks a little leery at the end. Mechanic giving a bit of a shake of that, maybe just seen the rear tyre pressure and gone, wow, that's high. And good luck for the rest of your stint.
So one mandatory stop, purely to do the driver change. Away blasts Gutsul for Ukraine. And let's see, yes, he's going to get ahead of China. It's a slow stop. There's a problem getting the belts done up, seemingly, for China. And look, they're still there, hemorrhaging time. Japan's going to get back into the mix in this. Ukraine ahead of Germany as well. Look, as it went down the pit lane just. So Ukraine has gained hugely on the pit stops. Here comes Haupt, though, for Germany up the inside and retakes the place then. So that's going to put Germany back up, if you like, to where it was, ahead of Ukraine. And only now is the CSA Racing Run car ready to go. Chris Froggatt, I think he's heading for the pit lane. He is. He's down the pit lane now, but massive problems in the pits for China.
It just shows one small mistake. Looked like the window net, to be honest. The driver getting out couldn't get it in. Ling pushing with all his might, but it just wouldn't go in. So here we see the procedure. He stops, can't undo the belts before that. Jumping out. Chris Froggatt is a very tall gentleman. You can see him squeezing out that narrow aperture, but the belt's staying up, not falling down, constantly adding a seat in. Froggatt putting the radio in straight away. Then Switzerland doing exactly the same procedure. These two drivers, though, Mettler and Müller, share every year for the last 3 years, so they'll be very, very well versed. Kostrin doing his belts up. You can see Mettler now helping him. Window net stuck on a bit of Velcro to the outside the car, like that on the Mercedes, means it can't fall down. And this is the race. We're in turn 12. When's that Ferrari going to get released? Now. He's got the pit straight and turn 13 as a lead as Kostrin goes on his merry way.
So Switzerland blasts back into the race. Germany has already pitted. So this is where the shuffle is going to come. But I think Germany has lost out badly with those slow laps from Wiebelhaus for whatever reason. But look at that. Switzerland has gained hugely over Germany.
Yeah, really have. And I think they did 2 extra laps with the pros as well, Switzerland and the UK. And that shows you the differential between our amateurs and our pros. The amateurs very, very quick, but it's not their job. Battle in the foreground. Lithuania against France. We've seen those Audis fighting, and Spain in the background as well. Looks like Lithuania has got the pace, just needs to get it stopped. Sorry, it's Spain
on the inside, yeah.
Exactly, getting it done. So those Audis have been running as a trio the whole race, and now Spain are in front of France.
Spain currently the leaders of the medal table with 2 gold medals in total, based on the rallying last night. So Spain now with Fernando Navarrete at the wheel. He's not raced this car before, but you wouldn't think it, would you? Because he's straight away taken on and got past Eric Debard, the gold medalist from 2 years ago. Now behind for Lithuania, it is Arūnas Gečauskas, and he will be inching his way closer to France over the course of this lap. But for the UK, the lead car now driven by James Cottingham, and Dexter Müller taking over for Switzerland. There is the leader, so the pit stop had to include that 5 seconds. And with 23 minutes to go, up towards the timing line then comes James Cottingham, and the Chinese Taipei Mercedes sort of drifts across in front of him. But that's the gap, look, because as he goes down to turn 1, here out of turn 14 is Dexter Müller for Switzerland. That is the length of the pit straight and a bit.
Yeah, 15 seconds, then another 5. Froggatt looking pretty happy with his job. Remember, 5 seconds as well for a penalty, so that could have been over 20 seconds, that gap. Last lap for Hubert. How did he gain on Switzerland? Yes, he did in the sector 2 and 3, but as an outlap, so I don't have a total lap time. Ukraine dropping off the back of Germany a little bit. Big slide from France. Is that going to give Lithuania the chance? I think it will. Same cars, but it looks like France has got a slightly better speed at the moment. Lithuania just trying to get the slipstream. The side draft really strong in these cars. Now it's starting to go through, get it stopped. France defending hard. Cuts across the front. Can he keep it on the track? Looks like he can. He lives to fight another day, doesn't he? Just.
Good battle between these two. Eric Debard for France and Arūnas Gečauskas for Lithuania. France going a little bit wider there coming off the corner. So right now the lead gap is 16 seconds, and this is about 16 millimetres between France and Lithuania. Great scrap going on between them. It is for 6th and 7th in the race. Same type of car, different teams operating them, and the Sansalot run car, the French team for the French country, is just ahead of the Lithuanian R8 at the minute. Eric Debard trying to build that gap up once more.
Yeah, it looks like Germany is closing on Switzerland. I think in the next 3 laps they'll be in striking distance, so that will give Germany a chance to start on the front row for the medal race later on today. Be roles reverse, won't it? UK on pole, Germany second, and we saw how quickly that can change. Lithuania to the inside, just backs out of it. Clever driving from all. France left the gap, but Lithuania knew it was a high-risk move, so decided to back out of it, but is starting to look frustrated once more.
Chinese Taipei and Qatar have now got 5-second penalties as well for track limit offences as the two Audis run nose to tail. Lithuania looking for a gap, goes to the inside coming into turn 14. It's brave and it doesn't quite work. Contact avoided, but Debard couldn't get the apex, so he runs out wide. France loses the place. Lithuania goes through, and Eric Debard for France has to slot back in and try to retaliate once more. Down to turn 1 then. France feints to the inside. You've got to be really brave though to brake so late going into the corner. Lithuania stays ahead, and actually the gap stretches as they come through turn 1.
Yeah, I think Lithuania have now got the pace to pull away from France. Good driving by both drivers, super aware. France opened the wheel up to avoid any contact at 14, but then that made them run wide, which then lost them the place ultimately. Hard but fair racing. Here's Hubert how Team Germany has caught Switzerland all the way up. Neighbouring countries, neighbouring on track as well now.
The last lap for James Cottingham was slower than the last lap for Hubert Haupt, and Germany versus Switzerland trying to find a way through on the inside, and he's going to do it. Is he coming off the corner? Not quite. He tried to do to Switzerland what Switzerland did to China earlier on in the race. Haupt again on the inside line, coming up to 12. Can't do it there, and he's getting a little bit frustrated. He knows he's quicker. He knows he wants to get past, but that was exactly the situation Switzerland found itself in earlier on up against China. Down towards turn 14 they come, and Haupt again late on the brakes, closing right up. Great shot that from the drone as you look down on the pit straight. Haupt's got good drive off the corner for Germany. Germany to the inside and Switzerland to the outside, and the job will be done by Germany on the run into turn 1. Germany goes by, so Hubert Haupt gains the place. The car run by his team. Germany through on the inside, job done, up into second place, and 20 seconds is the margin now between the top two. Now, Yannick Mettler drove the Team Switzerland Mercedes in that first stint and had a real battle with Team China's Kang Ling. We can hear all about that because Yannick is with Antonio Rankin.
Yannick, first of all, happy birthday. Not the best birthday present to watch the car be passed there, but you were having a fantastic battle with the Chinese car.
Absolutely, and I mean, Dexter just took on the fight with Hubert, who's a very experienced bronze, so yeah, that's not making the stint I had less fun. It was really enjoyable. Unfortunately, there was a little contact at the start, so I had to actually, I think I lost the position first. Had to recover, but yeah, the car was mega today, and I just felt we were into for something, and yeah, just made one move after the other, which on that track is very tricky, so very happy it worked out, and yeah, what better birthday to wish for.
Well, the car is obviously very fast. Can you talk us through the battle that you were having there? Because you really did seem to have the superior pace.
Yes, actually, like following other cars here, you lose quite a bit of pace in the dirty air. But I noticed that I didn't drop after a few laps, so I knew I had more fuel in the tank, and it was just a question of time until he would do a mistake under the pressure, and that's what he did, and I just managed to squeeze by. So yeah, well, it was good fun, but now the main focus is on this afternoon's main race. So the goal was just to get a little bit to the front on the grid, to be in a good position to hopefully battle for gold.
Well, you are in one of the best positions you can be. Enjoy the rest of your day.
So, Yannick Mettler celebrating his birthday, and you never know, when we get to the medals race, it might be a different story. So, Dexter Miller at the wheel of the car, but it has fallen back now. In as much as 2 seconds is the margin between Germany and Switzerland. But what about the UK and Germany? Well, it's 19 seconds, and last time around, Hubert Haupt was slightly quicker than James Cottingham. So, the gap is coming down a little, if not much.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second faster on that last lap, but with 17 minutes remaining, unless Cottingham has a big issue. could be a track limit one, could get a penalty, could make it spicy, but I think the AF course Ferrari team will just be telling Karting, just relax, we don't need anything special, your pace in the 35s as it is fine. That's a huge gap of 20 seconds. I even think Hubert Howe will probably be thinking, I'm just going to back off and just make sure I get the car home without making any silly mistakes. Remember, this is the qualifying race, and this determines the grid order for the main race this afternoon. So yes, you could try and catch Karting, but I don't think it's feasibly possible in the time that you've got remaining.
So James Cottingham, new to the car, but doing a good job, because every lap he does, he learns a little bit more about it. That's not to say that he's an am, not to say that he's an inexperienced driver, but he just does not know this specific GT3 car. But you wouldn't think it, would you? The way that he's pressing on at the moment. He spent most of his year in GT3 McLarens, in GT World Challenge Europe and in the FIA World Endurance Championship. And James, who made his name initially in historic racing with great success in a myriad different cars, but came into modern GT racing a few years ago, was instantly impressive at Brands Hatch, carried on for a couple more seasons, came oh so close to winning last year's British GT Championship, didn't he, in that last round at Donington, only for his co-driver to pick up a penalty, and it all unravelled around him. Good battle going on here between Japan and Qatar. For Japan now, it is Kai Nakanishi, and losing a place because up the inside goes the Ibrahim Ali Al-Ghodani driven Qatar Porsche that then goes wide and very nearly came into the pit lane.
Yeah, very wide. There's a bizarre line coming out of the corner there. Japan now got the run. I think there's a chance of the move getting reversed into turn one. It was a great initial lunge by Qatar. Super late on the brakes as well, so that's their best form of defence. Brake late in the car you're fighting. It's very hard to get overtaken, obviously. Japan still looking racy, looking to the inside into turn two, but it looks like that Porsche from Qatar has got the pace, I think, now to start to pull away.
I think the livery on that Porsche, the Qatari colours, look really good, don't they? And that car, it's always good to have Porsches within a GT grid. You've got two of the best brands available, haven't you? Historic brands, Porsche versus Ferrari. Here you've got Mercedes AMG versus Lamborghini. It's Chinese Taipei versus Malaysia. Absolutely dead set level all the way down the pit straight. And the last of the late breakers is Chinese Taipei up on the inside. And a place gained back then by Kuo Shin Kuo, moving himself past Salim Rafiq. So that was the car that spun at the start, remember, the Chinese Taipei Mercedes, and that's just given them 11th place. Yeah, and to get past the Lamborghini, which also had a spin, so it's the race between the spinners. Hubert Howe in the background catching these two as well, so he'll just have to take his time, making sure he doesn't get caught up while lapping cars. Easily done. You expect the driver to see they're showing the blue flag, but sometimes their attention is elsewhere and that can catch you out as well. As we see the three Audis now getting spaced out. France have really struggled in this race in both stints. Maybe they did go a little softer on the setup, thinking the track level grip wasn't going to be where it's at, but obviously they can change that setup for the long, important race this afternoon. So what about France? In the meantime, Eric Debar, 7th spot, and falling away a little bit from that very rapid Lithuanian Audi. The Lithuanian car currently being driven by Arūnas Gečauskas, and a good stint being put in from the former Time Attack and then touring car racer. There is the Lithuanian car, so that Audi, what's its chances of gaining further ground? Fernando Navarrete for Team Spain is the one that he's chasing, and the gap between them is 3.9 seconds, and last time around, yeah, Lithuania a little bit quicker. It's not going to be an easy catch, but it is doable. Yeah, and he's just got to be asking the question. 0.4 of a second quicker on the last lap. Keep chipping away like that. You can see the gap there as well between those two Audis just starting to change. That's Spain versus Ukraine. Some big gaps there, taking over a second a lap on average, obviously, and that gap now going down at a quick rate. So let's go on board with Spain. It's turn one. How much entry do we use? We use a foot or so of it. Get it into the apex. Pick up the throttle, hard on the gas, up on the gears now. One more big break into turn two. Get the car in. You can see the racing line, the cleaner part of the track there. Out wide. Don't get a track limit though. In through three. Is he flat? Easy flat V10 screaming away, hard on the brakes. Lots of apex curb likes to be used here at 4, out wide and stay wide for your entry into 5. Late apex, open up the wheel. Again, careful of track limits. Fight the car to the right as quickly as you can so you've got the straightest possible car. Braking into 6.
bring the car in, open up the lock. Big curb here on the exit of T6. Have to be careful. Easy flat through this kink of 7. Spot your braking point into turn 8. Hard on the brakes. Some drivers have a double apex. That's exactly what we're doing. In once, bit of oversteer. In twice, out wide. Stay wide again. Open up this. So we're flat through the left, and then pick your braking point on the right. But you're actually braking all the way now for turn 11. Late apex again. Open the car up. Confident drivers stay on the curb and turn in from the curb. You can see the Ukraine car sweeping back out. Careful of the sausage curb on the inside. Pick the throttle up. Not into the gravel though. Round 13. Easy flat kink. But the kink makes the braking very difficult for here at 14. You're not straight. It's downhill. Corner comes up. Very easy to run wide. Little bit of oversteer as we trail the brakes in. Little bit wide as well on the exit. I think we're just about legal. That was a fast and hard lap from Spain. A lot of oversteer, but great car control to keep us pointing in the right way.
Team Ukraine watching on as well, as the car that they have is currently in 4th place. And the margin over Spain, 2.5 seconds. Last lap, it was Spain quicker by about 9/10 of a second. So there is a change on the cards for 4th place here. Remember, this is, a big spin for Japan, first of all. Let's get that out of the way. Kei Nakanishi is the spinner over at turn 11, and he's on the outside of the road trying to get the car to fire up again. I was going to say, this is only to give you a grid for the main medals race later on, but right now, Nakanishi hemorrhaging places. The cars sort of take about 30 seconds, don't they, to sort of reset and restart. Nakanishi then trying to get going again. The race director will give him time, but if after, say, a minute, the thing hasn't moved, and it does now move, you would have to neutralise the race. But thankfully, we don't get to that point because Kei Nakanishi is away.
Yeah, as soon as the car rolls backwards, a lot of the sensors sort of fail safe. So essentially, you have to reboot the car. Like you said, 30 seconds, turn it off, let it go to sleep and refire it up. Be interesting to see if that was all by himself. He was running by himself, as we see Switzerland then cutting through. They've had a pretty eventful race, Japan. They looked super strong at the start, then started to fade. And obviously then potentially, as let's have a look at a replay, the slow-mo of Spain. You can see him coming through that kink there at turn 3, getting the car in, driver working hard behind the wheel through turn 4. You can see the energy in the car bouncing around, springs and dampers working in perfect harmony to give the driver the best possible grip and feel all the way up to the gravel trap, inch perfect and a little bit more.
Indeed so. And there is the rather red-faced Kei Nakanishi after his spin. That's put him down into 11th place. So Nakanishi trying to fight back. He's dropped a lap to the leader. And the lead gap still 17 seconds. So although Hubert Haupt is pressing on and he's a little bit faster, in fact, he was a second quicker last time, it's still too big a gap to make up in the remaining 9 minutes. There's a 10-second penalty now for track limits going to France. So Eric Debard for France has got 10 seconds worth of penalties. The one thing a timing screen needs is a column for the number of penalties you've incurred. But it's got every other bit of information we could possibly need. But the list now is the majority of the entry. Audi battle, well and truly joined. Spain on Ukraine. Gutsul just ahead, but Spain dives to the inside line. And Fernando Navarrete goes through then. That is for 4th place. And great news for the home nation then, because through on the inside line goes Fernando Navarrete, heading now up into turn 11. Job done nicely. And straight away Navarrete, who is new to the car, don't forget. He's not raced it before today. He's on a mission.
Yeah, mega move, really decisive. Didn't let Ukraine have an option to defend. Just threw the car to the inside. Ukraine, very, very fair. And you can now see Lithuania as well coming through. Are they going to be able to get Ukraine as well? For Spain, yes, it's one position, but it's also one row higher up on the starting grid. Promotes them to the 2nd row to start the medal race this afternoon. Go on board now. Are we closing in? Hard to see at the moment. Looks pretty even at this point, but over the lap we're definitely gaining. Be interesting to see, have we got time in the 8 minutes we've got left to get that car one position higher again?
Well, Spain really doing a good job here. The gap between Switzerland and Spain is 6.7 seconds, and we've got 8 minutes of the race remaining. So Fernando Navarrete having done a really good job to take that 4th place, to the delight of the team. And if I tell you that the team is over the moon, well, you might want some evidence about it. But let's just have a look, because the Spanish team reacted thus. Read into that what you will.
he looked quite pensive, didn't he, Jorge, there? Like, just think about it. Like, he's thinking maybe we're now going to push a little bit hard for no reason. Probably not going to catch Switzerland. But, yeah, if his teammate there can spot him doing 200 kilometres an hour pointing to his temples, then he is thinking pretty well, would be my excuse for the driver in Team Spain at the moment.
So considering your man's just gained a place, that is the most understated way of celebrating it. It's the semaphore version of calm down, dear, I think that. Eric Debard, an additional 10-second penalty for track limits. And now Germany have got 5 seconds for track limits. So the penalties are coming thick and fast. But Germany, second. Now, this is going to be interesting. Can they be more than 5 seconds ahead of Switzerland by the end of the race? That will determine who is on the front row of the grid. And the margin at the moment between them is 16 seconds. So, yes, Germany is safe, but they can't afford to make further transgressions. Ukraine over the line, under attack now from Lithuania. The Audi battle, Gutsul versus Gachauskas, is going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Germany have got the 5 seconds, but the pace, they've grown 16 seconds over Switzerland. Yeah. It doesn't feel that long ago that the move was done by Hubert Howe, so great job and great pace, but obviously pushing on too hard. And interestingly, he hasn't really closed the gap on Kotoming either, has he? So that gap staying around 17 seconds the whole time. On board with Lithuania behind Ukraine in a little wide. We broke too late there. Might get a good exit though. He's very patient on the throttle to let the car rotate and in. Ukraine all over the road there, turning in too early. That's going to compromise them on exit potentially. Lithuania opening the car up. 5.5 minutes remaining, 4 laps. What can we do here as we see another 5 seconds given to the number 4 car? That is the German car. So we're just getting the update on that from our timing screen. Drone showing set of 11s being shown from the Ukraine car on traction. That car is struggling there. Look at Lithuania able to use so much curb. That car is being hustled on very, very aggressively.
Chinese Taipei being given a penalty of 10 seconds as well. They're in 10th place. As in the meantime, we go nose to tail then. Back on board with Spain. Ukraine just ahead as Gutsul bounces over the curve ahead of us. The Attempto Racing run, Audi, another of the top teams here in the hands of Fernando Navarrete for Spain, right up behind. Now, I wonder what semaphore is going to come from the pit wall this time from Jorge Cabezas as Navarrete gets the run. Sorry, it's not Navarrete, it is Lithuania, apologies. To the inside line goes Gachauskas, and he's going to get the job done on the way down towards turn 1. Absolutely side by side between the pair of them. Lithuania breaks latest and goes through. So Arūnas Gachauskas goes through into 5th place. As in the meantime, Navarrete is hunting down Switzerland and closing, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, good move. Again, we're seeing quite a lot of overtaking in turn 1. You just get that long draft all the way down the pit straight, which really helps you there. I don't think Ukraine are going to be able to respond to that one. I think Lithuania have got pace. I don't think they've got enough pace, however, to catch Spain, that Audi in front of them. I think this might be how they finish up. They'll be happy with that, though, starting in 5th place for the race this afternoon.
Indeed so. James Cottingham is still the race leader. The gap has come down a little, but it's 10ths rather than anything more than a second. There was one lap where Hubert Haupt pulled back a full second, but that was the rarity. It has come down, but not significantly. But this is only to give you a grid position. It is the main race later on in the day that they will really be focusing on, as right now Gachauskas for Lithuania running in that newly won 5th place, tries to shake off Ukraine as they drop down once more out of turn 11, and that's the lead car. It's the United Kingdom.
Looking confident with the body language of that car, crossing power sliding out of turn 2 there. Let's watch him. How good can he place the car on the apex curve? Really nice. Looking nice and controlled as well, not scrappy. He'll just be using this information, so when he starts the race later, he's got as much confidence as possible against Hubert Howe, who was so impressive in qualifying. That is a race that I'm looking forward to watching the start of. Cottingham for UK versus Howe of Germany. It's going to be a very close and intense battle, is my prediction on that one.
And that main race is going to come up at 4:30 local time. And it's going to be another 60 minutes with the driver that is in the car now being the start driver. So it's going to be James Cottingham and Hubert Haupt in the opening stint for the main race a little bit later on in the day, 4:30 local time. Busy afternoon of action at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, because we've still got Formula 4 action. We've got, with the qualifying race, we've got the second qualifying session for the GT single make, as Chris Froggatt smiles contentedly from the pit lane. We've got touring car racing as well, all before the GT main race. And then the rally stage, stage 14 of the event, for the rally drivers at the end on the track at the end of the day. Right, another lap done by James Cottingham then. That now puts 36 of them in the book, and he's got just over 2 minutes on the clock. He's got 2 more laps.
Yeah, just looking at the order, the French car is catching Team Ukraine a little bit more than previously, but have 10 seconds of track limit penalties to be added on at the end. We're trying to obviously keep an eye on all of these track limits. 93 customers just had another track limit warning, so definitely doesn't need to be adding any more spice to that. Still has a 15-second gap, so all good at the moment, but another misdemeanor, that could be 5 seconds, and it's down to 10, and suddenly you are then starting to panic about everything. Only a minute and a half coming up. We're seeing the Team Spain having to do all the work here, not just a driver, pit crew as well. Really impressive.
Yeah, France has got 2 separate 10-second penalties to be applied. So Eric Debard for France, 7th on the road, but he's going to be hit really badly at the end of the race when those penalties are added on.
Yeah, a bit of a debacle there, isn't it? It's really fallen away from them. It's just, you just can't make the time back as a driver. You're looking for tenths, and when you're losing 20 seconds, then you just need to bring it back a level. And there is time between these 2 races to maybe look at that. And again, as the pros' job, it is to speak with the bronze, to look at the data in the video, to try and make sure that you are maximising the performance on and off track.
Now, in terms of who hasn't got a penalty, I think Switzerland is possibly about your only one. So there is the Swiss entry. Dexter Müller at the wheel. He's 21 seconds back from Germany, from Hubert Haupt, so there's no catching there. And he's not going to be caught, or is he, by Fernando Navarrete for Team Spain. Not fast enough. It was about a 10th last time that he was slower than. So I think Switzerland is safe in 3rd, but we are into the last minute of the race then, as up behind Chinese Taipei, which has a penalty before you ask, 10th on the road, comes Switzerland. So actually, to have got through without penalty, I think Switzerland has done pretty well compared to everybody else here. But maybe there should be a medal for that. I still love the livery on that car, with the sort of throw the paint pot at it and walk away style effect.
Yeah, their flag's a big plus as well, isn't it? So it's a real nice effort by there to stay penalty free as well. Great shot here of just illustrating the gap that Team UK have, because Germany are still not into shot there. So Cottingham is now on his final lap, just going to be bringing it home. This is where, as a driver, you just want to make sure you're hitting all your marks, you're nice and relaxed and not doing anything silly. As soon as concentration levels drop, it's amazing how one mistake breeds into another. We can see the concentration on Cottingham barely blinking through this last part of Sector 2, bringing it into turn 11. You can again see the G-force of the whole car rocking around. Pretty physical on these drivers, this tight, twisty 4 kilometres at Valencia.
And Chris Froggatt then is watching the clock, and he's watching his teammate, and he's watching himself occasionally. As the checkered flag is imminent, it will be ready at the end of this lap. The GT discipline qualifying race then is going to be won by the United Kingdom's team. It's going to be James Cottingham to bring it home. A good opening stint by Chris Froggatt, and James Cottingham accelerates up towards the checkered flag. GT qualifying race honours won by the United Kingdom. James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt take the race win, and it is going to be a very happy Chris Froggatt then, bearing in mind he picked up a penalty and he went through the gravel. James Cottingham brings the car home drama-free. It's a long wait before you get Germany for 2nd place, and Hubert Haupt brings the car across the line now. But good news and a race win for United Kingdom. They've got to do it again, though, later on in the day for the medals. This one is just the hors d'oeuvre, really. Here for 3rd place is Switzerland. Dexter Müller coming to the checkered flag after that lively stint offered up by co-driver Yannick Mettler earlier on. So it's United Kingdom, Germany, Switzerland, the top 3. But there's nothing at stake other than grid positions. The medals come in the race that begins at 4:30. And there is a very happy James Cottingham. Not bad. Win first time out in the Ferrari. But it's a well-sorted car. And James, as we've been making the point, is an experienced GT3 driver, even if it's not in that particular car. And there he is on his in-lap. So a race win, but no medal yet for Team United Kingdom. And drama for Spain on the last lap. So Fernando Navarrete having, I think he's taken the flag and then celebrated down at turn 1. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say celebrated rather than a spin, but that was on the runoff at turn 1. Fernando Navarrete 4th for Team Spain, and had gone over the limit, either deliberately or accidentally.
Maybe it was the only lap his teammate didn't tell him to think about it. That's, again, what the coaching was doing. But best time to have a misdemeanor is on the in-lap. The only thing is race control can sometimes look dimly upon it, because you should be in control of the car. Let's have a look. So we have taken the checkered flag, gone to see the crowd. Nice. So, no, that's fine. Sorry, I thought he'd rotated the car and give a bit of a rev. And
Leaves 11's on the road, yeah. So it's not a donut, but hopefully race control will accept that was entering into the spirit of the event. But a good drive by James Cottingham. I don't want to sort of pick on Chris Froggatt, but he was the one that got the track limit penalty and did have a trip through the gravel. And James just did a really good, solid job, brought it home drama-free.
Yep, really nice. Didn't get put under any pressure,
no,
so we don't know how that's going to go in race 2. But yeah, didn't put a foot wrong in a car that we've already said is new to him. Very easily done that. So great job by both drivers for Team United Kingdom, and that's ultimately why they've won the race, and quite comfortably as well. So they will be very buoyant for the race later on this afternoon, like you said, at 4:30.
So the cars will go to Parc Fermé for the scrutineering. And let's just confirm the provisional result. It was quite a gap in the end as the United Kingdom took the qualifying race win from Germany, with Switzerland rounding out the top 3. Good drive from Spain to be 4th ahead of Lithuania and Ukraine 6th. Then it was China ahead of France, Qatar coming through ahead of Chinese Taipei, Japan after loss of pace early and a spin, fending off Malaysia, another nation that had a spin. James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt then the race winners for the UK. From Germany, Hubert Haupt and Finn Wiebelhaus, and 3rd for Switzerland, Dexter Müller and Yannick Mettler. Fernando Navarrete and Jorge Cabezas for the home team 4th. Then Arūnas Gečauskas and Jonas Karklis for Lithuania 5th. Konstantin Gutsul and Ivan Peklin for Ukraine ran out the top 6. And China 7th, dropping away a little bit in the second stint. The pace from Zhang not being able to mirror that of Kang Ling. And Eric Debard and Paul Everard picking up 20 seconds worth of penalties, which dropped last year's gold medalists down to 8th. They'll start on the 4th row, but they're not out of the equation just yet. So Eric Debard, with a decent start, can buy himself a whole heap of places going into the main race later on. 4:30, it will all blast into action. Right now, though, the technical team want the car lined up in a given way so they can get as many as possible into the Parc Fermé area. And James Cottingham then takes that race victory. The Sky Tempesta Racing team that operates the car. In fact, there aren't many Ferraris in the world that AF Corsa doesn't operate. Yes, there are myriad other teams, I'll grant you, but they just seem to have such a huge fleet of whether it's GT or hypercars or one-make cars or domestic GT cars. The list goes on. And Stefan Rattel, who is not just Mr. GT, but he's also Mr. Motorsport Games. It's an SRO Motorsports Group event. Congratulates James Cottingham for Team UK, and as you can see from his crash helmet, also a member of the British Racing Drivers Club.
And he's come through the ranks really well and quickly, hasn't he? Now racing FIA World Endurance Championship in a McLaren, James Cottingham. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he goes this afternoon. I think there's going to be a lot more pressure from Team Germany at the start. Hubert Haupt starting alongside him, covering the front row between those two cars.
A really good first outing in that car for James Cottingham, and if he was a little bit nervous before, I'm not suggesting he would have been because he's a confident chap, but if he were nervous, then there's no need to be now, because that was a very good stint indeed. So James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt are the race winners. It's the qualifying race, and Antonia Rankin, microphone in hand, is with them in Parc Fermé.
James, Chris, guys, that was absolutely brilliant. Hopefully you'll be able to repeat that later.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, the race was great. A nice start, managed to get ahead of Germany at the beginning, and we sort of maintained position. A couple of mistakes along the way, track limits I didn't really want to do, but in the end it was okay. We managed to recoup, and James did a great job to bring it home, and we start on pole for the main race.
Yeah, James, for your first go, that was absolutely exemplar.
Yeah, no, really enjoyed it. Thank you. I think we were lucky at the start with the damp weather, because I think we had that bit of an advantage, which meant Chris just put that to best use and pulled out the lead he did. Yeah, track limits are really difficult around here. I mean, at the end I was just trying to cruise around and got 2 track limits and 2 laps. So, yeah, but good experience for the race later on, and it'll be interesting. I think we've got a bit of homework to do between the races just to see how Germany did, because they are super strong. So I think it's going to be a great final.
Now, guys, what's it like to represent your country? This is such a rare opportunity in motorsports, and it must feel really special from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I've done the event before, but when I first heard of it, I sort of jumped at the opportunity, and such a cool thing to do. Representing your country and what we love is an amazing experience.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I've dined out on it for a few weeks, telling everyone I'm going to the Olympics. So, yeah, no, loving it.
Well, you're kind of Olympians, but more importantly, you could be Motorsport Games winners later on. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
It's a good return for Chris Froggatt, bearing in mind, I think I made the point earlier on, he was poorly 2 years ago in the Paul Ricard edition. He was ill the week of the event, couldn't race. So the team captain for the United Kingdom back in harness and a race win, which is good to see. And with due deference to Chris Froggatt, outright race wins in the last few years have been few and far between. Understandably, because in the international GT races he's been in either the Pro-Am or the silver or the bronze category, not fighting for outright honours. Very accomplished driver in the one-make Ferrari world years ago. Runner-up in the FIA GT Nations Cup. But that's a good sort of confidence booster to have an outright race win.
Yeah, definitely. And you're used to worrying about your class, but when there are overall categories quicker than the class you're in, say, you're used to looking halfway down the timing screen, but when you're looking at your name at the top of the top, it is a very warm, nice feeling that would give you. You're totally right.
Well, the runners-up, Team Germany, Finn Wiebelhaus and Hubert Haupt.
Only if you win.
Okay.
Guys, that was really brilliant. Obviously, not quite there yet, but do you think you could have the pace later on?
Yeah, to be honest, we did too many mistakes. At the beginning, the first laps were good, then some track limits. I also collected some track limits, a bit too slow in the pits. The change of drivers, and so you continue to have the small mistakes.
Yeah, like who had mentioned, we did too many mistakes in the race. Collecting some track limits, being too slow on the pits, but the pace, I guess, is there for later, and we'll fight for sure.
Thank you very much, guys. Good luck later.
Finn Wiebelhaus and Hubert Haupt, either end of the spectrum in a sense in terms of their age here. Hubert Haupt, who's been racing for a long, long time, but still very, very quick. He's one of your shiny bronzes, really, isn't he? Because he's quick but bronze graded. And Finn Wiebelhaus, what, 18 years of age and a talent in the making.
Yeah, and I think he's very open to ideas and suggestions as well. So that is great to have a teammate like that for Wiebelhaus.
Sure. So, a great opening race that we've had. The GT cars back on track later on in the day. And James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt, the winners for Team United Kingdom. Qualifying race action for the GT discipline at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games began with Germany on pole position, but Germany was outdragged by the United Kingdom on the way to turn one as Chris Froggatt took over the race lead. They were 4 wide for second, and a bit of contact further back as Chinese Taipei tagged Switzerland and forced them wide, and they lost places. There was a great battle though between Japan, Ukraine and Switzerland as they went toe-to-toe at turn 11. Ukraine on the outside, Switzerland on the in. Switzerland gained the place as a good start from Malaysia was undone after they had a spin at turn 12 and plunged into the gravel. Switzerland, Yannick Meckler, the driver, starting to make progress up on the inside to get ahead of Japan and then set off in pursuit of China. He got a bit stuck in the pack and it took a long time to go by as Spain pitted. The battles raged on back out on track then. Ukraine attacking Japan, and after Japan had a problem and a lack of pace out of turn 1, Ukraine threw on the inside line. But the big battle of the opening stint had been China versus Switzerland. And finally, the door was left ajar and Yannick Meckler got ahead of Kang Ling. Switzerland passing China, and that at the time was for second place. It was a great battle, and after the pit stops, a lot of time had been lost by Germany, but it was able to go back through ahead of Ukraine as Hubert Haupt set off in pursuit of the United Kingdom. First, though, he had to get past Switzerland, and that was against now Dexter Müller, who had taken over from Meckler. So Germany passed Switzerland on the run down to turn 1, as other battles raged on behind. Ukraine versus Spain, and a very bold effort by Fernando Navarrete gave Spain the place. But up front, to the dismay of the Spanish co-driver Jorge Cabezas, was the United Kingdom. And it was James Cottingham taking over from Chris Froggatt and bringing home the car for a win. The qualifying race determines the grid for the main race. Medals are on the line for that. But the quali race won by Team United Kingdom.
Now, Neil, going head-to-head, Germany and Team GBR. That's kind of us, isn't it? So that's you and me. Ding, ding, ding. How did you feel about that?
It was a great race. It was really good. Thanks to Adders and Joe for calling it so well. But the cars behind us, they've really clearly been through, you know, even though it was only the qualifying race, you can see that they've been through the mill, a bit of work to do before the medal race later. But yeah, great to see a proper ding-dong battle between the British team and the German team.
Not just the cars that have been through it, but also the drivers. Antonio obviously spoke to them, but it's great to see them come out straight from the track. A lot of adrenaline, I would say, circulating.
But also just the things that can go wrong, just the driver change, even if you're not putting tyres on, even if you're not refueling, just changing drivers. The Chinese team dropped a lot of time just because they couldn't get the netting on. So all these crucial details can win you or lose you a medal later today. So it's very, very exciting to watch the GTs in action.
And we've got plenty more action. We've got another guest joining us, so I'll welcome to the show FIA. FIA's Marek Navarrecki.
Hello.
So let me ask you first what exactly your role is. So you're Circuit Sport Director. What does that involve here?
Yes, indeed, I'm a circuit sport director in FIA. It involves that I'm head of all the circuit sports, so meaning racing in closed cars. So everything about a single-seater is under my responsibility within the FIA disciplines.
So there's a lot going on here at the Motorsport Games that concerns you. How's it been so far? Very exciting?
It is exciting. It is the biggest event we have among all the disciplines because, as we know, we are very good representation of our FIA different categories being there. Motorsport Games, it's a mix between the mass participation and well-established customer racing disciplines, allowing all the athletes competing each other with very different environment and different manners. So this is how it was. It's very excited to have this possibility to all these different worlds, different categories meet together in the same paddock.
And we've been talking about the fans as well, who are very international. You've already had 2 editions of the Motorsport Games in the last 4 or 5 years. Where are the fans from? Are they mainly Spanish? Is it really from all over the world, just like the drivers?
It is I would say the most international event we have in FIA. 82 nationalities being there, so we hear different languages in the paddock. I think we have fans from all around the world. A lot of them are Spanish, of course, because we had a lot of promotion locally, and we are very happy to see local fans being part of this event. But I think that the mix of nationalities is incredible here.
You've done a great job at it. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks, Marek.
Thanks, Marek. Brilliant. There's so much going on, and it's brilliant because Marek's got, he's got so many different hats on and fingers in different pies. But just to be able to bring 82 nations and all the individual, from the very smallest ASNs, the FIA member clubs, to the very, very biggest, and make them all work together is quite a job. It's quite a job.
It is impressive, and they've done a brilliant job at it. We're going to head into the next category. Today is just a whirlwind of categories. We're going to have a look at the esports back in Valencia.
Yeah, so like the virtual versions of the GTs are currently racing. I think it's the semi-final, which you can watch on the live stream, a separate live stream, all on the FIA Motorsport Games YouTube channel. But we're going to show you a taster of it now because it's getting close to medal time for esports.
Let's have a look.
As you can see, 2x2 Noah's Ark formation, our 20 GT3 Mercedes cars go. They're all looking to the lights at the top of the tower, and in a few moments' time, FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Race number 2 of Saturday here in Valencia is go, and they steam down to the first corner. The green flags, they are waving. The Czech Republic, very leery in their lane change into T1. That's going to put the car behind into a little bit of strife. Now there's a big guy going with contact. Australia are round at the back of the shot. There you can see them going backwards into the barrier. They managed to avoid contact with any of the Armco, so that's a little bit of good news, but a messy start mid-pack, exactly what you want to avoid in these semi-endurance races, and that is the worst possible outcome for Philippa Makeda.
Absolutely is. Looked like she got a little bit sideways on the exit of the corner, and then I'm not sure whether that came as a result of contact with another car. Definitely bounced off another one of them to head over to the left-hand side, but I don't know how that started. We'll have to wait and see. But a massive shame indeed. Already a drive-through penalty for Azerbaijan down in 14th place. So they are going to obviously lose a massive amount of time as well. The Moroccan driver tries to turn in there, but unfortunately there was a Mercedes in the way. And they have another car alongside them. Now is that Malaysia coming through? It is indeed. They cut across the front of them, sideways into the hairpin. Look at them all trying to cover off the line from the car behind them though, Paul. It's so nip and tuck in these early stages, but not for Czech Republic. They've had a great start.
There's a lot of liberties being taken there, isn't there? From some of those drivers really cutting off the noses of the cars behind, putting all of the risk into that, all of the opportunity into the hands of their rivals. It could very easily go very wrong indeed. Czech Republic though, Wojtek Fiala behind the wheel of car number 19. They started in pole position. They've converted that into an early race lead as the cars cross the line for the very first time in this 60-minute race. 58 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. It is the Czech Republic from Belgium and the Republic of Korea are in third position. Lithuania in fourth, then from Malaysia, Morocco, Chile, Hong Kong, China, Netherlands, and the United States of America. Sorry, my eyesight's not that good. I can't see that one quite clearly.
It's gotten to that point of the day here at the museum where the lighting is actually sort of lighting up outside the window to us. So it's very bright out there, but the screen goes a little bit darker when it detects that much light. So we're sort of squinting away here at the desk. There's a lot of white paper and white shirts around, so it's not easy to do. But still, there's not that many white Mercedes around in this race, actually. Right. A lot of these are in a very, very colourful position. There's a lot of the more sort of easy to identify liveries together, which makes our lives much more easy. We look here at the Chilean entry. Inestrosa was fantastic yesterday, finds himself in 7th position right now, but won't be too upset with that at the moment because it's still a final qualifying position at the end of the day. He's got a lot of cars to fight around him as well, and let's face it, Paul, this is the very early stages of the race right now. We saw earlier how much it can change just over the course of one stint, let alone 2 stints after the pit stops.
Yeah, it's all about positioning yourself in these early stages. You have the go crazy stuff on the opening lap where the opportunities open up and the gaps present themselves, and then you do a bit of settling down, trying to find your way in the race, understand where you are and what the opportunities are. Azerbaijan, by the way, they've served their drive-through penalty. They've dropped to the back of the field. Of course, they still need to do the mandatory stop, but they got in there quickly. Clever move that, Chaz. While everybody's compacted and squabbling, get that penalty out of the way, and then you know where you stand, don't you, for the rest of the race?
Yeah, exactly. You make the race a lot more literal from that perspective. You know, you just get the penalty done, like you say, and then there's nothing hanging over you. Then it's dealt with and it's out of the way. So yeah, good stuff from them to do that as soon as possible. They do get 3 laps to do it, but there's no point really sort of spoiling anyone else's race up to that point, knowing that's hanging over you and having a go. We look here at Wojtek Fiala doing a fantastic job in the opening laps here. He's opened up a lead of over a second as well, so even down that long start finish straight here, Belgium will not get any slipstream from that angle. Republic of Korea in 3rd position, still holding station at the moment, 0.8 of a second or so ahead of Lithuania. That just comes down to about 7 now. There is a bit of an accordion effect, as we say, Paul, in the middle of this racetrack, isn't there, where the gaps do change quite drastically, but when you compare them lap after lap, they don't move around that much because of what a high level we're at here.
Absolutely. All of these drivers, each and every single one of these drivers are performing at an incredibly high level, pushing the absolute envelope of what these GT3 Mercedes AMG 2020 Evo cars are capable of doing. So when you get to this, it's diminishing returns at this level, isn't it? You can't go find a second over your rival. It just doesn't happen. You're talking tenths, thousandths, hundredths of a second. Portugal down in 13th position, first time we checked in on this car during the course of this race. They're a little bit outside of where they need to be at this moment in time. Portugal started down in 15th, so they've made a couple of spots in the early running. It's been a solid start to their day, and they're very much firmly planted towards the rear end of the Israel machine ahead. So good start for Portugal, and there we see the driver camera. Look at that face of concentration again, full focus. You can't leave anything, Chaz, on the table in these competitions.
Now, Ricardo has been around a long time doing this. He knows exactly what the score is. He knows his chickens, you could say, Paul. And right now, he's trying to count them all, as we would say in the UK, and try and pick his way forward in the field. Lithuania, 4th place, full of the Republic of Korea in their face right now. And the Malaysian car behind is hardly a subtle machine to have behind you either. I think that's actually a really clever tactic by the Malaysians to have a bright yellow car, because it's even more distracting, isn't it?
It's the Ayrton Senna tactic, wasn't it? He had the bright yellow helmet, so his rivals would know who he was, and you'd already mentally phase them before you even make the move. But I dare say that the Lithuania machine is the one that is most on in the charge at this moment in time. We're right on board with the car. Just ahead of us is the Republic of Korea. Look how aggressive you have to be over those curves. Get it right, it's smooth as butter. Get it wrong and the car is bouncing all over, and you are very much in the risk zone for making a mistake with the Lithuania machine. Doing a good job as things stand. The Republic of Korea, though, holding station in front. Not close enough yet to need to defend. It's all about hitting your marks, keeping your line, and minimising any potential opportunities for the car behind.
Yeah, Grantes Caracas doing a great job at the minute, but he's got to keep his eyes on the mirrors as well, because the Malaysian driver will not disappear in a hurry. And then even behind them as well, Morocco, Chile, Hong Kong, China, all in the mix, waiting to pick up a position. It seems like, with no disrespect meant, the Republic of Korea is suddenly the cork in the bottle at the moment. It's like we had with Japan earlier on, actually, in the first of the semi-finals. They seemed like they just couldn't advance away from the other cars behind them, did they? It just seemed like they weren't pushing hard enough in the opening stages.
Yeah, they're very similar, it seems, in this first and second race. And Republic of Korea, as you say, bottom step of the virtual podium at this moment in time, but very much under pressure from Lithuania. We saw in race 1, perhaps, or the earlier race, should I say, because race 1 suggests it's 2 races. It's 2 separate races. We saw in the previous race that perhaps some of the drivers were maybe holding on for the pit window or the proximity to the pit window to make their move. Body language of the Lithuania car suggests that is absolutely not what they want to do, just like Portugal, who almost have painted themselves to the rear of the Israel car, but Israel just about holding on, 12th position for now.
Yeah, it looks like the back of that Israel car is going to be red before too long, because it's just going to have the Portuguese flag plastered all over the back of it. But then again, Portugal still needs to be careful, because right behind them, Chinese Taipei waiting in the wings, hoping to pick up on some sort of potential incident. Obviously, we don't want incidents, but it's an easy way to get a position or two. Republic of Korea still holding on in third place. Oh, out of shape through turn 1 though, and that's how easily done it is. Lithuania give them lots of room to come back on the circuit. Nice and respectful stuff down the inside into the hairpin, and Lithuania will make it up into a podium spot. Now, can Malaysia take advantage of this as well? Are they going to cut to the right hand side into this hairpin? No, they play the long game here, because they know if they went for a move just there, Paul, Lithuania would start to break away.
Yeah, that's a great driving from Young Chan Kim. Good car control, and then good awareness about what's around him on the circuit in terms of rejoining onto the racing tarmac. Good stuff. There's a mistake from Malaysia as well. They get a little bit close to the rear of the Republic of Korea. They have to get out of it. That's opened a Morocco-sized gap in which the Moroccan car can go down the inside. I think they're going to get that one done on the brakes. Will Malaysia go around the outside? They tried desperately to hang on, but there you go. Have a look at the outside of the racetrack, says Morocco, and Malaysia have no option but to slot back down into 6th position. 2 cars we've seen, 2 separate mistakes, and it's got a domino effect a little bit further on as well. Republic of Korea are now back on it again. Lithuania under a massive amount of pressure. There we go. That is the Republic of Korea car. Lithuania monster in the curves. I thought that was going to be disaster, but they just about got away with it, Chaz, and this has been a really energetic first 10 minutes.
It really has, yeah. They're all trying to establish a very strong position in this opening stint and sort of getting each other's heads a little bit, just to say, look, we're not hanging around here. We know this is a 60-minute race compared to the 30 minutes we've had before. We're not changing our approach, and it's following the same narrative that we had in the earlier semi-final today. And the Republic of Korea right now, they may have lost that place. It may have been a mistake of their own, but they haven't dropped away. They haven't started to struggle and really flounder in the middle of this gap, in this group, I should say. Morocco, Malaysia and Chile right up behind them though, and they are not disappearing anytime soon. Morocco actually under pressure from Malaysia right now as well, so they need to keep their wits about them. Malaysia want that position back ASAP, don't they?
They really do. I love the Malaysian livery, the yellow livery. As a commentator, it's great because you look for that one, then look who's around them, and that gives you a reference point.
Yeah, it's a reference point, that's the thing.
Really, really is a lovely livery. I love yellow myself, I must admit. Love those colour schemes. As we look at the Republic of Korea again, under big pressure. Having a look to the inside goes the Moroccan car. No opportunity on this occasion. Now they're all hugging the apex. Run out to the outside of the circuit. Republic of Korea trying not to leave a gap open, but that's compromising their line. The more their line is compromised, the slower they're going to go, the bigger the opportunity for Morocco becomes. On this occasion, though, no way past. No Mercedes AMG-sized gaps in which to insert their car, but this, Chaz, has got the air of inevitability written all over it.
Yeah, and Lithuania don't want anything to do with it. They've disappeared away from this pack. They're saying goodbye, see you later, thank you. We'll take this podium position and we will advance to the final. But still 49 minutes left of this race, so plenty of time for that to all change. And at the front, Czech Republic continue to lead over Belgium and Lithuania. But this is the exciting mid-pack that we need to keep our eyes on, because any of these drivers, you know, Paul, they're fighting over 4th place. They could all come together and they could all drop outside of qualifying positions. This is the thing. It's that balance between keeping it tidy, keeping it clean, and not risking anything and hanging back, but also by hanging back, putting yourself in a dangerous position.
basically it's danger everywhere you look at it, isn't it? You can't do anything you do is going to be suboptimal.
Yeah.
You've just got to minimise a Ron Dennisism. You've got to, anything you do is suboptimal. You've got to just be very, very aware of what's happening and then react to it. As we look at the Malaysian car again in 6th position.
I think it's quite nice to occasionally have a look over what's happening in Valencia also on our stream, because you forget what's going on apart from this, right? Because there's so much happening here at the circuit. But
it's almost too much.
No, never. But we've got different locations across Valencia or across this area, and that's just great that we have that, range.
We've just come up to this position here where you can overlook the regroup, because the rallying, Rally 2, Rally 4 and historic rallies have been taking place in tarmac out on the public roads, closed public roads in the sort of outskirts of Valencia. So they're regrouping now. That's the paddock, which is getting very busy with spectators. And this is the drift track.
And the crowds.
Yeah, so the grandstands are filling up, because I think free practice for the drifting is going to start at about 1 o'clock. Luckily today, the wind is blowing in that direction, so I think the tyre smoke will probably not blow onto the circuit like it did yesterday, but that's going to get loud and leery and sideways very, very soon.
And like we've mentioned before, we've got different streams. For example, we've got the Esport final tonight, which has a separate stream. We'll obviously be talking about that as well, but if you're really dedicated to that, you can hop over there. Another stream that we've got is karting. We're going to have a little look at that in a minute at a summary, because the first qualifying race of the junior sprint category was on, which is again a total pace change.
So I feel like in this stream we haven't really spoken much about the karting yet, and that's largely because it's not happening here. It's at the Esport circuit, the new circuit, which is about a 15-minute drive away. But it is being covered. It has its own dedicated stream. But let's catch up with it now with our commentator, Anthony Jordan.
Indeed, yeah, and let's have a look at the highlights from that one. The initial getaway, fantastic. You can see there Bosco Arias of Spain just sending it down the inside, just finds that gap between the two lines of karts and just squeezes it through. A brilliant, brilliant getaway. We saw the earlier incidents there, a couple of drivers off, and there you can see actually quite a big contact with the wall there for Jakub Gasparovic. That was him out in the first lap. Then it went to the next group of drivers. Actually, they're just off to the right-hand side of the screen, so we just missed that one off screen. And the kart park that unfolded, and like you were saying, so many drivers involved in that one in the likes of Austria, Luxembourg. You had the likes of the Peru, Georgia, Italy there, Slovakia, Chile. They were all involved in that moment. There was the scary moment for India's driver, Jagrat Detroja, going wheel to wheel with Chiara Batig, and that involved then Chiara Batig now being under investigation for that one.
Yeah, and we'll keep you posted on any news that we receive about that here in the commentary box. This was the highlights from the restart. Bit of a moment there for the number 78 running wide, that being Martin Menezes. I wondered what had happened to Menezes being down in the second half of the field for Portugal. Nice move this from Salamau for Brazil in the number 54. That was in getting past Australia's Riley Harrison. Not a good end, unfortunately, for Zacharias Ringström in that one, but another opportunity for the Dane later on. But Bosco Arias takes the first victory of the day here in the karting arena at the Esport circuit for the host nation.
You could almost think we're coming into a great rhythm here, because from karting we're now going to delve into F4, which is kind of the next category up from karting, isn't it?
Yeah, we're doing like the young racing driver route. Start with karting up to F4, yeah.
So let's join our commentator team for the Formula 4 now.
The grid is formed for the Formula 4 qualifying race here in Valencia, and it is Sri Lanka on pole position. Down further on the grid with a three-place grid drop, Israel, Ariel Elkin representing them, and Greece, Philippe Armand Carras, 7th on the grid. Now, he was quickest in the second free practice session yesterday, but couldn't translate that in qualifying.
No, we saw some fast times coming at the end of that session as well. But yeah, the Greek car, very, very good. Japan here, Toshi Maruyama doing really well. Look like they're ready to go, don't they? Very G'd up. A lot of these drivers team up with a driver coach that will help them through their journey all the way through. Then we go to Slovakia of Riba. He was very quick in FP2 as well, wasn't he? We saw him actually have a spin on his outlap in qualifying before composing himself and finding himself at the sharp end of the grid, racing under that brutal fish team that his father obviously helped set up. I think these guys all inside the top 10 are going to be confident of being able to get these cars to the sharp end of the grid, which is obviously going to be so important when it comes to medal time. Hong Kong as well there. Kai Shang Liu looking nice and composed there. All the drivers now just going through their final mental preps. Normally as a driver, you've got your mind where you're going to be placing the car. First couple of corners, I always used to like to have a plan A, B and C of what might happen, and weirdly it was always plan D that came out to be the realistic version of it. But it just feels like if you're well prepped and you're calm, everything else seems to flow. If you don't cover your bases, then that's when it starts to unravel beneath you.
Now the man on pole position is Yevan David from Sri Lanka, and just to illustrate the point about how the motorsport games works and how drivers are able to move up through the ranks and represent their nation in different categories. He was a silver medalist 2 years ago in the karting sprint senior category. By the end of the day, he could have a gold FIA Motorsports Games medal to his credit as well, out of single seaters. He's raced in the UAE and the Spanish F4 Championship this year. That, for Israel, is a driver who's been racing in America this season in the US Formula Juniors. Fourth currently is Ariel Elkin, Israeli karting champion, Italian karting champion, raced in both Italian and American Formula 4 last season. And he was a bronze medal winner in karting at the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games as well, in karting sprint junior.
Yeah, great CV, great driver. We saw him topping one of the free practices as well yesterday. He had already inherited a three-place grid drop, hadn't he, like you said, for crossing the white line in one of those free practices on pit exit. So that really hurt him, and then just couldn't seem to hook up the pace towards the end of qualifying where it really mattered. Brazil there, onto Czech Republic. So many nations being represented here, and yeah, everyone's so proud to represent it. So rare in motorsport to be able to use the whole car effectively as the flag. As you see some of those flags walking away, Austria, Angola. Great to see countries that we don't always naturally relate to motorsport doing so well at the FIA Motorsport Games.
So the grid's starting to be cleared. This race is not a set number of laps. It is 20 minutes, the flag going out the first time the leader crosses the line. Once 20 minutes have elapsed, and the results of this determine the grid for the main race. As you look at another driver with a famous father, this is Oscar Wurz, one of the sons of Alexander Wurz, Alex Wurz, Le Mans winner, Grand Prix racer. Oscar Wurz yo-yoed a bit in qualifying, was up, was down, was up, was down, but in the end, only on the 8th row of the grid, only 15th. So he's got some work to do here.
Yeah, definitely wasn't happy at the end of that. We saw that as he trudged away at the end of qualifying on TV. Here we see that Angolan car, Lorenzo Campos. Again, all of these drivers saw the back end of the grid. Completely different mentality. Nothing to lose at this point. You might as well get on the front foot and be nice and aggressive. Portugal here, Francisco Mancedo. Again, looking very composed, just taking the final few deep breaths. Sometimes the drivers don't even like to make eye contact with the camera. The distraction is too much, so they ignore the obvious camera being shoved in their face.
Now, Formula 4 cars, everyone has the same. They are a slicks and wing single-seater. Some people moan about wings, say you can't overtake, but actually you can if the circuit allows, and these are relatively narrow cars. There are bits around here, corner after corner, where it's tough to overtake, but a nice long straight like this, is this a good slipstreaming part of the course?
Yeah, turn one isn't the biggest break zone. We saw in the GT race before, didn't we? Quite a few of the overtakes done into turn one, so turn one for sure. Turn number 2 as well is the next obvious one, the biggest break of the lap. You've also got chances to send lunges up at 6, 8 and 11, and then 14 as well, where we saw lots of these F4 cars locking a front left brake down the hill. We saw some locking up so hard they in fact went all the way down to canvas, so that could be a potential issue in this 20-minute race.
And therefore Qatar, towards the rear of the grid, is Bader Al Sulaiti, the 2023 Qatar karting champion. Next on the grid is the Maltese karting champion, Niki Gauchi, who's tested but not raced F4s up to this weekend. He's done hill climbs in Malta. Very, very good karter is Nicky. He was in the kart enduro at Motorsport Games 2 years ago. So there's a lot of mileage there, but he's had a tough day thus far with penalties, with a spin and a bit of contact in the qualifying session, spin of his own. So it's been a tough day, but I think getting a race under his belt will boost his confidence for tomorrow.
Yeah, and all the experience he'll be getting, this is exactly where he wants his career to go. So quite a brutal introduction, your first ever F4 race being in the FIA Motorsport Games, but the experience he's going to get from that is huge. Look at that grid, so many fast competitive drivers across so many championships across the globe in F4, so many regional championships, almost has a bit of a world final feel to it. Everyone coming together, representing their nation, yes, but at the end of the day, these young drivers all want to do the best for themselves.
So the green flag is shown, and the cars then set off on this formation lap, a chance to get some warmth into the Pirelli rubber, although not everybody away as they should be. But the car in question there, I think I'm right in saying, was the Slovakian car, doesn't fall to the back of the grid and therefore should be able to keep the grid position that it had earned out of qualifying. If everybody overtakes you, then you have to start at the back, but if it's everybody bar one, then you're all right to take your grid position. So Sri Lanka on pole, Yevin David the driver, and Spain alongside with Juan Cota representing his country. For Peru, third comes Andres Cardenas, and for Luxembourg, Chester Kiefer. Fifth on the grid, Australia, Griffin Peebles the driver, and for the United Kingdom, Reza Siwerfen. Seventh, Philippe Carras for Greece, and eighth is Tosai Moriyama for Japan. Slovakia, ninth on the grid. Matus Riba is going to be alongside Hong Kong, China's Kei-Shun Liu. On the sixth row, there is Serbia, Andrea Kostic, the driver, and for Israel comes Ariel Elkim. Brazil, a long way back on row 7. Matheus Comparato is one to watch. As for Czechia, the Czech Republic, is Maximilian Carhan. Then for Austria, there is Oscar Wurz, and for Angola, Lorenzo Campos. The ninth row, Portugal and Argentina. Francisco Machido goes for Portugal, and Argentina represented by Gino Trappa. On row 10, Norway and Qatar. Norway's driver is Olav Var. For Qatar, it is Beda Al Sulaiti, and at the back of the grid come Malta, and Nicky Gauci drives for his nation.
See the safety car just lining up there on the outside of turn 12-13, just a left shot here, so they all just follow on the opening lap just to clean up any carnage. But I think everyone realizing that they've got a race later on as well is just potentially going to be a bit more respectful than we've seen previously in an F4 race. Let's see anyway.
Yeah, there's always that chance of banging wheels. These are young guns, feisty drivers, but it's this race that gives you a grid for the main race. It's the main race that gives you the medals, and thinking medals as the cars come to the grid. Spain currently is the leading nation. Medals were being awarded yesterday because we had some of the rally contests decided yesterday, and so it is Spain with 2 golds to Italy's 1. Third, currently United Kingdom with a silver, so has Turkey, and so has Slovakia. So there is Juan Cota for Spain, and that's the nation that leads the medals table going into this qualifying race. No medals on the line here, but just to make the point, we need to keep referring to this medals table. It's fascinating to see how it's going to change and evolve. Spain leading at the moment. We're ready to go then. 20 minutes are ahead of us, the qualifying race for Formula 4, and now the pressure is on. A good start, absolutely essential here.
Yeah, Javan David hitting his marks perfectly. Look at that yellow line aligned with the front right. Cota Alonso slightly off his. Is that enough? Might only be 30 centimetres, but into turn 1 that might make the difference.
Green flag at the back shows that everybody has returned for the formation lap, and we are ready to go. Lights out, blast off, and let's see who has made the best start. As 1 or 2 cars are stranded on the grid. They will hopefully get going, as it is a good getaway being made by Sri Lanka down towards turn 1. Spain has dropped back a little bit, it seems, as they dive down towards the first corner, and a challenge being made by Peru on the inside for second place, but not quite able to wriggle through on the inside line as they get up towards turn 2 now. They've all survived the dramas of turn 1. A big lock up there going up towards 2 as the cars go through that long left-hander. and sprint out the other side. So Spain, I think it is, in the lead with a good getaway by Juan Cota to move ahead of Yevan David for Sri Lanka. And then behind, you've got Chester Kiefer for Luxembourg in number 2, looking to make progress as well.
Yeah, forcing Reza Siwerthan from the United Kingdom out wide there. Really good battle. I think there was even contact between those two coming out too. Saw a bit of tyre smoke. Hong Kong locking up big time into turn 2. Looked like it was Australia and Greece away slowly off the grid. Looks like they've dropped all the way back. So both cars with a bad start there. Peru mounted a good attack, but it didn't look like they were able to make it stick.
The cars then coming out of turn 8 for the first time, and it is then Spain and Sri Lanka battling for the race lead. Juan Cota was ahead when we last saw, as the cars drop then now out of turn 11, and it is just Spain, Sri Lanka, the top 2. Peru is third with Cardenas, but that good getaway by Team Spain, putting Juan Cota into the lead of the race right now as they wriggle their way up towards 13 for the first time and then onto the pit straight. So it is going to be Juan Cota ahead, but only just because, look, Yevan David is right up behind the Spanish F4 regular, and the Sri Lankan driver now trying to get a tow, and he is closing. On the defensive goes Cota. Contact I felt there between the two of them, as on the outside line, eventually Yevan David had nowhere else to go, but maybe he was caught out slightly by just how much speed he suddenly gained, and Cota is really having to defend up towards turn 2.
Yeah, massively so. Look at Peru down the inside. I was surprised the Sri Lankan car ducked back so late, and you're right, there was contact because the angle of the Spanish car was so abrupt in its nature. They must have just got loaded on the rear crash structure from the nose cone of Sri Lanka. First 4 all together. Luxembourg, can the United Kingdom get in on the action as well? It's all going to start to bunch up. Doesn't look like Spain have got the pace to break free, and the slipstream effect that we spoke about is so strong here. It's very hard to break the toe.
So it is Spain, Sri Lanka ahead of Peru, and then Luxembourg. 5th is the UK, and 6th right now it is Slovakia. As there, side by side, Brazil is about to lose out, I fear, because up on the inside goes Austria. Oscar Wirtz goes through, so he gains another place. Wirtz pushing forward all the time.
Yeah, really good start. We knew he wasn't happy after qualifying. Best way to fix that is to get on the front foot and make some moves, and that's exactly what he's doing. Great overhead shot here. Does look like Spain has just eased away in this middle sector, doesn't it? Sri Lanka slightly back. Peru probably the closest to the car in front in that group, having a bit of a look into 14. None of the cars locking up yet. 16 minutes remaining. They'll be looking to look after those tyres as much as possible. Spain have had a great second half of the lap and have slightly increased that lead. Yeah, another 2 tenths now, gap 6 tenths, as we see Sri Lanka now being attacked by Peru.
That's right, so Andres Cardenas for Peru on the back of the Sri Lankan car. Yevan David, the driver, and while they squabble, that's giving the race leader the chance to make a break. Team Spain, Juan Cota, the driver, up towards turn 2. 4th Luxembourg, 5th the UK, 6th Slovakia, and they've all joined the party as well. So it's a long, long line of cars all squabbling over second place, and this is giving Spain the chance to just disappear up the road, isn't it?
Yeah, the whole field have gaps of less than a second, so every gap being a tenth or so it's able to everyone's to run so close. We knew there'd be a bit of slipstream. I didn't think it would be this strong. Some drivers will start to be biding their time and thinking, actually, I don't want to be leading because I want to be towards the back and use that slipstream towards the end of the race to get to the front. But I do think Spain are on the aggression. They're nearly a second clear. They've got the biggest gap of the whole field. That first to second gap is still growing as well.
And down at the foot now is Norway, because Olav Vara's dropped behind Malta. Nicky Gacci has gained a place as the cars now dive again down through 11. Look down from the drone, you can see the small gap that Spain has got. It's not yet a second. Fastest lap thus far by Israel. Ariel Elkin, we need to keep an eye on. He's up into 7th.
Yeah, Luxembourg running wide there, giving the place to the United Kingdom. Easy overtake when the driver runs wide. Keither there will be ruining that mistake, because it just looked like he simply let the car run too wide, lost traction, and then the United Kingdom just came past. There's Israel on the front foot as well. They've had a good start. They lost those 3 places because of the misdemeanor and free practice. So Ariel Elkin there is up to 7th and still looking fast.
Leaders come over the line. You can see the battle is on for 4th place, where it is the UK under attack from Luxembourg. Seaworthen just ahead for the UK. Then it's just a Kiefer behind for Luxembourg. The lead gap, 7 tenths of a second. Although Cota is not under any attack in the lead for Spain, he's not disappearing up the road. They're just about staying with him.
Yeah, the slipstream stays effective for really 1.2, 1.3 seconds. So Sri Lanka will be doing everything in their power to stay in that pocket of air that just gets you sucked along at a slightly faster rate down the straights. Not too much dirty air. And Alonso looked like he probably went for the attack, pushed real hard to try and break that toe, but maybe has overworked his tyres this early on. Very easy to do. They grain up quite quickly, these Pirelli tyres on the F4, if you push too hard too early.
Good little battle lower down as well. Slovakia versus Israel here. Matos Riba in the orange car for Slovakia. Ariel Elkin for Israel right up behind him. Now, Elkin was the driver that topped FP2. Struggled a bit this morning in the damp in qualifying and had a grid drop. But now he's proving how well he can race because he's brought that car up to 7th, having started 12th on the grid. So Israel making good progress, and he's not done yet.
Really good. Japan just sitting behind, waiting for this to potentially boil over. Nice, aggressive, but fair defence there from Slovakia. Israel starting to get a little bit more impatient potentially. This battle is going to heat up. I do think Japan as well is sitting in a nice place, like I said, behind. Any mistake, any gap shown on the inside, they'll be there to pounce and take advantage of either of these cars.
To the timing line they come once more then, and the lead gap was just about 0.8 of a second last time. It's now 0.9 as a big dive comes from Peru on the inside for second place against Sri Lanka, and the job is done. Or is it? Side by side they ran. Sri Lanka given no room at all. They're both off the road. Sri Lanka hangs on to the place. There wasn't a lot that Yevan David could do there, and in fairness to Peru, Andres Cardenas didn't really force the issue. He's on the outside line coming out of 2. He now gets the squeeze. Up the curb at 3 goes Sri Lanka, but the job is done at 4. Finally through on the inside line goes Peru. Great racing.
Really great racing. Cars running wide. Who's at front of the apex? Let's have a look and determine if that was fair. I think it was all fair because they both were using the maximum part of track limits to their positive, shall we say. And I think now Peru looks like they've got pace, but look at the Spanish car. That has gone. 1.6 seconds is the gap nearly there. As we see United Kingdom now on the attack. Sri Lanka look like they're struggling in the mid part of this race.
And Austria being given the driving standards flag. Oscar Wirtz then being warned about track limit offences. Yawn, here they go again. But it's the same for everybody. The drivers know what the regulation is. Getting a replay here of Yevan David for Sri Lanka being squeezed out wide at turn 1. But in fairness, Cardenas didn't try and gain there because I think he might have realised he would have been in some strife with the officials. But he did try round the outside at turn 2. But it's really at 4 where the road comes to him and he secures the place.
Yeah, great move. Really good foresight, realising where to place the car when, and knowing that the car and the track would then come into your favour. United Kingdom still not part of Sri Lanka yet, so maybe Sri Lanka are now just settling themselves, getting ready for another one. But look at the gap. Peru, they're catching Spain. That gap has just diminished slightly, so we're again just starting to see a different car looking fast. Peru looking really good.
Indeed so. Peru was impressive in qualifying this morning. And look, even for penultimate place, they are side by side with Norway and Qatar squabbling. And Norway goes ahead there. Olav Var goes ahead. That's your leader. That's Spain. That's second. It's Peru. Third, Sri Lanka. Fourth, UK. Fifth, Luxembourg. And now the gaps are just starting to open up between that leading quintet and Slovakia sixth. In the background, you can see Matos Riba, the son of Martin Riba, who's been a touring car and a Lamborghini Super Trofeo racer, the man behind the Brutal Fish team, Riba meaning fish, and Matos Riba trying to shake off Israel, Japan, and in his efforts to do so, is dropping back from that leading quintet. But right now, the lead gap is up to a 1.5 seconds, give or take, so it's going to be hard for Peru now to catch Spain.
Yeah, just watching this next lap, they took half a tenth out in Sector 1, Peru to Spain. Let's see if he can get it sub 1 minute, 1.4, sorry, at the end of Sector 2, out of turn 11. We will break the beam for that one there. Cars using all the track and more. Yeah, look at the gap, 1.1. This is on. Peru, I think, will be 7 tenths by the end of the lap as they get a part of the slipstream on the pit straight. Vert still running close as well to the car in front of Czech Republic. So looking to the inside, big lock-up as well there. Getting it stopped, yes, just. Are they going to stay legal? Yes. And I expect Verts then to cut to the inside, as he does, to block the inside. Great move.
Yeah, that was Austria making a pretty big dive against Serbia. Andrea Kostic losing out against Oscar Wirtz for Austria. So a good effort that, and Wirtz goes through, although Kostic tries to fight back as they drop down towards turn 1. They're going to be side by side again, and Kostic on the outside tries to go all the way around the outside of Wirtz. Let's see what happens. They're almost touching wheels as they brake for turn 2. Kostic on the outside. Austria stays ahead, but only just. Serbia slots back in behind.
Great racing, really fair, lots of space being afforded. Brazil look to fill the space there, now being overtaken themselves.
And Peru have done the fastest lap. So Andrés Cardenas has done the fastest lap of the race, and the gap down from 1.5 seconds to 1 second. So it's on now, I think. The chase is on between Peru against Spain. Further back, the battles continue with Brazil there, gaining ground on the inside. Matheus Comparato qualified badly, but 11th at the start of the lap, looking to gain ground.
Yeah, he's on the defence, isn't he, against same-speaking country of Portugal to the outside, nearly 3 wide under braking for T8, just all trying to get the switch back on each other. United Kingdom have closed the gap as well now. That's down to 3/10. Battles all the way down here. Portugal looking nice and calm behind the wheel. Lock up for Brazil, runs wide. Can Portugal pounce? No. Brazil closes that door nice and positively. Vert starting to get a little closer to the Japanese car in front as well. There's a lot to look at here, almost too much.
Can I offer you the first recipient of the When It's Not Your Day, It's Not Your Day award? It is Qatar driver Badr El Solaiti, who has been given a 5-second penalty for track limit offences, followed by a 10-second penalty for track limit offences, and he's last anyway. So the poor chap, new to F4, is having a pretty tough time. Now, for the race lead, we're down to 0.6 of a second. It's gone from 1.4 to 1 to 6/10 over the last 2 laps.
Yeah, 3 and 4/10 gained on the last 2 laps alone. So this gap could evaporate in another couple of laps. I think what Peru need to do here is strike while the iron's hot. Why you catch is one thing, but how you overtake is another. You've got to use the momentum that's afforded you as you've closed the gap, but don't sit there and wait. Hit early and hard.
More updates from the penalty hotline is that now there's a drive-through going the way of Qatar, and a 5-second penalty is also being offered up to Austria. Oscar Wirtz is being given a 5-second penalty, but a drive-through now, because of already having had 2 time penalties, going the way of the Qatar driver, who is, as I say, in last place anyway, and clearly struggling, and now a drive-through is just going to add to the woes.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one from there. Just a little worried if it was a drive-through, it's going to potentially mean that car from Qatar gets lapped towards the end of the race as well, which might add a bit of spice that's not needed. Gap coming down, Peru to Spain. What's it going to be? Where's the move going to be? We saw a great overtake from Peru into turn 1 on Sri Lanka 4 laps or so ago. I think that's a good opportunity at the end of this straight. Let's just watch the gap flow all the way down. 0.6 of a second. To me, that looks more like 4.5 tenths as they cross the line. Let's see.
Andrés Cardenas then in second place, was 0.6 of a second back. He's still 0.6 of a second back. In fact, he was the gold winner of the Karting Sprint Junior medal in the 2022 FIA Motorsport Games. It's this perennial problem with karting, isn't it? It's only kind of really interesting 2 or 3 years after the drivers have moved out of it, and then you start to realise who they are, and then you look back and you see all these names that have done so well in it, but at the time you don't really know that much about them. But certainly drawing attention to himself now is Andrés Cardenas, because he's catching the race leader. He was second in the Winter Series for F4 at the start of this year. He's been racing in the Spanish Championship this season, and he's virtually now on the back, isn't he, of Juan Cota for Spain. So it's Spain versus Peru, and we are not that far now away from the end of the race, because the clock ticks on down. We've only got 6 minutes of what's been a really lively race to go.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 more laps at the end of this one, so not many opportunities to take the top spot to start on pole position for the race, deciding the medals tomorrow for the F4 cars. Nice shot there, the Sri Lankan car dropping back. United Kingdom still close, not close enough for an obvious move at the moment, but close enough to maybe pounce if a mistake is done by that Sri Lankan car in front.
Race leaders go through, and there for United Kingdom is Reza Seaworthen, who is chasing after Yevon David, who I think will be a bit miffed, really, after what happened at the start and losing that race lead. But, interestingly, the pace has never quite been there, and I wonder whether there was any damage to the car in that little bit of contact with Spain, and whether it's not quite 100%.
Yeah, it was only a small amount, wasn't it? I couldn't see anything obvious on the nose cone, which looked like the point of impact, but, yeah, considering he was vying for the lead, and then to drop off this aggressively, would maybe say there has been some issue there. Be interesting to find out later. Everyone's just starting to settle down. The battle packs are just spread a little bit. I say that as a move pops up into turn 1. Great move, gets the car stopped, really nice. Brazil there losing a place to Czech Republic. Really good move. Peru again looks even closer again to me.
We've got another penalty heading the way now of Serbia. and we've also got Qatar in the pits. So whether that's the drive-through or it's something more sinister, we will reveal in due course. With now the race into its final 5 minutes, time has flown by in this. It's been a really lively race, really good stuff from the F4 category, as it always is at the FIA Motorsport Games.
Yeah, less than 5 minutes and less than 5/10 between the leaders here. So, yeah, I wonder what the mindset is here for Peru. How aggressive do you want to be? You're starting on the front row. How important is it to be starting in first versus second? It's definitely not important enough to DNF, but ego, I think, will also come into play there. Again, as we look at the graphics, that gap has just started not to close up quite as quickly as we were seeing. I think that's maybe a bit of dirty air. Maybe Peru just used the tyre a little hard, gaining on Spain.
But now, Peru and Spain coming onto the pit straight, long pit straight. If there's any benefit from the slipstream, it's going to be now, isn't it? So possibly Peru to be closer by the end of the pit straight. It was half a second last time when they came over the stripe, and this time Spain to Peru. That's still the order for the top two, and the margin is 0.571 of a second betwixt them. Down they head then, in towards turn one. Qatar, by the way, did serve the drive-through, has rejoined, but possibly to be lapped as the leaders go by. Still third Sri Lanka, fourth United Kingdom, fifth Luxembourg, and sixth is Slovakia.
We see another defence this time, Brazil on Portugal. We've seen that battle going on for the last 5 or 6 laps. Portugal still not able to get past Brazil to the inside of turn number 2. Looks like further enough along this time. Get it stopped, rotate it in. Good move from Portugal there.
Yeah.
And I think they've got pace to burn. I think they might be able to gap Brazil over the last couple of laps.
A really quirky one in this has been Israel. Ariel Elkin got himself up to 7th on the opening lap, and has then, unfortunately, not progressed. He's been stuck in the traffic, never been able to get past Matos Riba, whereas others, and the Peruvian driver, Andres Cardenas is an example of it, have been able to get through the traffic, and he is almost on the tail of the race leader again. And here they are, coming now up from turn 10 to 11. For third place, it is still Yevon David ahead of Reza Seaworthen, the United Kingdom representative. Into turn 11 they come. There are the race leaders, and 2 3/4 minutes on the clock. So certainly 2 more laps at the end of this, I would have thought.
Yeah, agreed with that. So you can see Sri Lanka running a little wide for the last couple of corners. That will just give a little bit of hope to this United Kingdom car that he can get his way round and up to the final podium position. No medals in this race. Look at Reza working hard behind the wheel there. Nice rotation. Rear of the car moving for him well to help get round that final tricky corner at 14.
Reza Seaworthen then for United Kingdom, part of the ever-growing Edge Management stable, the company that's run by Phil Glue, racer, broadcaster himself, who's got this good knack of being able to find young, talented drivers in karting, in junior Ginetta racing or junior single-seater ranks, and looking after them in that early part of their career. And in Reza Seaworthen, he's got another very, very capable driver, race winner in British Formula 4 this year. But Reza has not quite, for the UK, been able to find that last couple of attempts to have a go at Yevon David of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it's always hard. New team for him this weekend, new track as well, not turned a lap here before the weekend. But yeah, you allude to the management companies. They're so important for these young drivers to be guided in the world of motorsport. It's very hard to pick your path on the way through, and finding a management company like Edge is very, very important. So any young drivers out there looking a bit lost, then I'll definitely look to getting a management company involved.
Well, right now, Juan Cota is managing this lead situation very effectively indeed. He's fended off the Peruvian car, really, for the second half of the race, and they're going to have 1 more lap to run at the end of this. And are we seeing the answer to your question of how Peru plays this? Because Cardenas is close, but he's never really forced the issue. He's not come charging up the inside. He's not constantly darting around in the mirrors. It looks as though if a gap was presenting itself, he might go for it. And if this were the medal race, he might go for it, but he's content to sit there and make sure he's on the front row.
Yeah, another factor as well, they have to use these tyres in the race as well later. So a lot of the drivers almost wary of that, and I think that's why we're not seeing many lockups. They're all being tentative on the brakes because they know the important race for these tyres is the next time out tomorrow. And I think that is exactly what Peru have done. They've realised they've done a mega job, and let's not waste it now by pushing too hard at the wrong point onto the final lap.
Time penalty for track limits has gone to Argentina's Gino Trapper. Spain leading the way. They've had a really good start to the FIA Motorsport Games. As I said before the start of this race, leading the medal table at the moment, Spain. No medals on this, but pole position for the medal gaining race later on in the weekend is going to be quite something then, as the cars then wriggle their way up once more to the back part of the circuit. And this is the short straight that blasts you over the top of the circuit. Kink at turn 7, corner at turn 8. And it's a 14-corner lap. Still nose to tail, but I think Spain, barring a mistake, is on for a race win.
Yep, only 3 more brake zones to go. 1 into turn 11 here. As long as you don't lock up and run deep, you're okay. Looks okay. Peru placing the car nicely. 2 more brakes to go into turn number 12. It's a very short brake, very fast right-hander coming up. So open the corner up, little brake, chuck it in and go. Now you've got the trickiest corner of the lap in my opinion, turn 14. It looks very composed for the full 20-minute race. I expect nothing else from Coach Alonso into the last corner.
And 1 corner to go. It's a left-hander as well. 20 minutes for the qualifying race, 30 for the main race, which is on Sunday. This Saturday qualifying race, though, is going to be won by Spain. Juan Cota accelerates up towards the checkered flag. Spanish driver wins on home soil in the qualifying race for the Formula 4 discipline at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. It is Peru second, Andres Cardenas third to Sri Lanka, Yevan David, United Kingdom fourth, fifth Luxembourg, and sixth was a virtual dead heat, I think, as they came across the line. But it was just Slovakia ahead by 71 thousandths from Israel, then Japan, then Austria, and then Serbia to round out the top 10. But that is provisional, that order, with a capital provisional, because we've been told that all track limits will be investigated after the session. So race control is going to be busy. There's a good reason, I suspect, why the qualifying race is a day before the main race. It's going to take a long time to make sure that the order is correct, ready for the grid to be formed for the medal-winning main race. But for the moment, we can celebrate the achievements of Juan Cota, because that was a really measured drive. And in fairness, he had to battle his way off the start to get the race lead, tick. Then he tried to build a gap, tick. He lost the gap, but he did not crack under the pressure.
Yeah, he also got roughed up into turn 1. He got a knock from the rear, so that would have played on his mind as well. But yeah, didn't put a foot wrong. And yes, we talk about track limits, but every time we saw the lead 2 anyway, they all looked very precise. So I think they should be okay for their grid positions tomorrow. And yeah, they are starting in the perfect place to go and try and get another gold medal for their nation.
So the medals table currently, this is all based on rallying of Friday at the FIA Motorsport Games. Spain leading Italy and United Kingdom third. By the end of the day, that could change a little bit more, because there will be other disciplines like GT, for example, that will come to a close. Esports has been rattling on as well. There's an F4 element of esports, the virtual competition with an F4 aspect to that. There's a GT competition and a Formula 4 as well. So there's plenty of single-seater action, whether it's real or virtual. The provisional result of the qualifying race at the FIA Motorsport Games in Formula 4 shows a win for Spain from Peru, third Sri Lanka, the United Kingdom fourth ahead of Luxembourg, and then Slovakia. The top 10 rounded out by Israel, Japan, Australia and Czechia, the Czech Republic. The drivers, it's Juan Cota who can celebrate the win for Spain, for the home country, from Peruvian Andres Cardenas, and Sri Lankan driver Yevan David fending off Risa Seaworthen from the UK. Luxembourg's Chester Kiefer was ahead of Slovakia's Martos Riba. Israel's Ariel Elkin 7th from Toshio Moriyama. Griffin Peebles was behind the Japanese driver 9th for Australia, and it was the Czech Max Kahan who rounded out the top 10. And a word about the Team Qatar representative, Beda Al-Sulaiti, who had myriad time penalties and a drive-through, but in fairness, persevered, went back out, carried on, and just learning all the time will be of great benefit.
Yeah, especially at such a competitive level like this, being able to review the data after the race to see exactly what they could have done. You can see the Sri Lankan driver there finishing third, but again, body language, after you start the race on pole position, it's quite hard to accept anything but a win.
Indeed so. Well, the winning drivers, they're making their way to Parc Fermé. The podiums only come on the medal-winning races, and they are separate medal ceremonies within the paddock, within the village. And we'll be looking at some of those over the course of the weekend, no doubt. In the background, you can see the drift track that is getting itself ready for more action, with lots of fans lining the course. You've also, within the paddock, got the rally service park, and the rally teams will be heading back in because they have a special stage here at the end of the day. So there's the drifting in action. And because you've now got that to the competitive part of the weekend, they go in tandem. But it's all a bit more sedate in the pit lane. It's all a bit calmer as the teams check the cars. The Pirelli tyre technicians get their data, get the pressures, and how do those tyres look after 20 minutes of racing?
They look pretty good. After an in-lap, you always get a bit of pickup, and they're the sort of splodges you can see on that. They will clean the tyres manually by hand in between the races to make sure that isn't there for the start of the race. But yeah, I couldn't see any lock-up marks like we saw yesterday in free practice 2. Some of those cars down to canvas. I only saw a handful of lockups over the whole race, over all 21 cars. So, yeah, I think everyone just was looking after those tyres for the big event tomorrow.
I love the fact that in this modern age of all the telemetry, all the data, we talk about splodges. But for Yevon David, a decent race, but I think he'll be disappointed that he couldn't convert pole position into the win. But equally, from the second row of the grid, he's in the mix, I think, for the main race to come tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, there's no damage on the front of that car either. We thought there wasn't, but it was obviously some contact, but got away with it. So I don't think that's going to be one of the driver excuses out of the thousands he's going to pull out the hat for that one. And
No.
yeah, back to the drawing board on why he didn't win.
But it was an interesting one, wasn't it? Because he obviously had the pace to be that close to make contact, and then dropped away, lost a place, and fell away from the top 2 in the end. He was 5 seconds back from the second place car. So there was clearly something not quite right for Yevon David. Maybe they just got a really good setup for the damp road this morning and it didn't quite translate to a fully dry circuit. We'll find out, no doubt. So we'll look down from the drone at the permanent circuit here in Valencia. Of course, there was for a brief period a street circuit for Formula 1, and the circuit here celebrating 25 years of being operational. Very popular circuit for motorbikes as well as for cars. And the race-winning Spanish driver, Juan Cota, is a very happy man as he gets ready for tomorrow's main race in F4. Qualifying race for Formula 4 at the FIA Motorsport Games began with a slow start for 1 or 2 and a not perfect start for the pole sitter from Sri Lanka. Yevon David lost his lead to Spain. Juan Cota was ahead by the time they got to turn 1. And for Peru, Andres Cardenas had a look on the inside as well as they went into that first corner. He wasn't quite able to make the move stick. And then there was a little bit of contact between Sri Lanka and Spain as David almost got into the back of the race leader. Didn't do too much damage, but Sri Lanka lost pace and started to fall down the pack as others explored just about as much of the Valencia circuit as was possible so to do. Penalties for track limits came thick and fast, but so also did the overtakes. Brazil losing out as through on the inside went the Czech car driven by Max Carhan, and others were running wide on the curb coming out of turn 1 as they battled their way through 20 minutes of grid-deciding action. Up into second place went Peru. Andres Cardenas getting ahead of Sri Lanka. Yevon David running in wide at turn 1, but having to cede the fight at turn 4 with next behind them Reza Seaworthy looking to try to make progress as well. Czech Republic entry still fighting its way up the order, but up front it was Spain ahead of Peru, and that is how it would end at the checkered flag, with the order deciding the grid for the main race. Spain didn't put a wheel wrong, Peru didn't force the issue, and it's going to come down to Sunday's main race to decide the medals. But the qualifying race won by Spain, Juan Cota the driver, and a popular win on home soil. And Juan Cota for Spain will start on pole position for the main race on Sunday.
We are roughly halfway through Saturday race day, and I think that is a good point to have a look at the current medal table and the standings within the competition, because it's not easy to keep track with all these categories.
Absolutely.
At the top sits Spain with 2 gold medals currently, closely followed by Italy with 1 gold medal, and then the third spot is shared between Team GBR and Turkey and Slovakia with 1 silver each. And then bronze, 1 each. We've got Czech Republic, Lithuania and Brazil. So a good mix of countries there.
Yeah, it's good. And of course, after that qualifying success for Spain in the Formula 4, they're looking good. At home, they've brought a lot of athletes here. So I think they've got a very good chance of taking the overall win by this time, by tomorrow evening, the big trophy. But, you know, there's so many medals still on offer. And I'm quite excited because over our shoulder, we've got drifting happening. There'll be medals in drifting. So if we're lucky, if we stay on this camera shot long enough, we might see some sideways tandem drift displays happening. And in fact, this bridge is completely packed with spectators who are all gathering for the best spot to watch the drifting without having to queue to be in the grandstands, which have been packed for hours.
Drifting is kind of a fan favourite. I think it's because it's a bit different than other racing competitions here. You get rated out of 100 points in angle of drift, line and style. So the action's just started behind us and it's a fan favourite, as you can see from the crowds gathering. It is loud and it is smoky, but it is great to watch.
I love it. It's very gnarly, it's very rad, and you know, they are in competition with each other, but time is irrelevant. They just got to stay as close to each other and as sideways as possible. So sideways is everything in drifting, but if you're learning your craft as a proper circuit racing driver, you'll start in karting, where sideways is always bad. Always bad if you're sideways in a kart. So let's see how the karting seniors are getting on in qualifying Heat 1, and then we'll check in on the karting mini qualifying Heat 1 with our commentary team, which is Anthony Jordan and Andrew Meyer.
Right, so I think drivers have been given the whistle. We are moments away from getting this one started. Track is now clear. As you can see, Ruben Moya not seating in his kart. He's the sort of driver who always assists his mechanic of initially getting it going and then jumping in while it's moving. But like you're saying, Spain starting this one on pole position. They are primed, ready to claim another potential victory so far today. In the karting categories. We've just witnessed Bosco Arias in the junior sprint category claim his first win. Who will it be in sprint senior? Engines finally fire up. Drivers make their way out on track. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Ruben Moya of Spain and Jakub Miklev of Malta go from row number 1. Vaclav Prochaska and Kota Tsuyashi from Japan go from row number 2. Lado Kukianidze and Pati Yildirim go from row number 3. That's Georgia and Turkey on row 3. Alex Machado and Roberto Bass go from row number 4. They'll have Luca Magnussen and Taylor Greenfield from row number 5. Elia Weiss and Marcus Gilkunas round out row number 6. They'll have Lucas Mora and Kuo Lee on row 7. Guy Elbag and Leo Nilsson go from row 8. They'll have Jean Caras and Miguel Silva on row number 9.
Second half of the field, Daniel Dalakian starts on row 10 alongside David Cosma Cristobal. That's Armenia and Romania on that one. Ishan Madesh for India is on row 11 alongside Kuba Raisky for Poland. Carlos Fonseca from Costa Rica is on row 12 alongside Mozambique's Ghazi Madlakar. The Dominican Republic are represented on row 13 by Ada Herrera. Chinese Taipei is on that one as well with Chen Yi Kai. Row 14, Argentina and Camilo Trapper alongside Trinidad and Tobago's Benjamin Mahon. Australia are on row 15 alongside Lebanon, Pip Kasabine and Stephanie Hobaker on that one. Row 16, Hungary's Gerger Koshkar starts alongside Mexico's Pato Hoppenstedt. Row 17, Mohamed Ahmed from Botswana alongside Baruch Roy Bako for Nigeria. 35 strong field in this one, completed by the Philippines driver Prix Trevino.
Indeed, and for the Philippines, this is their debut in the FIA Motorsport Games, and only 2 drivers joining them for this year's Games in 2 different categories, both, though, in the karting sprint categories. You've got the juniors of Axel Nocon, and, of course, in this one, the seniors, Prix Trevino, joining them in the category. But like you say, only 2 drivers from the Philippines, and this is hopefully for them opening up the doorway to other drivers from their fellow nation to see whether or not they will come to the next event of the Motorsport Games. Well, there you can see drivers making themselves sparse there. Now they're keeping nice and steady, but now they switch into the tram lines there. Ruben Moya being very late there to get onto that, maybe trying to keep it off the dirty part of the track. Doesn't look like we're going. It looks like it is a false start. And yeah, drivers going round again. From our angle there, it looked absolutely fine because it looked like 2 solid rows. But obviously from the rest of the angles, from our race director, Gonzalo Planta's view from the FIA. He has deemed that not good to go, and he sent them around again.
Has indeed. Drivers will use this unscheduled opportunity, get a bit more heat into their tyres, brakes and materials. Moya and Mikalev on row 1. Prokaska and Toshihashi on row number 2. Kukienidze and the Ildrim on row 3. Machado and Bass on row 4. Magnussen and Greenfield complete the top 10. This is the first of 3 heats for the Sprint Senior competition, the 3rd FIA Motorsport Games, live here at the Esport circuit in Valencia. Drivers heading into... we've not talked too much about the different parts of this circuit so far, Anthony. Very much a bit of a greatest hits track in some ways. The unique feature of it being very wide compared to other circuits, but this Sector 3, very technical, brilliant sequence of corners. It's going to be a challenge for the seniors in this one. Heading towards the tram lines, Moya pulls to drivers right. Mikalev on the left-hand side into those tram lines. They'll wait for the lights to go out. Then we'll be racing for 11 laps here at the Esport circuit. Lights are green. Great start for Moya on the inside. Mikalev's going to have to be patient. That long run down towards turn 1. He's challenging for the lead. Doesn't quite get there, but we'll be happy with second place. Moya leads out of turn 3. It's been a good start for Toshihashi as well. For Japan, at least one driver is off towards the back of the field. So the early stages claiming drivers once again, as we saw in the juniors. Moya looking comfortable though. He's done his job, got from pole position, holds the lead.
Here we go then, down the 255-metre infield straight, and can confirm it was the number 7 from Costa Rica, Carlos Froesca. Unfortunately, not able to get restarted. He's only allowed one attempt to get it going. The marshal's pleading with him, no, you can't get that one restarted. You had one attempt, that's it. Unfortunately, you're out of this race, which is a big shame. Interesting one here. Moya's not broken away, and I put that down to the circuit here. It's such a fast open circuit that the slipstream, the toe is so powerful out there. There you can see Kukiatsi just behind for Georgia, under pressure from Alex Machado from Andorra in the number 1 car, trying to get involved in the battle, but there's a 4-car breakaway, and you can see how close they are out there.
And it's almost a bit of a double-edged sword, this circuit, as it's playing at the moment. Well, we'll come back to that, because there's a challenge here for 3rd place, and Prokaska for Czechia has got through past Japan, past Toshihashi there for 3rd place. Warning flag for India, that's the number 17 of Ishan Madesh. This circuit, we're in October, we're towards the end of the traditional European and international karting season. This circuit is so new, it's only had one regional kart meet before it. Normally, even though the temperatures are a little bit cooler, you'd have a track that's been rubbered in over all the racing across the course of the summer. Combine that with the heavy rain that we've had so far this weekend as well. The track is very green. There's not a lot of grip out there for the drivers, and it'll get better across the course of the weekend. As you see Fonseca there out of the race. We've got 34 drivers running in this one at the moment, although I think have we lost Taylor Greenfield as well? Yes, we have. Unfortunately for Peru, Taylor Greenfield is out of this race.
Yeah, it certainly is. Peru, of course, the winners of the junior sprint category last year. Their driver who won that race, Andreas, is now racing in the F4 category, so he is here in Valencia, but racing at the Ricardo Tormo circuit about half an hour down the road. And of course, if you are in Valencia watching the Motorsport Games, do head down to the Esport circuit, of course. Fantastic facility, the cafe, the mezzanine ground as well. You can see the whole circuit from there, and of course we've got Crosscar here as well. So do make sure you come on down, spend that time to head over to this circuit. Down in towards turn 1 they go then. Still Moya holding on to the lead of this one. The gap now half a second from the rest of the field. Biggest movers out there further down the order. You've got Gregor Kaska, who's having a brilliant run. The Hungarian up 11 places so far in this race, and it's just outside, or inside, I should say, the top 20. Back here with Prokaska, and as you can see, just trying to keep up with the likes of Mikalev just ahead, but as well as under pressure from the likes of the driver from Japan. Toshinasi still there, only a handful of tenths just further behind as well. You've got Kukienidze in P6 also. Down 1 place, but still in that top group of drivers. Back through the final chicane then they go. Moya's lead still increasing and is using his years of experience in karting here, but the battle for second place is on as Prokaska is trying to fight back here on Jakub Mikalev. Not able to find the way through, though, in towards turn number 1 and 2. He stays behind then as they exit out of sector number 1. This again, you can line it up, and he's going to line it up again. Gets the switch over out of turns 5 and 6. And there it is, just straight away. Can get on that power down that 255 meter infield straight and secures it in towards turns 9 and 10.
Same move that
move
we saw on Toshihashi earlier on in this race. So Prokaska has really got that part of the circuit sorted. Question is, has he got enough time now to try and close that gap, which at the moment is around a second, to the race leader for Team Spain, Ruben Moya, into the chicane through turns 20 and 21. End of the 5th lap. Moya's lead is still 1 second. This next lap is going to be very telling to see, can Prokaska move through and start closing that gap. Also want to draw attention to Leo Nielsen, another driver that I'm looking forward to see how he gets on this weekend. Has had a decent season in FIA karting, but the Swedish driver is up 5 places in this one, up to 11th. It's just behind Luca Magnussen in the number 9 for Denmark. So other drivers out there making good progress.
Yeah, certainly so. Good run on this one here. Nice, close fighting. It's all as close as it can be here between these top drivers. The battle for second place effectively is on here. And there you can see Cookie and Idse is still just closing in on the back of these drivers ahead. The rest of the field you can see now coming through the final couple of corners. And again, another driver looking quick. Lithuania looking quick. Markus Šilkūnas in the senior category. Well-known driver trying to push his way through the field, and there he is pushing his way through the field. The driver of the number 22 getting past the likes of Cookie and Idse and is fighting back through the field now.
Good move there from Šilkūnas. Was fastest of anyone through that first sector, so is looking to attack in the second half of this race. A little bit further down the field, Kuba Rajski has had some good progress for Team Poland, is up 7 places into the top 15. Gergo Kochar, we mentioned earlier, and is continuing to hold there in the top 20, having gained 11 places in this one. Pip Kasselbein and Stephanie Hobaker also up 4 spots in this race to 25th and 26th respectively. All these drivers will make it through to the final, but it's such a big grid. These heats, very important to maximise your chances on Sunday. And this is another one of the big differences with an FIA Motorsport Games versus other FIA karting events. No championships, no seeded plates. It's all about the medals. 4th, 5th, 6th, commendable results, but it'll ultimately, you're not going to be taking anything home if you're not in the top 3.
No, exactly that. It all does fall down to those top 3. Gold, silver and bronze up for grabs then in all the categories here this weekend, but they will come in the finals tomorrow. Again, all of this racing today to organise these drivers into that position. Now, David Cosmic Christopher from Romania is just picking up a warning flag here. Now, he does need to be careful here. He is pushing his way through the field. He's doing a relatively good job. He's in 21st place at the moment. But he is a driver that is well known in the world of karting, but just seems to be struggling at the Esport circuit this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see David Cosmic Christopher getting quicker across the course of the weekend. I think for the drivers in the second half of the field, they'll look at this race, they'll look at what they've learnt. Again, this is the first time. They've done plenty of free practice and timed qualifying, and you can learn a lot from that, but race conditions always throw something different into the mix, and with a brand new circuit, I think these drivers are very much still in that learning phase. We're on lap 9 of 11 for this first qualifying heat in Sprint Senior. Karting Mini coming up as well here at the Esport circuit. Kyo Lee, the winner of the inaugural FIA Karting World Cup held at PF International in the United Kingdom for the OKN category, has just received a notification there from the race stewards, the race officials out there. Where is Kyo Lee at the moment for the Republic of Greece? 16th.
16th, yeah. He's got a bit of work ahead of him here, just to see what he can do, push himself forward on this one. Jakub Mikulev here, not dropping. Prochaska is still on that rear bumper, a scene where he made the move earlier on. Gonna think he's gonna want to try and repeat that move, maybe carbon copy it, get it back if he can make this slipstream work here. As Shilkunas again, who we saw earlier on making the moves, is still on the move here. Fastest lap of the race now, currently P6, up 6 places, but we stay focused on this battle here right now, because I don't think Mikulev is done with this battle just yet.
No, he's got to have to do it on the brakes. Prochaska has looked pretty good out of all of the traction zones these last 3 or 4 laps. The rest of the field going through. There's a quick look at the battle between Lars and Albach for 8th place. Last lap then for Ruben Moya. This has looked like a very routine drive from Ruben Moya. Is 0.9 of a second clear of this battle for 2nd place. That was a good run through the first couple of corners for Mikulev. Mikulev knows that the run out of turn number 6 is an opportunity. Is that a problem there for the number 27 of Baruch Roy Bako? No, I think he's just still getting up to speed. He's going to hopefully hold on the lead lap there, the driver representing Nigeria. But here's Ruben Moya, very routine drive so far. He's going to make his way through past the back marker before the last couple of corners, and he'll be happy with the performance here, Anthony.
He certainly will do, and that would mean it's going to be a Spain on top in 2 different categories here, but the fight is still on behind. My goodness me, what happened there from our angle? Moya takes the win, though. Spain on top in senior as well. Prochaska does hold on to 2nd place, Mikulev 3rd. But what happened at the end there? Was that just getting involved a little bit there with maybe Baruch Roy Bako from Nigeria, just trying to get out of the way there of the drivers coming behind, but everyone going for the same part of the track still.
Roy Bako headed into the pits, and correctly so. And I think that beforehand just bunched everybody up a little bit there and caught them out. But they're all over the line, they're all through, they've all got their first heat complete, and it's a win for Spain, a win for Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya will of course have pole position for the 2nd heat later on this afternoon. And in 2nd place there, good start for Václav Prochaska. Czechia trying to add to their historic medal table in the karting disciplines. They had a bronze medal in the endurance 2 years ago in Marseille. We'll see the medal race of course for karting endurance later on this afternoon. 3rd place for Jakub Mikulev. Yes, lost a position, but I think on a return from the front row of the grid, we'll be pretty pleased there with 3rd.
Certainly will do, and there you can see the full results then heading out on your screen for the field. But again, a very dramatic little race there for the seniors, but nice and calm. There, the rest of the field then, we've, say, the top 10, Leo Nilsson, Magnussen looking very strong, Elia Weiss, 12th place, Cookie and Idze, unfortunately dropping down to 13th place at the end of that one. Delakian finishing in 14th, ahead of QO Lee. Jakub Rashki from Karas, then it's Cosma from Mora, Silva from Koska, running up to the top 21. Here's a look at the highlights, and Andrew, that inside line from Moya worked well, but this one here from Mikulev, I thought he was going for the lead there. So that shows that both lines here potentially work.
They definitely do. I think the thing, because the track is so wide, if you do start on the outside, initially you're probably not going to get any advantage, but you can carry so much speed around the outside. That's going to be an interesting feature to see across the course of this weekend. Not a good start for Costa Rica. Fonseca out on lap 1. This was the start of the progress for Czechia. Prochaska getting past Toshihashi there for what was 3rd place, and then went and did pretty much the same move out of turn 6, sweeping through 7, the flat out section through turn 8 and towards turn 9. That was the key one to get Prochaska up to 2nd place. Good attacking race as well for Lithuania. Markus Šilkunas in the number 22 gained 6 places out there. A bit of a mistake later on in the race from Toshihashi as well in the number 19, but a good return in the intermediate points. That was the moment there. Okay, so it was Mikulev and Machado. That was Mikulev trying to hold on to 3rd place ahead of Machado. We'd seen that the run had been bunched up a little bit with the back marker. No problems for Ruben Moya, though. Moya wins will have a perfect score after the first round of heats. We will see the seniors back out later on this afternoon, I think around about 1:30 here local time.
Indeed. Well, very dramatic opening stuff then for the Sprint Junior and Sprint Senior. They'll be back out later on today. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you with Ruben Moyer.
Thank you, Anthony. In Parc Ferme then, Ruben, I think you've just proved once again that Spain are the country to beat so far in this race. How are you feeling?
Yes, it was quite a good race. I was just controlling the pace and the distance with the guy behind, so good.
Obviously, this is a circuit we've not seen so far on FIA karting events. It's quite a wide track. Can you tell me a bit about what it's like to race on?
Yes, the track is quite wide. But the tarmac is one of the best tarmacs I have ever driven because it's proper racetrack tarmac. So even if we don't have driver on the track track has a lot of grip, so it's quite nice.
So do you think actually the way the tarmac is works quite well with the Mojo D2 tyre?
It works good with everyone, but especially Mojo D2 tyres that doesn't have nothing of grip. This tarmac helps a lot.
And moving into the rest of the races for today then, Ruben, confidence level, is it increasing or are you just feeling steady, feeling calm?
Yeah, I'm feeling steady. I know what I have. I know more or less what the other have, so I will just try to keep on with my strategy and try to give everything to win.
A strategy, is that a secret or am I allowed to know what that is?
If everyone who knows a little bit of racing should know.
Great to hear from you, Ruben. We'll head back up into the box then ahead of our next race of today.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed. Karting Mini coming up next. And there you can see, very delightfully displayed by Ross Upton, our judge of facts on the grid there. 3 minutes to go before that next race. It is, of course, Sprint Mini qualifying heat A versus D. 7 laps, these races. 10-kilometre race distance. These drivers on the Paralin Opportunity chassis running on the XS configuration, which means these karts just that little bit more restricted than what they would usually be, but still mighty, mighty quick out there ahead of this field. And, well, in qualifying, America on top with the likes of Joshua Bergman. What a qualifying they had, and again, I think a nice surprise for the USA, a country that has not won medals, and I think it's their first proper appearance in karting in this one. They have raced in previous years. I think they started GT, then they did, I think, GT and Esports in the second round. This is the first time we're seeing them in karting, and they put it on pole.
And Bergman was absolutely delighted, which we always love to see with the minis, the enthusiasm they have. And I say, this very historic moment, we've not seen karting mini as a discipline in the FIA Motorsport Games before. The continuation of the growth of these events that started back at Valencia in 2019. Unfortunately, there was delays through the period of 2020 and 2021 to the second edition in Marseille and at Paul Ricard in France for the second one. But yeah, ever growing is the FIA Motorsport Games, and for the minis here, a chance to be the first ever gold medalist in this event.
No, exactly, because it all did start a little bit later on. I mean, it was only six events. It was, I think, 50 nations in the first one. Then it went to 16 events in 2022, 72 nations, 26 events, and I think there's around 86 nations here across all the disciplines at Valencia. So it's only grown, as you mentioned. This is what we love about it. And like you say, the new inclusions here with, of course, karting mini and as well cross-car mini as well, who are here at the same circuit. So the mini category in both off-road and the karting side of things as well. So that is absolutely fantastic to see. Now, the Sprint Minis, so many of them as well in the inaugural round. I think there was about 44 entries into the weekend, which means, of course, it has been split up into different groups out there, which means this is a little bit of a smaller grid that you see. But this is the top 19 as the engines fire up. Drivers make their way onto track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. It is for the United States of America, Joshua Bergman starting it on pole position. India's Rivan Pritham goes from row number 1 as well. Xavier Lazaro for Portugal goes from row 2. They'll have the likes of Manuel Kalinda starting alongside. Nahil El Gahoudi and Michael Vino go from row number 3. They'll have Francisco Rojas and Pedro Santarosa on row number 4. Ayrton Tona and Rafael Cañas go from row number 5.
Turkey have Chan Uzler on row number 6. Hong Kong on that row as well with Mason Kwong. Luca Makura and Alonso Gonzalez go from row number 7. Cristobal Ricci and Gigi Mabagishvili start on row number 8. Saif Al Abedi starts on row 9 alongside Anes Orellana. Eduardo Campos completes the 19 runners in this one. This is groups A and D. Groups B and C will be in the next race. Same principle for the drivers as individuals. They all have 3 heats. 2 today, 1 tomorrow. The slight difference that you've alluded to there, Anthony, is that because we have more than 36 drivers, there is an eliminatory process. The 40 or so drivers on these grids will be slightly cut down, of course, to that maximum grid of 36 for the medal race for the final tomorrow. So drivers will be looking to get a good start here, progress forward, keep themselves ideally in the first half of the field to A, make the cut for Sunday in the intermediate classification, and then secondly, make the cut, having made the cut, be as high up the grid as possible for the final, the medal race later on in the competition. And I'd say most importantly as well for the minis, enjoy it. Enjoy it here at a very different event. It's not the same as another karting race. The fact that you've got all these different disciplines going on across the city and the region of Valencia, including here at the Esport circuit. It's great to see the smiles on the faces of the sprint minis, who are some of, if not the youngest competitors across the whole FIA Motorsport Games. They are ready to go.
They certainly are. Final few corners then, and well, you've got drivers with hands up in the back who are probably thinking, why are we going so slow so early? The red line is there. That's technically where they should be starting their formation, like 2x2 rolling start, but it is quite late on, so they do it quite early. Now, right, okay, so they're going through the chicane. Now, I don't think they were supposed to do that because the barriers were open. They were supposed to go straight over, and I think, yes, we are going to go round again because, as you can see, when they exit out of that final corner, they're already halfway down the tram lines and past the acceleration line, so that's why they should stay in there. So, again, they'll go round again, false start, but like you say, beginnings of, I think, what's going to be a pretty dramatic little race because these karts on a track this large, slipstream and towing is a huge, huge benefit.
I think one of the biggest topics of discussion in a jovial way, looking forward to these races, is how many karts wide are we going to be into turn 1? It's a long run, ladies and gentlemen, down to turn 1, and yeah, I think we're going to see some really, really exciting races. If there's going to be a class where the width of the circuit, up to 15 meters or so in width at some points round this track, and yeah, it's going to be the minis that are going to be delivering a lot of excitement here this weekend. Second formation lap then. Reminder of the grid. Bergman for the United States of America on pole position in kart 139. Rivan Dev Pritham for India alongside on that front row in kart 119. Xavier Lazaro on row number 2 for Portugal in kart 132, and then 110 alongside on that second row of the grid for El Salvador. It's Manuel Kalendi. Drivers coming through the last corner of the formation lap. They'll hopefully head into the tram lines and we can get this race underway.
Yeah, I think they are calling them in. Yes, you can see there. One of our officials here at the circuit, I believe that's Noelia standing there on the track, just directing the drivers into the tram lines. No, go straight on, straight on. There we go. We've got it. We've got it straight through into those tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. We are green and racing for the first time ever in FIA Motorsport Games in Sprint Mini, down in towards turn 1, and it's a brilliant start for that inside row, and America's Joshua Bergman still leads the way as they exit out of the first sector. Still moments there. There's a bit of drama in the background there. One driver not getting through, didn't quite see the cart number as it panned through, but we will try and get an update, and I think it was Malta's Ayrton Tonner, unfortunately, who is already out of this first race of the weekend.
Shame there for Ayrton Tonner, but again, there's a good amount of opportunities to race through. It's just not going to be the start that the driver from Malta would have desired. So, at the front of the field, it's Joshua Bergman for the United States of America. Portugal have had a good start there as well, with Xavier Lazaro onto the pit straight, and through the chicane they go. This is going to be where it's going to get interesting now. This is the long run down towards turn number 1. How does Bergman defend this? It's so wide down there into turn 1. He's defended it with some pretty good top-end speed into turn 1. There's a good battle there as well between Francisco Rojas for Mexico and El Salvador's Manuel Calendi. So that's Mexico and El Salvador fighting over 4th place. Who's made good progress on that first lap? I can tell you that Gigi Mabagishvili for Georgia has gained 4 places, is up to P12. Your biggest mover out there, Mozambique. Eduardo Campos started 19th, is now P14.
Again, good improvements there throughout the field here as we watch this slipstream, the tow here, Portugal versus the United States of America. Bergman and Lazaro line astern here, and you can see this is a carbon copy of mini racing from around the world. It is line astern, it is slipstream, it is push each other along. 8 wheels works better than 4, and we're seeing this right now. I don't think we're going to see a change from these two in the early stage of this race. We might have to wait, but well, Xavier Lazaro sees a warning flag, so does need to be careful, though, in this race.
Yeah, we'll have that on the mind there in kart number 132. Lazaro is the fastest driver, though, 63.267. And Nahil El Gahoudi there in 3rd place for Morocco. A driver who's got a lot of experience across continental karting, has raced at a very high level in mini categories. It's definitely a driver that we're going to be keeping an eye on across the course of the weekend. Morocco's history in the FIA Motorsport Games, looking to grow, looking to get a medal for the first time, if possible. Still early stages of this one, coming up to the end of lap number 3. Bergman a little bit wide there, and you sometimes see this in sprint mini racing. Lazaro, there's the racing driver in the kart there going, I want to be first, but I agree with you, Anthony, that tactically the better thing is just to sit there in 2nd place. There is a move for 4th place. That is Calendi down the inside of Rojas. El Salvador up 1 position.
Yeah, past Mexico there. So Francisco Rojas down into P5 now. And another thing that these drivers have to take into consideration, as unfortunately that is Alabadli of Qatar going no further. Well, he's got going again, but he's right at the back of the field now, and I would say pretty much out of contention in this first race. It was a huge shame. The thing what we're seeing there from Bergman and Lazaro is momentum. Momentum is key in the mini category because, like you say, these engines are in the XS configuration, which means they're slightly restricted. They only rev up to 12,000 versus the Mini 60 engine that can rev up to around 14,000. So, again, maintaining the speed through the corner, that's the vital part of this, and that's why you're seeing them use all the track and a little bit more to try and limit how much they're turning, scrubbing speed, everything like that. It's such a different style of racing from the seniors and the juniors, because the seniors and the juniors, they have the power to get out of these sticky situations. The minis don't, so it's all down to momentum.
And they've got to take care of their equipment as well, of course, across the course of the weekend. You know, this is only the first race. There's no good going too hard and causing yourself problems for heats 2 and 3. You've got to ease your way into this and pick up points when you can, just like that. Beautiful move down the inside by Yuvandev Pritam for India. with the red and white helmet design there. Oh, big slide and just about caught. That was Pedro Santa Rosa for Brazil in kart 104. Bit of a wild moment. Again, that just shows you get off the racing line here. It's not a totally rubbered in track at the moment. The grip can be at a bit of a premium. End of the 5th lap. Bergman's still leading this one from Lazaro. They've worked beautifully together here in this heat so far, Anthony. Building that lead now. 1 minute 3.1s for both of them last time around. They've got now a 1.8 second advantage over Nahil El Gahoudi. And that's no detriment to Nahil El Gahoudi. As you said, 8 wheels better than 4.
Yeah, he's on his own.
To work the way. Very good work from Nahil El Gahoudi, but he hasn't got any help out there. We will most likely start to see these two fights as we're heading towards the last lap.
Yeah, the idea is that they open up what essentially we like to call it a battle buffer. A battle buffer. So they're opening up a 2-second gap here. So that means on the last lap, maybe the last couple of laps, they will go and they will start battling away. And when they do, when the minis start going for it, trust me, it's brilliant racing because, like you say, they can go so side by side around most of the lap, but still no change between these two at the end of lap number 6. We'll be going on to that final lap this time around. This is where you start to see the defensive driving. So now Bergman's going to hold the inside line here. Lazaro switches to the outside. He will carry the speed through the corner. Can he get the switch over at the first part of the lap? He's going to line it up, and he has got the switch over. Chevrolet Lazaro down the inside, gets through, and it is Portugal now leading from the United States of America on the final lap. But here comes Bergman back. Bergman's going to fight back on this one. He's got the toe down the back straight. Can he carry the speed? I don't think he can as he tries to now go for the switchback. But this is brilliant stuff from the minis.
This is proper racing here for the first heat of these FIA Motorsport Games for Sprint Mini. Bergman, it's going to be tricky to find a way through in this part of the course, but if he can work Lazaro off the main racing line, he could have a chance into the final chicane. Are they going to draw alongside? Still a couple of corners to go, and then a bit of a run to the line, to the checkered flag. Can Portugal and Lazaro hold on for the first win in Sprint Mini? On the line, yes they can. Lazaro wins by 0.035 of a second. The USA finished P2 with Joshua Bergman. Morocco complete the top 3 with Nahil El Gahoudi. Good racing there. Fair racing as well, Anthony, between Lazaro and Bergman. We want to see more of that in Sprint Mini.
Oh, yes, indeed. Right on that final lap of the race. As close you could be, but again, it just shows the circuit really plays into the Mini's hands here. Yes, okay, they are going to be the slowest karts that we see here this weekend. Well, actually, yeah, I think they will be. But again, still mighty quick out there because these drivers, like you say, they can just carry so much speed through those corners. Brilliant to see. Let's take you through the full results in that one then. Portugal claiming their first win of the weekend in the karting category with the likes of Chevrolet Lazaro. Joshua Bergman for the United States of America, third. Morocco seeing Nahil El Gahoudi and El Salvador's Manuel Salenda finishing in P4. Rivan Pritham for India finishing in P5. Francisco Rojas of Mexico finishing in P6. Michael Vino from Indonesia finishing in 7th place from Pedro Santa Rosa from Brazil in P8. That half spin, meaning he didn't lose out on any positions, finishing where he started in P8. Costa Rica's Rafael Cañas finishing in 9th place. And Turkey's Kan Özler as well, finishing inside the top 10. The highlights from this one, there was the first initial, we've gone the wrong way, let's go round again. Easily done, of course, first time out on the circuit in a race situation, and sometimes it can get just that little bit confusing. Back into the tram line, second time's a charm. Great start from the inside row here, and look, all of them diving straight to the inside. Not the 8 wide that we were expecting.
Very well poised there by Bergman, because Bergman could have done that too much. There's still a puddle on driver's right that he was able to almost thread the invisible needle to not go too far to the right-hand side, but still defend the line, make sure that no one's going to get underneath through that first corner. Good battle this. This was between El Salvador and Mexico. Manuel Calendi going through there on the way to finishing P4. Good driving as well after a difficult start for Rivan Friedem there. That was the half spin, well held by Pedro Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa would come home in 8th place. There's another look at the reverse angle of it. This was the key moment, though. We always knew it was coming. Beautiful positioning from Xavier Lazaro for Portugal, getting down the inside and able to hold on for the remainder of the final lap. A good win to start the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And that overtake actually started at turn number 1. It finished at turn 3, and that just shows you've got to really think about it. It wasn't all plain sailing, though, because Joshua Bergman started to fight back down that back straight. They've got a long one there, 255-meter run up in towards turns 9 and 10. But it was a photo finish on the line. 0.03 of a second separated the top two there. Lazaro from Bergman, Portugal from the United States of America. But that is not it for the minis, because the second group is coming up in a few moments' time. But between now and then, let's head back down to Parc Fermé. And Nicole Sutherland, it's back over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Down then in Parc Fermé with that winner from Portugal, Xavi. Xavi, what a battle between you and Joshua Bergman. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, I was always pushing him. And then I said, like, to me, I'm going to pass him on the last lap. He put himself on the inside. I was on the